2 years from now, the debate will be about extending them or perhaps even making them permanent. And at a time, as I mentioned earlier, where the top 1% has seen a huge increase in the percentage of income they earn in this country, going from 8% in the 1970s to 23.5% now, where the top 1% now earns more income than the bottom 50%. It is totally absurd to be giving tax breaks to people who don't need them, and it is not good economics as well. And here's the other irony. As I also mentioned earlier, I guess by this time I'm going to be doing a little repetition here, but as I mentioned earlier, you have a number of millionaires and some of the richest people in this country who will benefit from these tax breaks. You know what they're saying? You know what Warren Buffett is saying? You know what Bill Gates is saying? You know what Ben Cohen from Ben & Jerry's is saying? And many, many other wealthy people are saying, hey, thanks very much. I don't need it. It's more important that you invest in our children. It's more important that you protect working families. We're doing just fine. Thanks. Our incomes have soared. Our tax rates have gone down. We don't need it. In other words, we have the absurd situation is that not only is this bad public policy, we are actually forcing tax breaks on people who don't need them and don't even want them. Richest people in this country, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, we don't want it. Now, here's something else. Here's something else that needs to be understood. What the Republicans are doing in this agreement is driving up the national debt. And you may think, well, that's not what Republicans really believe in. They're supposed to be conservatives. They don't want a high national debt. Why would they be giving tax breaks to the rich and driving up the national debt? Well, there is a rationale. These guys are not dumb, and I think they know what they're doing. And here's what the argument is. If you drive up the national debt and the deficit, you then come back to the floor of the Senate and you say, you know what? This national debt and deficit is unsustainable, and the only way that we can deal with it now is by cutting. And we are already beginning to hear how some of those thoughts are going to develop. There was, as you know, Mr. President, a deficit reduction commission appointed by the president. And I had when I heard who was going to be chairing that commission, or co-chairing it, and Alan Simpson, a very nice gentleman, but a very, very conservative Republican who has attacked Social Security for a very long period of time, Erskine Bowles, a conservative Democrat, I had very serious doubts about what was going to come out of that commission. Now, the good news is they needed 14 votes to pass their recommendations. They didn't get the 14. But a lot of the ideas that Senator Simpson and Mr. Bowles developed are going to be filtering around this institution. And what the Republicans will say is that when you have a huge debt, which they helped create, we're going to have to cut. And what are we going to have to do? As you recall, Mr. President, that Deficit Reduction Commission recommended a savage cut, over 20% in Social Security benefits for young workers. Major cuts. There was talk about raising the Social Security age up to, I think, 69. They're talking about cuts in Medicare, cuts in Medicaid, cuts in education. I mean, right now, as I think I've documented a dozen times, it is a horrendous situation when so many of our young people can't afford to go to college. And the others who do go to college and graduate, they end up on average something like $25,000 in debt. These guys on the Deficit Reduction Commission were recommending that the interest on that debt be accrued while students were in college. So here we're slipping behind the rest of the world in terms of our percentage of graduates, college graduates. And this recommendation is on young people who don't have a lot of money, who are borrowing money, they've got to pay more to go to college. But you're going to see it. And here's the argument. Good, it's going to be in the congressional record. Check it out. See if I'm right. The argument will be deficit is going up, national debt is going up. We got to attack and cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans programs. This year, Mary Landrieu made this point. Senator Landrieu of Louisiana made the point a little while ago. She said, I think this is roughly right, our soldiers, men and women in the armed forces, are going to get a 1.8% increase in their salaries. this year, 1.8%. People putting their lives on the line to defend this country. $250 check for 50+ million seniors and disabled vets. We couldn't pass it. Too much money, $14 billion. They're going to come back and cut and cut and cut in the name of trying to deal with deficit, the high deficit, which they are now increasing. And that's an issue that we must be addressing. So, Mr. President, in my view, while there are some good parts of the proposal, it is certainly one that should be significantly improved. And I believe that the way it can be improved is by the American people beginning to get involved in the process. I can tell you, as I said earlier, I don't know how the calls are going today in my office because I have been here, but for the last 3 days, we have received thousands of phone calls and emails, and over 98% of them have been against this proposal. The American people believe, people in Vermont believe, that we can do a lot better job in crafting a proposal that represents the middle class and our kids, and not just the wealthiest people in this country. Mr. President, when we talk about this proposal negotiated by the White House and Republican leadership, again, it has to be put within the broad context of what's going on in America. And that context is not a pretty picture. That context requires us to understand that the middle class, which has been the backbone of this country for so very long, is in the process of disappearing. And that context makes us understand that millions of families in this country are worried, parents are worried, not just about their own lives. They're prepared to work 50 or 60 hours a week. They're prepared to cut back on their own needs. But I think what is hurting them more deeply is the kind of future they are contemplating for their children. They are worried that for the first time in the modern history of America, their kids will get jobs which will pay them lower salaries than what the parents have earned. They are worried that unemployment will be much more likely for their kids than for themselves. They'll be worried that while they were able to scrape through, and in my case, I was able to scrape through college, borrowed some money and did some jobs and made it like millions of other people. They're worried that with the high cost of college education and the reduction in their real earnings, they're not going to be able to send their kids to college. And I have received emails, as I'm sure you have, Mr. President, the saddest thing in the world, where you have parents who are saying, we have saved all of our lives. The thing that we wanted most is to be able to send our daughter or our son to college, but we can't afford to do that now. And that is the context, the overall context that this agreement has got to be placed within. And the issue is, again and again and again, the richest people in this country do not need tax breaks. They are doing phenomenally well. They've already been given huge amounts of tax breaks. It is the middle class, it is the working families, it is the lower income people that we have got to be worrying about, and not just the wealthy and the powerful. Mr. President, when we talk about why the middle class is declining, that is a tough issue, and I'm not here to suggest that I know all of the answers. I surely don't. It's a complicated issue. Honest people have differences of opinions. But let me touch on a few areas that I think will explain why poverty is going up and the middle class is going down. And one of them deals with our trade policies. I can remember, Mr. President, a number of years ago, I was in the House of Representatives, and I can remember the lobbyists and the big money interests coming around and saying, well, if you guys only pass NAFTA, this would create a whole lot of jobs in the United States because we would be able to ship products made in America to Mexico. And in fact, as I recall, and it seems almost humorous now, what they said is that if we passed NAFTA, it would solve the problem of illegal immigration because the economy of Mexico would be so strong that people would stay in their own country and not try to sneak across the border. That is, as we look back at it, somewhat humorous that we even that that issue was even discussed. But one of the reasons, Mr. President, that unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, we have not dealt with is our disastrous trade policy, and that is NAFTA. That is permanent, normal trade relation. That is trade policies which have encouraged large corporations in this country to send jobs abroad because they can find workers in other countries, in low-wage countries, who are prepared to work for pennies an hour. And you know, I think we have not only haven't we addressed this issue from an economic perspective the way we should, and I have to tell you, Mr. President, I know that during campaigns, a lot of members of Congress put their 30-second ads on the air saying how concerned they are about outsourcing and our trade policy. But somehow the day after the election, I don't hear that discussion resumed on the floor of the House and the Senate. And I want to say this is true, not just of Republicans, but of Democrats as well. A lot of Democrats campaign on the need for trade reform, but it doesn't happen. In fact, I've been here in the Senate now for almost 4 years, and I have not heard one serious, underlying serious discussion to explain how in recent years we have lost millions and millions of manufacturing jobs when those jobs were the backbone of the working class of this country, not providing not only decent wages, but decent benefits, decent health care, decent pensions. Mr. President, there was once a time in this country when a manufacturing job was a ticket to the middle class. And I got to say something, because I remember not so many years ago, there were national leaders that saying, well, to the young people, you don't have to worry about that factory work anymore. You don't have to be involved in production because, you know what, all of the jobs in the future is going to be nice and clean in offices and on computers. And I think we demeaned and insulted the people who built the products that we consume. There is nothing wrong with a factory job if workers there earn a decent wage and have a decent benefit. Those are the jobs that built America. You know, and I remember, we should never forget that, and we now have celebrated just the anniversary of Pearl Harbor. And there was a speech that President Roosevelt gave a day after Pearl Harbor in a joint session of the Congress when he declared war on Japan. And I saw a video of that speech, and it was really a remarkable speech because at that moment, the United States was not only fighting Japan, we knew the fight with Germany and Nazism was right around the corner. And at that point, we were having to fight a war on two fronts, in Asia and in Europe. Hitler was on the march, the Japanese were in China, Japanese had just attacked Pearl Harbor. And here we were, just about to enter the war. How could we possibly win that war? And yet, Mr. President, because of the manufacturing capabilities that we had in that time, and this is an amazing story, literally in 2.5 years, the war was essentially won, obviously not completed until 1945. But because of the incredible industrial capabilities in this country, the ability to transform our manufacturing sector from a consumer-oriented sector, from automobiles into tanks, from shirts into uniforms, from hunting rifles into machine guns. Within 2-3 years, we had essentially won that war. It was an incredible effort on the part of workers in this country who transformed our economy into an industrial force that was able to supply our soldiers with the weapons that they needed to defeat Hitler and the Japanese. And where are we today in terms of our manufacturing capabilities? As I mentioned earlier, a couple of weeks ago, my wife and I went shopping for Christmas presents, literally, just a plain old department store. Literally very hard to find a product not manufactured in China. Very hard to find a product, a gift that we could buy that was manufactured in the United States of America. And I think people understand instinctually that this country will not be a major economic player in years to come if we allow our manufacturing base to continue to decline. Again, just under Bush.
Folks, there was a Cheeto in the hospital, in the Walter Reed Hospital. How's everyone? I have not been streaming for the last 2 days. So much has fucking happened since I last went live, like 2 days ago. Oh my god. I mean, we all know what's happened. We all understand what's happened. I don't need to say it. I am glowing. I'm just let's say that. I am fucking glowing. I just like went back on Twitter. I was like, fuck it. Why not? Oh fuck. Dr. Dibbles, thank you for the 25 gift subs. Let's go. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was like, this is the best time to come back to Twitter. This is when it'll be the most fun. Because you haven't seen anything what happened yet, Chelsea. There's this Cheeto in the White House. Did you hear about that? He's the guy after Obama. Maya, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Let's go. Yeah, I haven't felt and Molemel, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, hype train. We'll go to the lizard in a second, but I just want to explain this. I will do it now while I'm explaining it. I haven't felt a joy like this. That's too loud. I haven't felt a joy like this since I think Nevada. Level 4 already. Poggies. I am glowing. It really was just like, it was Nevada, I think, that like there was this like happiness about the world. And I haven't felt it since then. Because, you know, right after that, Bernie ate shit, you know, Biden won, and then COVID happened, and there was just nothing, there was no real, like, happy news. And it's important to highlight that, like, I don't think anything, like, fruitful will come out of this insofar as, like, bettering people's lives. Maybe Biden will win more. Like, that's the best thing that could possibly happen. Sarah Nicole Roberts, thank you for the gift sub. But there's something about it. There's this like, there's this gleefulness. Aegis, thank you for the 2 months.
Were barely even posters. All these Bezos bucks. I have simped with knows no limits.
Thank you, Cockmuncher. Oh, I missed that. How long did you sub for? Hold on. Thank you for the, where are you? Oh, the 10 months. Nice. Yeah, I'm back on Twitter. You can follow my Twitter. I love posting. I'm missing out on a family Among Us time to play Among Us with the streamer. Oh, we're not gonna do Among Us right now. We'll do it at some point. Sarah Nicole Roberts, thank you for the 100 bits. And Tulip, thank you for the tier 1. Maybe not today, I don't know, because we'll probably just be doing Trump stuff. There's a fucking Cheeto, and he's got coronavirus. I mean, it's so perfect, right? It's really so perfect. I haven't talked about it all on stream. I think that, like, the most on-the-nose, absurd thing that could happen, and it's like, you know, because history at this point, particularly American politics, is very absurd. It's on the nose. There's no, like, it's hard to satirize because it itself is so obviously absurd. Rena Ramon, thank you for the 200 bits. So, considering that, yeah, our RBGB died a week ago, oh my god. Considering that, the result of what's gonna happen is fairly obvious, right? Like, Trump's gonna screw up the corona thing, and then it's gonna, you know, a bunch of comorbidities gonna pass away. That being said, though, I think that the fact that it is the obvious result makes it less likely it's gonna happen. Mick Fitty's Biscuits, thank you for the 6 months. I'll go back to Twitter, thank you. There's a new meme delivery. Okay, we can watch that. But then also, I think maybe what this could be is the final, like, the Trump potentially dying from coronavirus would be the introduction of us really truly into the Trump era. Like, truly into it. And you know, you would say, like, well, if he's dead, it's not the Trump era. But, like, whatever Trump signified with his victory in 2016 is not going away. It's continuing. This is the new normal. Regardless of who wins the election. Kingfisher, thank you for the 100 bits. And so maybe predicting that Trump dies and then it happening is the first example of like us living in the post-Trump world for long enough that we understand how politics works in it. Like, it's the first introduction to that of like, oh, okay, we've lived here, you know, this is the obvious because politics is insane and this is how politics happens. Because it's been the new normal for so long, we're able to predict it. And then, you know, whatever absurd things happen in the next 4 years with the Biden presidency are a continuation of that absurdity.
What the fuck?
Does the Trump era have rules? Well, if I will say, if Trump dies, then it does have rules, and that you can predict it, and that, you know, it's absurd, it's on the nose, it's, you know, I guess the one difference, I don't know, can I say that? Probably not. So that's potentially, or, you know, what will happen is we think we understand what's going on. We think we're able to grasp sort of the historical development. And then there's a total reversal, and Trump makes it out totally fine in a week, and then he wins the presidency. And if that happens, then there is no rules. Then there are no rules, and it's impossible to interpret, and there's no point in even trying. Chelsea, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. So I think those are the possibilities, and we will really have to see what happens, right? Oh, what is this? Oh, he went to a Proud Boys rally, right? All gas, no brakes. Also, if you are not on my Discord, join it. Here it is. I'm actually getting this link so I can tweet it out. It'll ping you when I go live on Discord, because Twitch isn't the best. Sometimes it doesn't tell you. Oh, final hype train level, folks. 30 seconds left if you would like to contribute.
Do we like dick? Yes.
Discord. Yeah. So my best. Oh yeah, that was a good tweet. It was a funny tweet. I realized that was you, right?
Dick? Yes.
Rena Ramon, thank you for the 200 more bits. Call it a pipe train. I've been saying this quite a bit. Yeah. Okay, let's go over what's happened. This is cool. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Poggies. Lots of gift subs. Lots of subs. We love to see it, folks. 41 subs, Pog. Okay. This is cool. Don't cancel me for following Trump, I guess. Is that problematic? Yeah, that was like the DJ Keemstar had a tweet that was sort of like that, where it was like, technically, isn't China assassinating Trump if he dies?
The best part of Trump getting
It's the
COVID
same
was
level.
you coming back to Twitter.
We love to thank you. Well, I love to hear that. I mean, Keemstar is he's just asking questions, folks. Keemstar, I'll mute this because there's a bunch of, Keemstar is such a particular, type of moron. Like, he's such a special type of moron that only comes about like once in a generation. Because there's general, like, you know, people are stupid and it's boring, you know, but the way in which Keemstar is stupid is truly special. It's truly something that like cannot be replicated. New philosophy. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. We can watch that too. Have I bookmarked a couple things? Oh no, I guess I haven't. Yeah, I'm back on Twitter if you want to follow my Twitter. It's like Liv posting. You gonna change the Twitter command? I guess I will. Because like all of this is so perfect, right? I feel like there's so much to say. I've had so many thoughts in the last from our future president. Absolutely. I mean, that is actually the least decipherable reality. Because if that happens, then I'll just give up trying to analyze American politics, particularly electoral politics. Like if Trump dies and then Pence wins, I will have nothing to say to you guys. Meta Breet, thank you for the 7 months. I said Breet. Meta Brett. Damn, my bad. I feel bad. My bad. How do I pronounce it? Have you told me this already? My favorite part about this is also that it's a Reagan quote. This is a real tweet from him. I've often said there's nothing better for the inside of a man than the outside of a horse. Such a cool tweet, dude. Hopix fan cam, that's cool. Yeah, I mean that's. I think I've seen this one. It's so cool that like, I mean, so many people in the White House have COVID because of Hope. Like, so many people. They could have, like, the idea that they might not have control of the Senate now, or that they might not have access to the Senate, because there's like, it's been like temporarily shut down because of COVID stuff, and like the only thing they had to do was just wear a fucking mask. That's all that Republicans had to do, and they could have everything, and they couldn't do it. Is actually the funniest thing that's happened. It's so on the nose. We're getting to, what is that Matt Christman tweet from 2016, where it's like when Trump gets elected, he was like, "This is the most absurd event in American history, most absurd day in American history, which will subsequently be like one-upped by every other day in American history." That's definitely been the case, because late 2016 politics have been so absurd. They no longer have enough senators on the Judiciary Committee to bring a nominee to the floor to vote. Yeah, right. Which will probably only be the case for like a month, right? It's a 10-10 tie now, which will probably only be the case for like a month, right? I don't even think they're allowed to show up sick. I mean, fucking maybe they are. But I did tweet I was live and realized, 2 GOP senators in the Judicial Committee tested positive. But yeah, so I mean, maximum that's like, 3 weeks, right? But the idea that like this is throwing a genuine monkey wrench in their plans to like, ruin the world and make it worse than it already is funny. I will say, like, this is most of the joy gained from this event is like pure spite, which is cool. It's fine to be spiteful sometimes. And like there isn't much that could possibly lead to this making the world better. But it's still, it's just funny, and I feel great, and I feel genuinely great. And I haven't been this happy about politics again since like Nevada. I forgot what it's like to be happy about things that are happening. And it's it's cool. Oh yeah. This is what's happening in Canada. Leslie Lewis, there's a socialist coup unfolding in Canada, which is based, and I believe her and I trust her. Leslie Lewis is a black woman. She's never been wrong. In case you don't know, she was one of the candidates for the Conservative nominee, and she was like anti-abortion. But yeah, I hope this happens. That would be cool. Green Party announcement, I guess. Yeah, because that's tonight. I mean, I wouldn't. The Green Party is sort of a meme in Canada, so I wouldn't care too much about it. But alas, she's a big social conservative. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the roster for the people that COVID is infected is like, where is it? There was a photo of it. I first name Liv, last name posting, will play Oblivion on stream again. Absolutely, I will do that. You didn't need to do the 40,000 simp points or whatever for me to read that. I will genuinely do that. Trump will come back. I mean, another thing to think about, if Trump dies, the QAnon conspiracies are going to be crazy. There's going to be like individual acts of violence by like Q people. 100%. They're going to go and like, because, they're going to think the deep state did it. And that's going to be, I guess, I mean, the individual acts of violence is going to be bad. It dies with him. No, it does not. The QAnon conspiracy does not die with him. No, you could not be more wrong. What happens is Trump gets voted out, and then they say like, oh, I guess Trump wasn't the chosen one to defeat the shadow cabal deep state. I guess, or maybe Trump was a plant. We got to find the actual chosen one. If Trump dies, he'll be the first Q martyr. Yes. If there isn't already, I mean, Flynn is sort of a Q martyr, even though he's still alive. QAnon existed despite Trump. Yes, that's a better way of putting it, actually. Are the data walks convinced Biden will win? I think so. Oh yeah, that's good. That's absolutely correct. The Great Q Civil War between those who believe he was assassinated by the deep state and those who believe he faked his own death. Sort of a Tupac Cuba situation. Yes, absolutely. That's gonna be. I mean, yeah, QAnon is just gonna fracture. And again, I think I had that tweet. I'll put on notice. Like it's very like the one thing you will notice about QAnon accounts and the way they post is like they are very, very happy. There is such a bliss to being a Q person. And I don't know what it is. I think their worldview is very comforting because it's like it'll inevitably they'll take over the deep state will fail and then we'll have the utopia afterwards. Sort of the bliss you have in like a suicide cult, I guess, or some sort of doomsday cult. And it also relates though to like the meaning making process and how rewarding it feels to like be able to choose your own reality. Speaking of, let's look at fucking where's this video? It's a photo. I genuinely like. I don't know if this is. This is a fruitless discussion. This was what yesterday. A photo from walking. That's not Trump. That's not Trump. I'm sorry. That's supposed to be Trump walks out of the White House. That is not Trump. It's a decoy or something. He's walking so normally. His center of mass is like this. It's not like his center of mass isn't like in front of him when he walks. That's not the Cheeto. Also, he's not thick. The body double they're providing for the Cheeto is I guess because it's
Millions of dollars,
it's
dollars.
oh, is this the inshallah thing? So I guess Iowa series? I don't fucking know, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't believe that's Trump though. I personally do not. I'm becoming a Q person, but just on the left. But yeah, no, I look, I'm not the only one. It's not just me. I'm blue Q. I'm red Q. But like red in the other way. He had to give up his ass for COVID? Damn. I mean, I guess I should pay some respect for his ass. Becoming Q-like is all that's left. I do believe that like if there is class consciousness in America and it develops, it'll be some weird like syncretic mystic like movement that probably won't brand itself as directly socialist. Something like that. That's like weirdly Q-like in relation to that it's like this sort of meaning making, meaning creating, like medium of understanding that isn't probably scientific or very specifically rational. We just gotta, and it's gonna be spiritual, absolutely. Anyways, I mean, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It's like the Q discussions, right? AOC is giving us the signal. Yes, no, it's AOC that's secretly a Marxist-Leninist. And she's going to take over, and she's been dropping hints. She's been dropping hints about that. If you look at the first letter of all her last tweets, it spells out Lenin was right. Do they say it's supplemental oxygen in the White House? Yes, it is the fact that he went to the hospital is relatively significant. because they have a mini, they have like a doctor and a mini like hospital at the White House. So that does mean something. It could be a Boris thing, because Boris was moved to like the emergency room to just be ready if he needed it. But it seems like, oh, what is that? I wish I could just pull up this tweet. The tweet about the White House staffers who were like reporting that Trump was like, am I gonna end up like one of his friends died of COVID in April, and he was like constantly worried about it. I can't remember their name. Like he's very afraid, you can tell. And I believe he has trouble breathing and he has a high fever. Not Herman Cain, no, it was in April. Something that is funny is all of the tweets that the Cain gang, do they still call it that? They literally do. Have been tweeting out. The mission continues. The news at this point couldn't be much better than this. And then that doctor leaking that actually Trump has had COVID for like 72 hours, and this was like, what, a day ago? So he's had it for a while, and they knew he had it, but they were being quiet about it and not telling people. Or the doctor didn't leak it, they accidentally said it. He's a super spreader. Trump is a super spreader. Although I think that it's more that Hope is a super spreader than Trump. But I mean, considering how many fucking like people in the White House and like the Senate or like Republicans have it, that all of them pretty much don't give a fuck and don't wear masks. Masks are still not mandatory in the White House. I mean, it's like, I feel like I'm dreaming, right? All of this doesn't feel really real. I can't grasp it properly. New Renegade cut. Okay, I mean, all of these we can watch at some point. I want to watch. I mean, the Trump stuff is the most important stuff that we're watching, obviously. Let's see this.
In a dusty open field.
I want to see the Trump supporters and how they feel. Do they think it's fake?
Of Phoenix,
Probably
the tent
not.
is packed with Trump 2020 t-shirts, ball caps, bumper stickers, you name it. At the Trump Patriot pop-up store, the morning after.
Oh, that
Donald
Brett
Trump
Weinstein tweet is so awesome. I think he's on my block list or something. No, I'll unblock him. Americans rooting against their president's health makes about as much sense as betting big on a chess tournament in which you plan to play pawns against monarchs. Like, it's like someone read Nietzsche, but had like the mental condition of like Nietzsche after he saw that, like, after he had that like breakdown and needed to be taken care of by his family. Like, it's Nietzsche trying to do his like aphorisms after he was like, I don't know what he had. I think it was syphilis. Some like syphilitic brain, yeah. It doesn't make any sense. It's awesome. Nietzsche after he hugged the horsey. Yes.
tested positive for COVID. Business is booming.
I bought a t-shirt and 2 tank tops.
Michelle Simpkins tells us Trump's gonna be just fine. He'll get past COVID, she says.
Does this change your thinking about Trump in any way?
No. I'm still voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, all
That
these
will not
people
change.
still love Trump.
No. He's done so much for the public, for the people.
Oh yeah,
He is not racist. He's turned the economy around. He's turned the recession around.
With the
all
election
these
now just
people
a
are
month
still-
away, the battleground state of Arizona has become a focal point. Historically Republican, for weeks, Joe Biden has held a slim but steady lead in the polls here. Today, word of Trump's illness seemed to harden the resolve of Trump supporters.
I mean, these types of Trump supporters will support him. Like, if Trump dies and it's Pence, they will cross out Pence on the ballot and spoil their ballot and write in Trump or some shit.
Even
like,
today, shopping without masks, as if in solidarity. convinced Trump will see this
Big Blow
through.
Close Matter
And
protest in
all
Arizona.
the
Oh, cool.
talk the president's
good.
failed to lead on COVID, nonsense.
The Democrats are spewing their garbage about, oh, he failed us, oh, he did. Well, excuse me. When this virus broke out, China's the one to blame. China is the one, not the president, that brought this here.
I think he'll come out of it just fine. I
That's
still
just
think
what
he's a
Trump
much
says,
stronger,
right,
healthier
in the
person than a
rallies.
Joe Biden.
In
He's
nearby
folks. He's with it. He is the eternal president. It's like Kim Il Sung in North Korea, which is a fucking stupid analogy.
Hey,
But
from the Trump
he is the
merchandise.
eternal president for them.
Evidence Arizona is indeed no longer a lock for Republicans. There's sympathy for Trump on a certain level, but recognition, all those rallies promoting going maskless clearly comes with a price Trump himself is now paying.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean-
100%. Not only did he take this risk, he encouraged.
The only thing that matters right now are like swing voters. If you're worried about like how this affects the election, if you still think American electoral politics is real and not like a mirage, and not like the people in the cave, in Plato's cave, attempting to discern meaning and value out of all of the like shadows, all this will do will just push away
his
undecided voters to Trump.
constituents to take the same risk.
I mean, it looks bad. People were
he-
saying that Trump was faking it, which is objectively at this point, with all that's come out, like impossible. It couldn't have happened. What was I saying?
through his rallies, or
It's a
just
good
telling
algorithm,
them
thank you. It
alternative
is.
ways that were unproven to cure the virus.
Say Trump critics today
All this will do will push away undecided.
here and elsewhere. The hard truth
Oh, sorry. But like, there's no reason. That's what I was saying. There's no reason Trump would fake this. It would not benefit him at all.
is,
What does the mask say? Oh, I don't know. It's
say
some
Trump critics today here and elsewhere. The hard truth is he had it coming. No one wishes ill on anyone else, but they say it's a reminder on this issue and others.
Yeah, I
It's time for someone else in the White House.
yeah. I mean, the you shouldn't care much about whether people like want him dead or whatever, because it doesn't matter. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not
Paul Hunter,
affecting
CBC
the...
News, Scottsdale, Arizona.
It's just so indicative. Again, this will only hurt him, right? It shows he has it so not under control that the plague literally affects the White House in a very large degree. Yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, Trump getting coronavirus is the only logical thing that could have happened in terms of like how history works, how American politics goes forward. It's the only logical thing that could come about, but it's so obvious that it's like you don't count for it. They should impeach. They should do this, by the way. They should unironically do impeachment shit in the Senate, because it'll block anything else from going through the Senate, so that there's at least less of a chance that ACB could get through. That's like the unironic good thing that the Democrats should do. It would also be funny, I think. Yeah. Anyways. Too bad they're cowards, I guess. This is the and this isn't the moment. I'm glad that you. When was this? I remember this. 9 days ago. No, it probably wasn't. The kitchen sink. Thank you for the tier 1. I'm pretty sure this isn't it, but because it was 9 days ago. But I remember this. This girl who they just don't have masks on, just like screaming in the face of Donald Trump. Screaming in his face. It's like, oh, that's awesome. That's great. He dances like the song. It's like, this is how you get coronavirus, by the way. In terms of interacting with humans, the odds of getting COVID. They all, as he's coming, they remove their masks and yell at him how much they love him. It's like because they force them to wear masks, I think, in the back. Because you can see these guys don't have masks. So it's like, okay, well, the people in the back, we'll give them like mega masks and say they have to wear them. Because not that many people have masks to say mega on. It's like given out by the... Did I say... The rally or whatever. Maybe I didn't say it here, but I think I said, like, if he gets coronavirus soon, we just witnessed him do it. But, like, how has he not gotten it yet is the question. It's a miracle he hasn't gotten it yet. Like, we might have just witnessed him get it. Like, the odds... I don't know, dude. Does anyone, you know, have any lottery numbers they would like me to enter in? Any, you know, just... Does anyone want to know how the election's gonna go? Sadly, that was 9 days ago. So, I don't think technically. But that's very funny. Yeah, someone clip that. Subs for lottery ticket numbers. Yes. More like you posting. It worked. I guess I was right. This is not technically wrong. Especially because the reason why Trump actually got it was from Hope Hicks, and the reason Hope got it was like, I think it was Trump literally said it was like soldiers that gave her it, right? He was complaining. He blamed the troops for Hope getting coronavirus because he was like, they love you so much, they come up to you and they like yell in your face, and they don't have a mask on, and it's like, I'm so glad that you love me, but like you're gonna give me coronavirus. And it is the exact same phenomenon that literally gave him the coronavirus. So I was wrong, but I wasn't wrong. It's impossible to track all the injections. That's true. He's had it for like 3 or 4 days though. So I think they wouldn't be able to. I'm a part of the QAnon conspiracy. I guess I am. Clearly I know what's happening. That's very funny. Trump will live, but Chris Christie will die as a consolation prize. Yeah, because Chris Christie isn't like important enough for them to like
pipeline.
For them to like put all of the experimental like cocktail stuff and treatments on, so he doesn't get all the like rich good treatments. He's been symptomatic for 3 to 4 days. I mean, maybe we literally did just watch him get it. I don't know, bro. Someone give me the numbers on that. He already had it on Tuesday. Yes, they were late to the debate to avoid being tested. Very cool.
Predicting.
Thank you for the 4 months. I've been saying this. It keeps getting better. It keeps getting better, folks. There's nothing I could say. Refuses to say if he's recently been tested. I mean, the idea 7 days more likely, more around the ACB. I mean, it's not impossible that was literally what gave it to him. Technically, if it was 9 days ago, the incubation period can last a while. It was the SCOTUS nomination ceremony. Look at the pick of all the... Oh, that's true. It probably was. Yeah. Right. Yeah. There was that tweet that said that Trump didn't get tested before the election or before the debate because he arrived late, and they did like honor system of like, you promised to get tested. I mean, it's so poetic. You couldn't, and it's important to highlight, obviously, Mitch McConnell is like the true, like, mastermind, so to speak. I haven't watched all Gas No Breaks. We will watch it at some point. The true mastermind behind like insane Republican, the insane Republican politics post 2008, where a bunch of Republicans wanted to just like work with Obama and sort of like give up power. There's this mini crisis, and he was one of the people who led the charge of like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to work with him at all. Not that, you know, Obama did much, I guess. I mean, Medicaid was good. The White House has not responded to any query on whether there was an anesthesiologist at today's press conference. If Trump does not need and will not need any medical assistance with his breathing. At today's press conference, I'm aware that there are a number of possible reasons. Was there a press conference today? I guess it was the what's her name? Kaylee? And whichever absurd spelling, there's like 7 vowels in that fucking name. Let's look at that. Let's watch that. That was, which one? I googled press conference, White House press conference. That should be interesting. The last one was 2 days ago. They're all hugging, and I'm gonna say, was it ACB? They were all hugging. Yeah, ACB might have it. The doctors lied through the entire thing. Yes. Oh, is a doctor? Can someone link it to me? Maybe Trump. Oh yeah, right. The doctors at a press conference. Right. Here it is. Here are like. Yeah, so they fucked this up, didn't they? There's a shit ton of details that are inconsistent, and then one of them said that he's been having symptoms for 72 hours. We can watch it. I mean, this is like the summary, right? Is there volume on here?
I'd like to introduce.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Dr. Sean Conley, physician to the president. This morning, I'd like to start by first sharing that the president and first lady.
So this is
grateful.
This is all like bullshit. You cannot take this.
The enormous outpouring of support and prayers that the whole world
seriously
and country have been providing and sharing. I'd like to thank Colonel Andrew Barr.
Oh,
and all the
ACB is
medical and
negative.
support
Okay.
staff here at Walter Reed for their tireless efforts, providing everything and anything the medical team, the president, and I could need. This morning, the president is doing very well.
Very great, folks.
Behind me are some of the members of the president's medical team.
Another thing, by the way, if he's doing really poorly, he's not going to be tweeting. That's the metric, I think. Someone was saying that he's going to tweet on his he would like tweet on his deathbed if he could, but I don't think so. I think if he's really out of it, he doesn't have the capacity to tweet, nor does he have access to his phone. If he's doing okay, he has access to his phone and he can watch Fox News or whatever.
Dr. Sean Dooley, pulmonary critical care.
There are tweets coming out, but I wonder if they are Trump. That's the thing. Oh, here's one. Okay. There was just a video. Like what? When was this? Oh, it was in a minute?
Professionals, the doctors, the nursing center. I think it's the finest in the world.
This is some top tier deepfake tech.
For the incredible job they've been doing. I came here, wasn't feeling so well. I feel much better now.
There's literally no way that's possible.
Get me all the way back.
I'm sorry.
I have to be back because we still have to make America.
He had a high fever yesterday.
Great again. We've done an awfully good job of that, but we still have steps to go, and we have to finish that job. And I'll be back. I think I'll be back soon. And I look forward to finishing up the campaign the way it was started and the way we've been doing and the kind of numbers that we've been doing. We've been so proud of it. But this was something that happened, and it's happened to millions of people all over the world, and I'm fighting for them.
Yeah, unless Trump holds up today's newspaper, I don't believe this is...
Not just in the U.S. I'm fighting for them all over the world. We're going to beat this coronavirus, or whatever you want to call it, and we're going to beat it soundly. So many things have happened.
The script was leaked?
You look at the therapeutics, which I'm taking right now, some of them, and others are coming out soon that are looking like Frankly, they're miracles. If you want
That's
to
a
know the
Walter
truth,
Reed
they're
Hall.
miracles.
Okay.
People criticize me when I say that, but we have things happening that look like they're miracles coming down from God. So I just want to tell you that I'm starting to feel good.
That's not
we
a
don't know
look.
over
I'm
the
not
next period of a
genuinely
few days. I
suggesting
guess
it's a
that's
deep
the real
fake.
test.
All right.
So we'll be seeing what
It doesn't
happens
matter,
over
by the
those
way.
next
This is
next
all for
couple of
fun.
days. I just want to be so thankful for all of the support I've seen, whether it's on
You gotta.
television or reading about
All of
it.
this is about having fun.
I most of all
None of this has any
appreciate what's
effect on
been
people's
said
lives.
by the American
It's
people,
all entertainment.
by almost a bipartisan consensus of American people. It's a beautiful thing to see, and I very much appreciate it, and I won't forget it. I promise you that. I
That's
also
my
want to
take.
thank
If Trump doesn't hold up in this video, I won't believe it's from today. I spelled believe wrong.
the leaders of the world for
That's it. It's a
their condolences, and they know what we're going through. They know what, as your leader, what I have to go through. But I had no choice because I just didn't want to stay in the White House. I was given that alternative.
I was getting
Stay in the
cabin
White
fever.
House, lock yourself in. Don't ever
I was getting
leave.
cabin
Don't
fever.
even
You
go to the
literally.
Oval Office. Just stay upstairs and enjoy it. Don't see people. Don't talk to people, and just be done with it. And I can't do that. I had to be out front, and this is America. This is the United States. This is the greatest country in the world. This is the most powerful country in the world. I can't be locked up in a room upstairs and totally safe and just say, hey,
You have
whatever
coronavirus.
happens. I can't do that. We have to confront problems. As a leader, you have to confront problems. There's never been a great leader that would have done that. So that's where
What
it
do you
is.
mean?
I'm doing well. I want to thank everybody. Our First Lady is doing very well. Melania
Pray
asked
for
me to
Melania.
say something
Hashtag pray
as
for
to
Melania.
the respect that she has for our country, the love that she has for our country. And we're both doing well. Melania is really handling it very nicely. As you've probably read, she's slightly younger than me, just a little tiny bit. And therefore, just we know the disease, we know the situation with age versus
Except Trump is like his vitality puts him in the 20 to 40 range.
younger people. And Melania is handling it statistically like
He's
it's supposed
Trump
to
is
be
a
handled.
natural athlete.
And that makes me very happy, and it makes the country very happy. But I'm also doing well, and I think we're going to have a very good result. Again, over the next few days, we're going to probably know for sure. So I just want to thank everybody out there, everybody, all over the world, specifically the United States. The outpouring of love has been incredible.
This is
I will
not a
never
Cheeto.
forget. Thank you very much.
He's not orange. Fake. Deep fake technology. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? It's interesting how we didn't get any like videos from Boris at all when he was sick. Right? There was no videos of him.
Dr. Brian Garibaldi, pulmonary critical care. Dr. Robert Browning, pulmonary critical care. Dr. Jason Blaylock, infectious disease. Dr. Wes Campbell,
That's actually Barron,
infectious disease.
yeah.
Dr. John Hodgson, anesthesia. Major Kurt Klein, Army nurse. Commander Megan Nazareth.
I can tell by the way he
Navy
walks in that old
Lieutenant
video that it's a
Juliana
very Slavic
Levopa, Navy nurse.
step pattern.
Lieutenant Commander
which
John
is classic
Shea,
Barron.
clinical pharmacist. And not present with us are Lieutenant Beth Carter, Lieutenant Maureen Meehan, both Navy nurses, and Dr. Jesse Schonow, Director of our Executive Medicine Program.
Hey Colin, how's it going?
As reported yesterday,
Forrest was in a bad
consultation with
state,
this
yes.
group, I recommended we bring the president up to Walter
Slavic
Reed
step pattern,
as
yes,
a
I would
precautionary
know.
measure to
It's how I
provide
walk.
state-of-the-art monitoring and any care that he may need. Just 72 hours into the diagnosis now, the first week of COVID, and in particular days 7 to 10, are the most critical in determining the likely course of this illness. At this time, the team and I are extremely happy with the progress the president has made.
So we
Thursday,
shouldn't
he had a
believe
mild
any
cough
of
and some
this,
nasal
right?
congestion and fatigue,
Like it's all
all of which
potentially
are now
lie.
resolving and improving.
So he said 72 hours there?
To this illness. At this time, the team and I are extremely happy with the progress the president has made. Thursday, he had a mild cough and some nasal congestion and fatigue, all of which are now resolving and improving. At this time, I'd like to bring up Dr. Dooley to discuss some of the specifics of the president's care.
Kangaloo, thank you for the 2 months.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sean Dooley, as Dr. Conley mentioned. I'll start off by mentioning what an incredible, how incredibly proud I am of our medical team assembled behind me, and the honor it's been to care.
When did
for
they
the
mention he had it
president
for
over
3
the
days?
last, 24
Because
hours
that's
here at
very
Walter
funny.
Reed. He's receiving outstanding multidisciplinary care, the state of the science for coronavirus infection. We are monitoring him very closely for any evidence of complications from either the coronavirus illness
right there.
or
Let's see.
Multidisciplinary care, the state of the science. Start off by mentioning what an incredible, how incredibly proud I am of our medical team.
Oh, it was the first guy who said it. In the beginning? Oh,
the
fuck.
honor it's been to care for.
He had a mild cough and some nasal congestion with the progress the president has made.
Streamer brain.
Thursday, he had a mild cough and some nasal congestion.
Thursday. Okay.
Fatigue.
That's 2 days.
All of which are now resolving and improving.
Yeah, but you don't get symptoms on the first day you have
At this
it, right?
time, I'd like to bring up Dr. Dooley to discuss some of the specifics of the president's care.
It's right at the beginning? Okay, whatever.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sean Dooley, as Dr. Conley mentioned.
This is this prepared? How did they fuck that up then? Like, he's reading from something, isn't he?
Position of the President and First Family, First Lady, extremely grateful for the enormous outpouring of support and prayers that the whole world and country have been providing and sharing. I'd like to thank Colonel Andrew Barr and all the medical and support staff here at Walter Reed for their tireless efforts, providing everything and anything the medical. Behind me are some of the members.
Okay.
Dr. Sean Dooley, Pulmonary Critical Care. Dr. Brian Garibaldi, Pulmonary Critical Care. Dr. Robert Browning, Pulmonary Critical Care. Dr. Jason Blaylock, Infectious Disease. Dr. Wes Campbell, Infectious Disease. Dr. John Hodgson, Anesthesia. Major Kurt Klein, Army Nurse. Commander Megan Nasworthy, Navy Nurse. Lieutenant Juliana Levopa, Navy Nurse. Lieutenant Commander John Shea, Clinical Pharmacist. And not present with us are Lieutenant Beth Carter, Lieutenant Maureen Meehan, both Navy nurses, and Dr. Jesse Schoenau, Director of our Executive Medicine Program. As reported yesterday, in consultation with this group, I recommended we bring the President up to Walter Reed as a precautionary measure to provide state-of-the-art monitoring and any care that he may need. Just 72 hours into the diagnosis now, the first...
That rocks, dude. And that was from today? That rocks. I love
week
that.
of COVID, and in particular...
That fucking rocks, man.
He's in exceptionally good spirits, and in fact, as we were completing our multidisciplinary rounds this morning, the quote he left us with was,
yes,
I feel like I could walk out
that
of
rocks.
here today. And that
this
was a very
morning, so that's fucking...
comment from the president.
Yeah, at least Wednesday.
Moving forward, I'll go ahead and introduce Dr. Garibaldi, who will
that's
talk
the
about some of our
diagnosis,
therapeutics
right?
and the plan for plan of care for today.
So they knew he had it before fucking Hope did.
Thank you, Dr. Dooley, and I'd like to echo the sentiment from the entire team. What a honor and a privilege it is to be
we watched
part of
the
this
video. We just
multidisciplinary
did.
unit to care for the president. About 48 hours ago, the president received a special antibody therapy directed against the coronavirus, and we're working very closely with the company to monitor him. In terms
Wait,
of
at 105, apparently in the new video, he almost coughed. Someone said. Let me check this out.
Therapeutics, which I'm taking right now, some of them, and others are coming out soon.
I don't know.
And we're going to beat it soundly. So many things have happened.
I mean, all they had to do is
look
get
at
one
the
fucking.
Therapeutics, which
oh, he
I'm
does.
taking
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. Okay, I saw that. I saw that.
And we're going to beat it soundly. So many things have happened.
Which makes sense. He has
If you
COVID.
look at the
He has a fever.
therapeutics, which I'm taking right now. Some of
Shrimp fried dizzy. Thank you for the 100 bits.
them, and other.
Literally, all they need is like a single a single fucking 4-minute take in which he doesn't have
Those
symptoms.
are coming out soon that are looking like.
Jeff Tiedrich will like go on the lam. He's gonna do the what is that guy that like went to Alaska for like hitchhiking and there's a movie made about him? He's gonna do that. He's gonna like get rid of society.
That outcome.
Not the
Yesterday
Revenant guy,
evening,
no.
He received his first
Modern
dose
day.
of IV remdesivir, and our plan is to continue a 5-day
McCandles, I think that's it, yeah.
And the big plan for today, since he's in such great
Into the
spirits
wild,
and doing
yeah.
well, is to encourage him to eat.
Tiedrich is gonna go into the wilds.
To stay hydrated, to be up out of bed, and to be working and doing the things that he needs to do to get well. And I'll refer Dr. Connolly to any questions.
Thanks, Brian. It's important to note the president's been fever-free for over 24 hours. We remain cautiously optimistic.
That's not how that
but
works.
He's doing great.
Yeah, we can't.
With that, oh, one other note. It should be clear.
I'm
that,
just gonna assume literally everything they're saying is a lie. Hey, Lucid, how's it going?
He's got
like
plenty
everything.
of work to get done from the chief of staff, and he's doing it.
Everything except
With that, if
72
there's a
hours
couple
into the
questions
diagnosis.
about the president's health in the last couple days.
Sir, could you tell us the president's oxygen saturation level, please?
Yeah, so the last saturation that we had up walking around, he was about 96%.
He has not received any supplemental oxygen.
He's not on oxygen right now. That's right.
He has not received any at all.
He's not needed any this morning today at all. That's right.
This morning today.
Do you have an estimated date when he might be discharged?
Well.
Yeah, no, they emphasized right now he has not received any this morning today.
On that, he's doing so well, but with a known course of the illness.
It is so funny that just like American like social political institutions are so undemocratic and lack so much transparency that like you can't have like a
7 to 10
independent doctor's report
really
on the president's health.
About the inflammatory phase 2.
Like that idea is
given that we provided some of these advanced
the guy the
therapies
doctor's
so early in
lying?
the course, a little bit earlier than most of the patients we know and follow. It's hard to tell where he is on that course, and so every day we're evaluating: does he need to be here? What does he need? And where's he going?
I'm sure the years of literally eating fish fillets for McDonald's every fucking day
That he will need supplemental
are like doing great.
oxygen going
I'm sure he's doing great.
I don't want to put a percentage on that, but right now all indicators are that.
What if he's already dead? Damn.
That he'll remain off of oxygen going forward.
Fish delight, folks.
In terms of like blood clots, pneumonia, bacterial
Oh yeah, that was the weirdest. I got back on. I guess that's a good reminder of what Twitter is. That I was pointing out that Donald Trump's diet is very bad. Had no reference even to his weight at all. And that's like, if he's 74, that's very bad for him. And apparently that's fat phobia.
There's the risk on that front.
And like I made a very specific attempt to not, because there isn't technically a direct correlation between weights and comorbidities for COVID. There are things related to like obesity, which is like that are more common for people who are obese, like heart issues and diabetes, etc.
Well, we know.
But if you're like skinny and you eat fish fillet every day and you're 74, you're going to have those same comorbidities. Mr. Too Damn Clippy, thank you for continuing your gift sub.
That all of them are risks associated with this condition. He is receiving all of the standard of care and beyond.
Yes, eating
per
fish fillet
routine.
literally every day. It's also absurd. Like, it's also absurd for specifically Trump to do it because he's rich. He could eat anything he wanted every day, but he loves McDonald's.
International COVID protocols. So we're monitoring for all of that, but at the moment, there's no cause for concern.
You said he's fever-free now. What was his fever when he had one, sir?
I'd rather not give any specific numbers, but he did have a fever Thursday into Friday. And
He was low
since
and then it
Friday
was
morning,
high.
he's had none.
Okay. And what was the date?
That's a miracle, isn't it? He had a low fever on Thursday night, and then a high one on Friday, and it's just gone on Saturday?
I'm sorry?
Why remdesivir on top of the antibodies?
So remdesivir works a little bit differently
Reported
than
at
the antibodies.
103.
We're maximizing
Yeah, he is a fever right
all
now. They're lying.
aspects of his care, attacking this virus, multi-pronged approach. As the president, I didn't want to hold anything back. If there was any possibility that it would add value to his care and expedite his return, I wanted to take it. And the team agreed, and that's where we proceeded.
Doctor, what was the date of the president's last negative test?
I'm not going to get into all the testing going.
They could be
back.
controlling the fever, I guess.
But he and all the staff.
But why would you? Why would you want to control the fever? Just to say like he doesn't have one? Because a fever, unless it's like really high, is like your body fighting the virus.
Routinely are tested, and so.
Doctor, what is the PPE protocol for President Trump receiving visitors and doctors?
It's the same as any hospital has. We have an area
HIPAA
that's
protects doctor-patient
confidentiality. You put your equipment
Right.
on, and then beyond that,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
everybody is fully gowned up, masked,
right.
gloves. We're protecting ourselves and him.
Have you done a screen? Has there been any sign of any lung damage whatsoever?
We are following all of that. We do daily ultrasounds. We do daily lab work. The team's tracking all
So
of it.
basically, this press conference, any actual important information they're not gonna say, and then they're just like.
Has there been any sign of damage, sir?
I'm not going to go into
everything else they're lying
specifics
about.
on what the findings of
If
any
we
of
just
that
put you down
are.
on one thing, has he ever been on supplemental oxygen?
Right now he is not on
I
oxygen.
know you keep saying
That's
right now, but should we read into the fact that he had been previously?
Yesterday and today he was not on oxygen.
Yesterday and
So
today.
he has not been on it during his COVID treatment. Is that accurate?
He's not on oxygen right now.
Has hydroxychloroquine been considered as a viable treatment option for the president?
We discussed it. He asked about it.
Of course he asked about it.
And
Doctor,
what symptoms? Has he also experienced difficulty breathing?
No, he has not. Never did. He had a little cough. He had the fever. More than anything, he's.
So here's like, I guess actual like sources from inside. Heart palpitations, negative side effects. Oh, of the antibody treatment. Fever reached 103. Yeah, I mean that doesn't go away. If you have a fever at 103 on Friday, you don't have no fever on Saturday, right? I'm not a doctor.
Who is handling contact tracing? Is that the White House or CDC?
The White House Medical Unit, in conjunction with.
You missed the best part.
collaboration with
Oh yeah, no, that he's gonna approve Melania. Yeah. That's awesome. That rocks. That's called girl power.
CDC and local state and health departments are conducting all contact tracing per CDC guidelines.
When was the positive diagnosis made? You said 72 hours. That would put that Wednesday.
Yeah, so Thursday afternoon, following.
Wait, I want to see his face.
Yeah.
When was the positive diagnosis made? You said 72 hours. That would put that Wednesday.
Yeah, so Thursday afternoon, following. Following the news of a close contact is when we repeated testing, and given kind of clinical indications, add a little bit more concern, and that's when late that night. We got the PCR confirmation.
Late that night, which is less than 48 hours.
Is there any clarity on how he became
Yeah, I guess doctors aren't good at lying like this.
infected?
Not going to go into that. As far as his care, it's irrelevant.
Or when he became infected?
Yeah, we're not going to go into that. We're just tracking his clinical course and providing the best care we can.
Will President Trump have to stay at Walter Reed to get
He did an in-person meet and greet with donors on Friday. That's amazing.
the 5-day remdesivir treatment?
That's incredible.
We discussed that.
You couldn't
right
make
now,
that shit up.
If he needs all 5 days,
I believe it because it's too
that will
absurd
likely
for
be the
you to have
course.
made it up.
But again,
That's
every
what
day we're reviewing with the team his needs for being here, and as soon as he gets to the point where it's not a requirement, he may still need some care. But if we can provide that downtown at the house.
Here it is. This is the tweet from before. And like, the White House aides they hired have no sense of loyalty to Trump whatsoever. A conversation with Republicans close to the White House over the last 2 hours indicates far more dire than White House has said. Before being taken to Walter Reed, Trump kept asking aides, am I going out like Stan Shira? Am I? Which is one of his friends that died of COVID in April. Yeah, I mean, look,
we will transition.
this is a different fucking world than this. It's a totally different
At
world.
that point, as long as it's
I mean, Trump is a baby, absolutely.
safe and appropriate, and the team agrees.
In addition to his weight, does he have any other risk factors that make him more at risk for sort of a severe case?
Well, not particularly. I mean, he's 74, he's male, and he is slightly overweight. Other than that, he's very healthy.
You're gonna cancel the
his cholesterol's
doctor.
great. His blood pressure's great. He's not on medication for that. He's up and active. You saw his activity, the days leading up to, the long hours and everything else. He's able to handle it.
Can you provide other vitals like heart rate, blood pressure, and temperature?
They will not.
So his heart rate is in the 70s to 80s.
Perfectly stable, normal.
His blood pressure has
Which was it the thing saying here, or was it this one? There was some tweet that I pulled up that said that he had heart palpitations on Friday.
where it's historically been during our physicals.
So that's like 70 heart rate is bullshit, right?
10 to 120 systolic. He's great. It's never budged. I've had no concerns there.
So why was the decision made to transfer him here?
Because he's the president of the United States.
And obviously, if doctors have found that the prone position is helpful for COVID, has he been in that at all?
No, he asked about that. He did, Thursday into Friday. He's been briefed by the task force and all the scientists for months, and he brought that up.
I think doctors
we
are
were
just bad at
discussing his
lying.
cough, and at that time, his oxygen levels were okay. And we didn't
Like they should have gotten fake doctors or something.
We need to do it. We came up here. We discussed it with the team as well.
Instead about doing a collab with No Name, I don't know how much you think my online presence, like how much of it can pull. I haven't, because I don't think No Name would respond to me if I asked her.
He's not needed any of that.
Why wasn't the First Lady admitted as well?
That's very nice of you to ask.
The First Lady's doing great. Thanks for asking. She has no indication for hospitalization, advanced therapy. She's convalescing at home. Thank you.
I'm going to try to pin you down one more time. I know you said there was no oxygen
Yeah, I'm
yesterday
not.
and today.
Yeah, he's not on oxygen
But did he receive
today.
Did he receive any on Thursday?
And he's what's today? Saturday.
Saturday.
What's
no,
today?
No, Thursday.
Okay, so no Thursday.
Not
no
Thursday.
That's fine. That was why we were confused.
Thursday, no oxygen, none at this moment. Yeah, and yesterday with the team, while
You
we
are
were
a man,
all
not a
here,
woman, and
he's
our
not
great
on
President Trump knows that too. You're right. Any trans people, I mean, I guess 4 messages. What else did you say? Oh, it held it, but I missed it. Okay. Oh no, he said that afterwards. Yeah, any trans people in the chat who are, I guess, thinking of voting for Trump.
Actually been admitted as a patient to this hospital.
The president is a patient at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center.
Is he on any steroids?
See?
Press, thank you.
Can you ask that
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Last question.
okay.
Thank you, John. Okay.
Yeah, that was a meme. That was a meme. That was literally nothing. I mean, it's funny because they should have just they should have dressed up like lawyers or something in the fucking, in like hospital gowns, because clearly doctors are not able to lie for the president. Clearly do not have the capacity to do so. Anyways. White House is not responding to my query. No, we already read this. Press conference does not need, will not be needing any mechanical assistance with his breathing. They didn't respond that he would need mechanical assistance. So clearly he's on oxygen. Or he was at some point. I mean, it's funny because the doctor, that dude kept prodding at the doctor about, has he ever been on oxygen assistance? And he was like, today he has not. Has he been on it yesterday? Yesterday and today he's not. Has he been on Thursday? Thursday, yesterday, and today he's not. Which is funny because if you're gonna lie, just fucking lie. Just if it's gonna come to that, just fucking yeah. So I guess it's cool that they're bad at lying. Yeah, what's gonna happen if is that bad if a doctor lies about that instead of just not answering? Is that some sort of malpractice? Oh, this is hilarious. I mean, it's so on the nose. You can't. He was laughing. Yes, he knew they knew. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make it up. It's absurd. I cannot comprehend it. He has COVID. It's like a death cult. I mean, how many of these people are like older? You can see some old guys. It's absurd. Anyways. What else is there? What other Cheeto stuff? For more 4 more days. Keck W. Your TikTok tweet attracted a bunch of fash. I mean, it got a bunch of likes, so that's not a surprise. That's funny. That was insane. Apparently one of the people, the girl, I can bring this tweet up. Hold on. The girl at the end who was saying like, I am a fascist, I'm a proud fascist, that was like satire? Oh, I mean, this is the funniest one. In 1933, Hitler appointed Hermann Goering Minister of Interior. His first orders were to defund and eliminate the police. And then, which is, he centralized and expanded the police. Yes, this is the face I make when, paleo-conservatives are pretty up. This is a paleo-conservative Stan account, which it's very funny to see like a 16-year-old girl who's like, yes, I'm a paleocon. It feels like there's only the only people who are paleocons are like guys who grew up during World War II and weren't allowed to say that they were fascists because there was a like association with fascism and like the Nazis who were like for American nationalists at that point viewed as not good. So they're like, no, I'm a paleocon. I'm not a fascist. And then this one is apparently satire, although I think it's sort of sus regardless. I think this person was interacting with right-wing people anyways, but I don't know. I mean, it's fine. If they were like actually, it's not like, yeah, they should be fine. I don't. Juju the Fasci. Anyways. Yeah, so I guess there were right-wing people that are mad. I mean, that's not a surprise. It got like 50,000 likes. Yeah, of course they will be. Alex Jones called himself a paleocon. That makes sense. That's about on the mark. Paleocons are like not like the split between neoconservatives and paleoconservatives is that paleoconservatives were too anti-Semitic to support Israel. Like they didn't like Israel for the anti-Semitic reason. It just to let you know, just to gauge for you the level of what paleocons are. Yes, it's also a diet. That's true. Well, it's reactionary. It's like we have to go back. That's what paleo is. This is bizarre. Kellyanne Conway's daughter. Her mom has COVID on TikTok. My mom is. This whole TikTok. I've been following a bit more recently. It's very strange. To listen to our idiot president. Master stupid. Infects the whole family. Yeah, this is all very strange. I mean, it's cool because it makes, it makes her mom Kellyanne look bad. But it is very bizarre that this happens. I mean, you know what? Good for her. People are like, oh, she isn't even a socialist. It's like, of course she's not. Listen to it. Which one? Oh, yeah,
guys,
it's
I'm
funny.
calling it now. I'm predicting it. This is going to be on Daily Mail. Tomorrow on Snapchat. Guys, I'm calling it now.
And this is like, I mean, she's also, doing it for clout or whatever.
This is going to be on Daily Mail. Tomorrow
But you know what? Of course she is.
on Snapchat.
Whatever.
Guys, I'm calling.
I can't judge her.
Why is the media so obsessed with everything a 15-year-old girl has to say? Like, ask me out already, CNN. Ask me out already, Fox News. Like, I'm
Yes, where's that?
That's suspicious. That's suspicious.
I mean, it's very funny. Not her getting COVID, but like just this existing.
That's suspicious.
Yeah. I mean, this is a person who turns into like a resistance lib when they're like 20. Because they're like, you know. But whatever. It's fine. Who gives a shit? It's very funny to watch. Let's see. White House Inner Circle. So these are people who have tested positive for COVID. And this is on Friday when they've still probably all had COVID. That is Kellyanne Conway's daughter, yes. It's White House Inner Circle, Melania, Reverend John Jenkins, Mike Lee, and then all of these fucking senators. I mean, it's literally a fucking super spreader event. I mean, like, there's nothing to say about it. I know I've been yelling about it for an hour and a half, but like, it's I don't have to tell you what's going on here. There's no analysis that I can add. It's all just there, which is like an example of like Trump era politics kind of moving into this sort of crescendo, this like even far more absurd than, and like, yeah, half of them don't have fucking masks on, even more absurd than like, 2016 politics when the Trump era sort of started, which makes me think, given that the results of this are super on the nose, absurd, and ridiculous, and just like very like there's no analysis that needs to be provided. Everything is clear. Smog Tunic, thank you for the tier 1. There's no like ideology that even needs to be uncovered. Everything is just explicit. Considering that the only logical thing that could happen is that Trump dies as a result of COVID, right? Like in terms of like how incredibly absurd and on the nose thing that has to happen, right? But then I think I was saying this before, but this is a better articulation of it. But that is like too predictable. So I think maybe because it's too predictable and Trump era politics is absurd and you can't like try to figure it out, that it won't happen. Or the other reality, so then it'll be fine, because like the most absurd thing that could technically happen is Trump recovers and then wins in a landslide in November. Or what happens is he does die and it is on the nose and we enter into the second stage of Trump era politics, which doesn't make sense technically because Trump would be dead, but a politic that is equally as absurd as before, but we've lived in it long enough that we can understand it and comprehend it. And we understand at least some semblance of how politics works. So those are the two results, I think. I mean, obviously there's the results of like, which is statistically the most likely result, which is Trump survives and then he loses the election. And I don't know what to say about that one. It seems like, again, what I feel like in terms of like rationally speaking, the fact that it's the most likely, because, you look at survival rates for someone of Trump's age, it's like, 95%. Considering that that's the most likely reaction, I don't think it's, or thing to happen, I don't think it's going to happen. Because from a rational perspective, Trump shouldn't have won the election in 2016. And from a rational perspective, everything the fuck that happened after that shouldn't have happened either. So I don't know. I mean, all this doesn't matter. Because it's going to happen regardless of what we say or think about it. It's sort of out of our hands. The only minor sort of thing that's in your hands is if you live in a battleground or swing state voting. But again, you still have a very insignificant effect to that. But yeah. Again, yeah, he had heart palpitations, which were possibly because of an antibody treatment. Again, the doctor press conference said that he had a normal heart rate, which doesn't seem to be the case at all, right? That's clearly not. He had like a heart rate of 70. If he's having heart palpitations and he has a 103 fever on, Friday, no, he doesn't. That's a lie. It's in Biden's hands. That's true, pretty much. I mean, Biden, this is the most easy mode fucking election ever. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's fucking just... It's just the layup from just everything that's fucking happening. Did Biden stop negative ads? I heard that. I think they're resuming them, aren't they? Yeah, that's like beyond parody, right? That is absurd that they would do that. They're still campaigning, at least. They're still campaigning. It's not, I don't know. That's still bad. Although I don't know, like we're saying this, and I was making these predictions about the debate before, and how cool it was that Biden was like, "Listen, Mac, you're fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up." But from my vague understanding of like undecideds, which is all that really matters for the debates, right? They didn't like that. So, I mean, maybe there's some like undecideds that wouldn't like character assassination if he's like in the hospital. That's the only thing I could think of. Because we're attempting to project onto what a voter would think. And I predict the undecided voters are very dissimilar to someone who's in this chat or is on live Twitter. I don't know. Who fucking knows? Biden is gonna do something stupid like suspend all his advertising. Cool. It wasn't all of it, right? It was just what's it called? It was just the negative Trump ones, which yeah, he still shouldn't do. That's still very stupid. They're gonna find some way to fuck it up or something. They fucked up 2016. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's what I do know is that Trump being in the hospital for corona definitely is very bad for him at this point in the election cycle. That's very not good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a good. I'll bet more $100 to first Walter Reed staffer that dresses up like Herman Cain and warns him that he's going to be visited by 3 ghosts tonight. Oh, green announcement in a few minutes? Oh shit, okay, let's look at that. This is Canadian politics. The Green Party. Can you fucking... They're announcing their new leadership. Greens are sort of a meme, so it doesn't matter too much. Like, unless the two, like, eco-socialists... One of them's explicitly an eco-socialist, one of them's, like, borderline. Hold on. Unless one of them...
This night, obviously, is an important one for Elizabeth
wins,
May.
It sort of doesn't matter.
Just a little while ago,
Greens aren't as much of a meme than they are in America.
Paul Manley, in fact, whom you just saw, presented that video. It included messages from former Prime Minister
Yes, I know there's
Paul
a new
Martin,
Gassner breaks. We'll get to it eventually.
And Brian Mulroney, very heartfelt messages by a number of Canadians. After that video presentation, Elizabeth May gave a speech.
Elizabeth May was the old
speech.
leader.
We'd like to play that
again,
for
sort
you
of
again,
like center-right
but with the proviso
politics.
that if we see the results, if we see party officials coming up to that podium, we'll have to drop out of that speech and go live to the podium. But here is what Elizabeth May
do this for a little
had to say about
second,
an hour ago,
just to see who wins.
at the podium here in Ottawa.
I also want to acknowledge that we're standing here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation, and again to say
That's a very
heartfelt
Canadian thing.
miigwech
That's not
for
particularly
extraordinary
woke.
hospitality
I mean, like
and generosity.
every party does that.
It's not
Land
the
acknowledgements.
convention we had planned, as Joanne just said, to be in a room with so few of our dearest friends. You will notice that I'm wearing the campaign button for my favorite candidate
Is it a
from
law? Oh, it might
2019.
be for-
You really shouldn't
yeah,
have
political stuff.
favorites, but I married this one. So we've had quite the adventure. My husband and I, we only got married on Earth Day 2019 and went through an election and now a pandemic. And the good news is we're still in love.
The
so
Greens
that's,
are like
that's good.
basically the lib
I am
economic policy,
deeply aware
which is like we'll just carbon tax
of the
away at
reality
global warming.
that although people talk about me as if I did all this stuff, it's not true. I'm part of a movement. I've always worked in that movement.
What
and that
land am I
movement is a
posting
movement
from?
for a better world.
Would I dox myself?
Some of those photos that went by in black and white, you might be wondering, what was that
Lands,
went by in black and white and looked like a little tiny girl sitting at a table with
Liv,
a bunch of,
stop.
well, with my mom.
Stop what,
That was
Rich?
actually my mother taking me to a press conference with her.
can't just say
I was
that about
basically a
nothing.
prop. I was there on behalf of all the innocent babies of the world who were being poisoned by atmospheric
We're gonna have a
nuclear
horrible
weapons
time if
testing.
Trump dies. We're gonna have a
And
horrible
my mother
time
was
regardless of what
launching a
happens.
lawsuit internationally
Trump's
against
well-being has
the
really
US,
no
the UK,
immediate effect
and
on
Russia,
people's lives.
the USSR at the time, along with 17 Nobel laureates.
I guess it's
So
better
that
for
little-
Biden
it
to
just
win
gives you
more,
one
but like
sense
none of this is about
that I grew up in a
everyone else's
household
well-being.
where
It's about
we were
content.
taught
That's literally
from the
it.
very earliest age
It's-
that
there's
if you
no-
see something, if you see an injustice, you say something. I remember my mother still has it in a scrapbook of the first letter I
May
ever
always
wrote
rambles.
to a
I don't
president
like
of the
May.
United States
She's annoying.
about seeing the abuse of the little black children in Selma, Alabama, when they were bused into school.
Her
We were
politics
raised
are
from
not
the
very good.
very earliest age to know
And she's like been
that
really
one person
sidelining the
can
left
change the world.
of the Green
so
Party.
Here,
Any
what we've
chance of like
done
any
globally
anti-capitalist
is global
politic.
Greens. We're part of a global movement in 90 countries around the world. We do it from the grassroots up, never from the top
If she
down.
dies, it'll be so bad. Everything will be
I
bad.
did
There's no
not- I
good
was thinking
results.
As I was putting together some thoughts
Stop
to
thinking
share
about
because
this
it's
as
a
if
great
it's like
honor
a.
as we are
There's
on
an
the verge
off-ramp
of
here
having our first newly
to, like, a good
elected
progressive
leader since
politic.
2006. We're on the verge of a big change.
Thought the
and it's
announcement was
very
sooner.
generous
It's coming in a
of
second.
the party to ask me to share a few words, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So
Ah,
I'm
okay.
thinking right
we'll,
now.
We'll go back to it later. Let's watch the All Gas No Breaks. Is there any TOS shit in this? I don't think so.
Call to your purpose, Lord.
No?
Reveal your purpose to the Proud Boys. Use us to lift up this city, to save the people of this city. Don't let it die. Amen.
Proud Boys are so fucking weird.
Show some fucking motivation. Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
They are insane.
Let's go!
I mean, this is like the.
Portland, Oregon, again.
This is exactly fucking how like the Freikorps
Kyle didn't do
acted.
anything wrong, man. Free Kyle. God bless you, brother. You're awesome.
If you make me look like a jackass, I'm gonna come for you.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna probably beat the shit out of you. Never fuck with me.
Is that a White Claw?
That is a White Claw. White Claw! White Claw!
White Claw, let's
White
go!
Claw. A lot of people assume that I'm here to protest Antifa and BLM.
Leader
and
of
that's
Proud
probably
Boys.
The furthest thing from the truth.
It's about Western.
Oh, it was the leader of the Proud Boys threatening violence on
Western
him.
nationalists, like we love America.
We believe in God and America and the Constitution. I love my country, you know.
That's mostly what the Proud Boys is.
Because we're proud of the West. We're proud to be part of the United States of America.
What do you want me to say?
What's on your mind?
We're the #1 trending thing on the internet right now. #2 video live streaming on YouTube.
Truthfully, it's just the Western world.
They're like
I
clout
appreciate
people.
it and I like drinking. Yeah, I like drinking with boys. I'm trying to get drunk.
All right, I agree with that.
Go,
I like
bouncing out
drinking
this
with
bitch,
boys.
talking about the Easter Bunny, yeah.
Dude, that was pretty good off the top of his head.
Off the dome?
Proud boy, what it do when I'm chilling with my crew? Live your ass.
Is that Mac Miller?
Blue sitting in the blood pool, what it do with my motherfucking homies? Boy, you don't know me, boy, you motherfucking.
He didn't die. He's been hiding in Portland.
Talking about that money, you think you're fucking funny? Hey, Cloud Gang, hey, Cloud Gang.
I'm not gay. What's that one song by Tekashi 6ix9ine?
And I understand sometimes when the left are like, oh, well, they're violent. It's because we make self-defense look like assault.
August 22nd, we were standing in front of the Justice Center waving blue line flags. There to back the blue. Hundreds of Antifa show up and start throwing rocks and stuff. How is that anti-fascist? I mean, they show up to
Antifa come up to us and they attack
silence
us.
us.
That's communism. That's Marxism. They're Marx.
How is that anti-fascist? I cannot comprehend why them attacking us is anti-fascist.
Communists who
I don't
want to
get
take
it.
over and infiltrate their ideology into our government, and it's absolutely not going to happen.
Fuck Antifa.
How come?
Because they're fucking terrorists.
I think right now we're still trying to figure out what the hell Antifa really is. Historically, you can look at the black
I can't figure it out.
And the keys, secret societies. I think a lot of things JFK said were true about it.
And Soros, he's butt sore.
Antifa.
Soros is butt sore, yeah. I'm an
Butt
individualist,
Soros, that's
and I
good.
don't like collectivism.
Because he's
I think
gay?
that's bad.
Do you guys get it? He's gay.
Spartans were the first collectivists, and they killed the Athenians, and that's kind of what's happening, being replayed today. Soros, I'll help you end your life really soon. How's that?
Are you a Proud Boy?
It's funny, actually. I would argue like the Spartan society was this weird early proto settler culture.
I'm proud girl. Я гордая девочка. So I think he will hug you.
Need Slavic proud girl GF.
Of course, because your show amazing.
Who?
Vladimir Putin.
He would hug me?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Because your show amazing. You're good. I like your hairstyle too. He too.
I like your suit.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Now, if Antifa's a bunch of terrorist criminals that are out there burning shit and breaking things and doing damage, then they need to be stopped.
We'll use Kenosha as an example. National Guard came in, cleaned up the streets. We wanted to just get police and law enforcement the tools that they need to combat these riots.
Do the Proud Boys communicate with the police?
We do communicate back and forth.
Yeah,
we just want to keep our side of the street clean. Antifa is the real fascist.
I honestly think that they're victims. They're victims to a system that's failed them.
I think that they're lost children.
The movement has been co-opted by people that have more
Yes, this is the literal leader of them. I didn't
It's been
realize.
completely overblown, hijacked, manipulated.
All of our major institutions have lied to us. They lie to us, they've been lying to us, and I think that it's a lot like Dave Chappelle claims. So whether George Soros is involved or not, they're really good at printing money and taking civil liberties.
Dave Chappelle
Look
reference.
at this whole COVID pandemic nonsense, you know?
My body, my choice. I'm a feminist. Nobody's going to tell me I don't need a man to take care of me. Don't give in and don't believe the lies of the mainstream media. Black unemployment is at an all-time low. They're thriving. To me, the Democratic
The wildest thing about this is the pink heart choker.
Party is the party of slavery. They want to keep them on modern-day plantations.
Why
and
you would add
projects.
that?
Being a Trump supporter is way more punk rock than supporting Sleepy Joe Biden.
One of my takes about all the like old punk rock people being conservative is that a lot of punk rock shit is like sort of an aesthetic of resistance.
Loser.
And if there's no actual connection to like sites of resistance and movements, then what being like counterculture is just being controversial.
These people have zero respect for the law.
And if that's
they
the
have zero
case-
respect for the community.
They started out with the
Yes, the pipeline from lifestyle anarchism to like Trump supporters
I don't
is
think they started-
is surprisingly common.
They're protesting for no reason. Yeah, I mean, watching the knee on George Floyd's neck. I mean,
Majority
it's
of punk
like,
bands
that was
seem
fucked
left.
up.
Well, yeah, because they're like actually
Support the initial
connected
Black
to
Lives
like
Matter protests.
I mean, I don't know.
left shit.
Actually, I want to cut this interview.
It's all good.
A warrior doesn't always need to use a sword. Sometimes you need a pen. Our pen is our iPhone and our memes.
That's
Media outlets.
It's
use
our
this for
memes.
clickbait. They're corporations. They're here for the money, you know, and what sells. Oh, these alt-right groups, these white supremacists, which doesn't fucking work very well. Yeah. These white supremacists get here and they're gonna cause violence, and there hasn't been any violence here today. But we're really good at fucking self-defense.
Oh, now they're attacking them. Jesus.
I got kicked in the head.
Oh, that was
and
weird.
my phone got thrown away and got kicked out of the rally.
And you're a 22-year-old student journalist.
Yeah. Do you want me to say that? Yeah. Oh, I'm a 22. Let me start over.
Oh.
And I'm a 22-year-old student journalist. Kind of just sit around and just like watch the speakers and stuff like that. And then I just started noticing people just like looking at me, and then eventually
Which
some
like
guy
I
came
guess
out
it isn't a surprise then that like they were really suspicious of him and not all gas
and
no
asked, like,
brakes.
who am I?
What's your Twitter name? Antifa Press!
So we started walking towards the exit. Started accusing me of me like killing his friend, like that guy named Jay. And then he punched me in the eye, like right in the eyeball. He kicked my head, and then he threw my phone over the fence because I dropped my phone when he pushed me. It's not so bad, but I got a little scrape right here.
Jeez.
This concussion ain't shit.
Fuck, that's a bullshit.
No, it's not.
You bitch.
They scream at me and they say, "You're not real press." So I said, "Hey, I'm with the NPPA IWW." They heard Industrial Workers of the World and screamed socialism. And they start yelling, "Antifa press, Antifa press." I'm press.
Antifa press.
You guys are downtown throwing Molotov.
I mean, Antifa's just an adjective.
And then all of a sudden this hand
For a bad
comes
person.
down and throws me to the ground.
They kept calling me Antifa Press, and I was like, I'm just a journalist. And then they're like, well, if you're not an Antifa journalist, you're still Arab.
All the people on the other side, BLM, Antifa, they're the ones with the problem.
Violent rhetoric. I think they want to cause anarchy. Me and Biggs have gotten death threats. We don't condone the violence, but
respect the law, respect order.
That's
they don't
so
do
hilarious,
that.
right?
So I'm
Respect
not
the
down
law.
with that.
I'm here today to
Just assaulting
pretty much
random journalists.
protest domestic terrorism.
True patriots, we stand for freedom, free speech.
We're proud of the Constitution.
Love free
and we're
speech.
proud
Will
that we're
assault
able to
any
have
journalist.
This discourse.
Proud of your fucking boy.
I mean, that is an interesting point about like a lot of law and order rhetoric doesn't even signify actual law and order. Like it signifies
And this guy's a
violence.
No. You're gonna cut that part, right?
Wait, what?
Have this discourse.
Proud of your fucking boy. And this guy's a queer. No. You're gonna cut that part, right?
Was he busting his balls? I don't understand. I guess it makes sense that Proud Boys love calling people gay. I guess that makes sense. Vigilante law and order. Yes, it's one of the reasons why I live posting him very cute. Thank you for making me read the quote. What was I saying? Yeah, I guess, I mean, none of that's a surprise, right? It's frycore shit. Yeah, they love the okay symbol because it's like, it signifies white power, but then if anyone calls it out, it's like, oh, you see these leftists getting triggered by the okay sign. You look up what happened to Ernst Röhm. If Gavin McGinnis said any what's about him, you look what happened to Ernst Röhm. I mean, fascists are never smart. So they would never do that. It's the same with like the like pseudo left wing like wing of the new like fascist kind of movement that attempts to like organize the white working class, but with like nationalist rhetoric is like all that's gonna happen to you is what happened to Strauss. What are they, Strausser? What are their fucking names? Yeah, Strasser. The Strasser brothers, who just got like purged who just got purged by Hitler. Like you're gonna fuck yourself over. That's always what happens with fascism. Is they continue to with the Nazbols. I guess Maupin is like vaguely that. I mean, he's the more and more he speaks, the more he is just explicitly like a Strasserist. But like and aligning yourself with that group, what happens is fascism is inherently a death cult. It's a destructive ideology. And when they gain power and they perceive that their enemies have been defeated, they begin to start destroying each other and sort of shaving off the outer wings of the party and of the population. And it keeps happening until everyone is dead. So yeah, I mean, and like it's the same with like the phenomenon of like sort of white passing Hispanic people that are very, very pro-Trump and like with the Proud Boys, which is a phenomenon of like related to white supremacy that isn't new. It's like people who are sort of vaguely associated with whiteness perform allegiance to whiteness in a very extreme way sometimes to show that they're white, and that's what the like, you know, the white passing or white Latino for Trump phenomenon is. That's a good example of a group of people who, like, if the fascists properly take over, will be like one of the immediate groups that are purged. Anyways, white passing. I don't know. It's whether it's proper to refer to them as whites or white passing. There's sort of a nuance there, and it's different depending. Race in a lot of Latin American countries is very different, and not directly comparable to American and Canadian racial politics, etc. Some immigrants are very nationalistic towards the country they immigrated to. That's a similar phenomenon, yes. And particularly if you immigrate to a white supremacist country and you have any possibility of integrating yourself into whiteness, that's what's going to manifest itself. Leadership results.
Each round, in order to show how the leader has been elected by the membership through a ranked ballot. Just a
Let's
reminder.
see. Oh, fuck.
The votes required to elect
who wins
are
Green Party
11,939.
Who wins?
Le comité de la course à la chefferie a révisé et validé les
Reminder
résultats
this is
de
Canadian,
la
so they
course
have
à
to
la
do
chefferie
this.
du Parti vert du Canada pour l'année 2020. Nous avons les résultats du premier tour. En tant que vert, la démocratie participatoire est l'une de nos valeurs clés et donc c'est important
Everything's
qu'on
gotta be
ait de
repeated
la
in
transparence
French.
dans notre processus
We're a
et dans
bilingual
notre résultat
country.
final. Pour nous assurer de cela, nous allons annoncer les résultats un tour à la fois pour indiquer comment le nouveau chef ou la nouvelle chef a été élu par les membres selon un vote préférentiel. Il faut 11 939 votes pour gagner.
Okay.
First round results.
Who wins?
Annemie Paul, 6,242. Dimitri Lascaris, 5,768. Courtney Howard, 3,285.
Dimitri's pretty good.
Glenn Murray, 2,745.
Dimitri's like a vaguely
David Murner,
eco-socialist.
2,636. Amita Kuttner, 1,468. Miriam Haddad, 1,345.
We're rooting for Miriam, but
Andrew
she's not going to
West,
win. So Dimitri,
532 votes. None of these options.
Miriam is explicitly an eco-socialist.
36. None of these options
It's
has been
Tabernac.
eliminated.
Tabernac is just like shit. It's like damn.
Les résultats du deuxième tour. Annemie Paul,
Greens are not in a
6,245
coalition.
votes.
They have like two
Dimitri
fucking.
Lascaris, 5,773 votes.
Well,
Courtney
Tara, you're
Howard,
like French. That's not even a
votes.
swear for you. That's
Glenn
Québécois.
Murray, 2746 votes.
You met Dimitri
David
once?
Murner,
He's really cool. He went to
2636
Palestine
votes.
via boat.
Amita Kuttner,
Yeah, no, he's good.
1470 votes. Miriam Haddad,
To shit.
1346
I mean, not. It's like a. It's on the
Andrew
level
West,
of shit or like
356
fuck.
votes. Avec 356 votes, Andrew West est éliminé.
Well, the Tabernac is like a
And now we'll go to the
religious
results
thing.
of the third round.
It's like, what is that? Chalet? Is another
Annemie
Québécois
Paul,
swear?
6,305. Dimitri Lascaris, 5,813.
Oh, it's probably.
Courtney Howard,
We want Dimitri to win.
3,348.
Do the Tabernacle from the
Glenn
Bible,
Murray,
yeah.
2,821.
Which I
David
believe
Murner,
Mr. Krabs uses as a swear in
2,697.
English.
Amita Kuttner, 1,486.
Yes, French Canadians have very
Miriam
religious
Haddad,
swears.
1,358.
So-
Miriam Haddad has been eliminated.
Goodbye, Queen. I love you.
Take a look at the screen when you see how we
Miriam
have
was
laid
the
out
best.
the votes.
She
You will
she
see that when
endorsed
someone
the
is eliminated,
the eco-socialists in
their
the
votes
BC
are
election,
redistributed
and not the
amongst
Greens.
other candidates based
They
on the
tried to
ranking
kick her
that
off
they
the
were
ballot.
given. The bottom you will see exhausted votes or bulletin de vote épuisé. That means that that voter only ranked, in this case, 3 individuals, and they have no other choices, so their ballot no longer is.
no.
So it is exhausted.
That
is
was
how
Miriam.
It's described. So you will see as we go through
We
the
want
rounds that
Dimitri.
this is exactly how these votes are being
I think otherwise,
redistributed.
I don't know how much it matters.
Les résultats du quatrième tour. Dimitri Lascaris, 6586. Annemie Paul, 6470.
Although I really don't follow
Courtney Howard,
green shit too much.
3404. Glenn
'Cause I don't- it
Murray,
doesn't matter that much.
2846. David Murner, 2727.
They're a relatively minor party.
Amita Kuttner, 1748. Amita
Does Canada have
Kuttner
ranked
est éliminé.
voting? In these they do. In the national election, it's still first past the post. Dimitri ahead for this one.
And now we go to the 5th round. The 5th round, Dimitri Lascaris, 7,000.
He might win.
Annemie Paul, 6,952. Courtney Howard, 3,762. Glenn Murray, 2,992.
The rank system is much better than first past the
David
post,
Murner,
obviously.
2,856.
That's good. Dimitri's like a
David
socialist.
Murner has been eliminated. I should remind you, because you may have
Unless
forgotten.
I'm fucking that up.
The
I don't
number
think
of
I
votes
am.
required to be elected, 11,939.
Yes, right. It's till they get to that. So it's the first like ranking or whatever round in which someone gets
Les résultats
11,000.
du sixième tour.
And so they just eliminate the last
Anami
one.
Paul,
It's ranked voting.
7614. Dimitri Lascaris, 7551. Courtney Howard, 4523. Glenn Murray, 3725. Glenn Murray est éliminé.
It's only the next couple.
And
I
now we
believe
come to the
11K is the
seventh
majority.
round.
It should be like the 8th or 9th, right?
Anami Paul, 8,862.
Okay.
Dimitri Lascaris, 8,340.
Oh, it's so close,
Courtney
dude.
Howard, 5,824.
It's so close.
Courtney Howard
It's
has
the next
been
round.
eliminated.
It's the next round. Send Dimitri your energy.
I have in my hand the final round. The next leader has
won't spoil
been
it.
elected by 12,090 votes.
Nous avons les résultats de la course à la chefferie. Le gagnant a gagné
TBS
par
politics,
12
baby.
090 votes.
Who
Veuillez
wins?
féliciter le prochain chef du Parti vert du Canada.
Please join me in congratulating the next leader of the Green Party of Canada, Anami Paul.
Nothing is ever good in the world. Anyways, let's move on. Let's watch this new Thoughts Line video.
Thoughts, Sorkin, and unfortunately, in order to talk about what I want to talk about
Can I watch
today,
this?
I have to also talk about the West Wing. Now, normally, I try to shield you from
Nothing
upsetting
can
things
ever
like
good
that,
happen
but
in the
this
world.
case, it simply couldn't be helped. I'm deeply
The only joy you're allowed to experience is when the people you don't like have misfortune. It's pure spite.
For those of you
There's
that
no-
don't know, The West Wing was a prestige drama about the
I
inner
I
workings
think
of the
Paul
White
is still
House
good.
under the imaginary
It's not,
Democratic
you know,
cabinet of President Joseph Bartlett. Liberals love The
Not the
West
worst,
Wing because
but-
it presents a very comforting illusion
Anyways.
that the world is controlled by extremely competent people. The rules, such as they are the result of extremely smart people deliberating and coming to informed...
Dimitri this guy, he's like a borderline socialist, or I think he is a socialist. He's like
meaningful consensus.
very left-leaning.
The world of the West Wing is fundamentally meritocratic. People gain power
Yeah,
and influence.
Paul is sort of the continuity candidate, or like one of them. Yeah.
Based on how intelligent and erudite they are. And those who can't keep up are punished and humiliated publicly when they step out of line. There is no dysfunction in government. Everything that happens is the result of highly complex maneuverings, themselves the products of a Socratic dialogue where the sharpest minds on both sides of the aisle duke it out in the marketplace.
Chris Khan,
of
thank you for the
ideas.
10
and
gift
whoever proves
subs.
themselves smarter,
I feel slightly
inevitably
better
and invariably wins. Anyone who
that
thinks that the
the
system isn't
socialists
working, or
didn't
at
win.
least isn't working in the interests of the people, is a rube
Oh,
who
I bet it
doesn't
was.
understand
I
that
bet it was so fucking close, man. 12,000. Damn.
grand design. The system can't fail.
Liv,
We
stop. What am I doing? I'm not doing anything anymore.
can only
I didn't. I've never said. I've never said in this stream that I hope Donald Trump dies.
fail the system.
I have
by
not said that
articulating
once.
its virtues clearly enough. Conflict is resolved through argument, and the argument is
Dimitri got
always
like
won by
10K.
the person with more facts and verbal flourish. A very flattering worldview for writers, I guess. In The West Wing, or really in anything written by Aaron Sorkin, when someone beats you in an argument,
Oh, let's see this. This is Sorkin related.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, little bit?
Oh, this is. Oh, yes. How he would given sudden diagnosis. Election night. After catching the coronavirus, Trump's re-election campaign collapsed, leading to a decisive Biden win. The president-elect steps to the podium to make his victory speech, but what he says next shocks the world. Mr. Trump, sir, you deserve to lose, but not like this. You will be defeated by a fair election, not by coronavirus. I therefore call for a runoff 6 months from now, when you are healthy enough to give the American people the campaign they deserve. Mr. Trump, You are killing hundreds of thousands of people with your shitty handling of the virus. But because I like norms so much, I'll let you kill even more. Because it's the right thing to do. Because, damn it, I love democracy. Yeah, that's super cool.
You don't just tell them, like, go fuck you, bud. You just sit there awestruck. By the courtly rules, you have been cowed into silence.
Yeah, that's very
you must
cool.
accept your shame. Nobody ever just, like, lies or stoops
Maya,
to
thank you for the gift
insults.
sub.
They just get
Oh,
sad
thank you
and
for the tier 3 gift sub. 1 tier 3 sub, thank
hit
you.
the floor and they're like, oh, shucks.
Fog.
Sorry, Logic Daddy. Take, for example, this, the most notoriously bad scene in the show's entire run. To set the stage here, Toby Ziegler, the White House communications director, is tasked with going to see a protest at the World Trade Organization for some boring reason that I don't remember, and the wiki does not.
Oh, this is, I think I know this is going.
If you're some dumb folks looking to just get murdered, I know just the place for you. Yes.
That's good. Although for legal reasons, we will not be considering
now,
it that.
Toby, you have to understand,
TRS,
he's a bit prickly, but he's real smart, just a big ol' egghead. One of the smartest guys, whoo boy, let me tell you. And he sees all these radicals, these dummies.
I would never believe that.
Calling into question fair trade, a system that superior minds have decided
I wish
is
you were with
necessary,
me. That's
and
a very weird thing to say to someone you don't know.
They don't get to question him. They're not as
Rosa
smart.
Cassidy, thank you for
Intelligence
tier
is
1.
real, and he
Oh,
has
on
it,
your
and they
side.
don't.
I'm not.
And he
I'm sorry.
delivers the following stunningly shitty speech.
There's nothing you can do to convert me.
It's activist vacation is what it is. Spring break for anarchist wannabes. Black t-shirts, the gas masks as fashion accessories.
These kids today with the hair and the clothes.
Usually,
with the
at
rioting.
a protest, activists don't wear gas masks as a fashion accessory. They
You guys
wear
are all
them because
technically
the
with me.
police, like the one you're having a cheerful little conversation with, respond to lawful protest with tear gas and pepper spray, chemical weapons banned in warfare by international law. A gas mask is actually pretty helpful in that situation, Tobes, because it protects you from those chemical weapons that are used on your face.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Like,
West Wing's politics
for
are
example,
awful.
when people in real life protest the World Trade Organization, they tend to get tear gas.
It's
Like,
sad.
that happens a lot.
Is that, are you doing a bit,
I have no
dude?
idea what an anarchist wannabe is. Nobody wants to be an anarchist, Toby. Everybody hates us. Evidently, it has something to do with wearing black t-shirts, which I thought was just like a normal thing to wear, but I guess it's an anarchist thing now. I think maybe this is meant to be a reference to Black Bloc, but I doubt that Sorkin knew what that was in 1998. But in case that is a reference to Black Bloc, that once again, not a fashion accessory, it's so that fascists
We could
can't
do it.
track you
I don't
down
like
and
this.
threaten
I'm
your
gonna ban
family
you.
afterwards.
I don't like
That's why
that.
they do that.
It's creeping me out.
Benefits of free trade. Food is cheaper.
Yes.
Food is cheaper. Clothes are cheaper, steel is cheaper, cars are cheaper. Phone service is cheaper. You feel me building a rhythm here? That's because I'm a speechwriter. I know how to make a point.
Cheaper for whom? I live in the country with literally the highest mobile phone rates on Earth. India is the cheapest, for the record. Canada and India both became members of the World Trade Organization in 1995. And so, when's that benefit coming our way, pal? Seems kind of like free trade doesn't make phone service cheaper. Like, how would that work? Do you think that we're just inviting workers from other countries to come in and cheaply build our phone infrastructure? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's also a lot of evidence that free trade makes food insecurity in the developing world way worse. I guess the question you might have to grapple with here is it worth creating more starvation for the poorest people on Earth so that you can get cheaper Big Macs at home? I would argue probably not.
Toby.
If it lowers prices, it raises income.
I want
See what
Burger
I did with
King.
lowers and raises there?
Yeah.
It's called the science of listener attention. We did repetition. We did
Nobody
floating
makes Aaron
opposites.
Sorkin
Yes,
right like
I see
this.
what you did there, Toby. Do you? Do you see it, audience? It's fun. See, because he framed those two things side by side, so it seems like they apply to the same people. You get lower prices, and it therefore stands to reason, based on the way he constructed the sentence, that you'll also receive that higher income he's talking about. See how that works? See how that's
I know
phrased
it's like
and
on your
positioned
side in
sentence?
the
But
political
in reality,
thing.
you might get some lower prices.
Yeah.
But the raised income goes towards
was
big
still- I didn't
companies
like
and the
it.
World Trade
Okay.
Organization itself. You think H&M is passing on savings they get from exploiting child labor in third world countries to their employees? Or are they just giving it to their shareholders? And it certainly isn't the people in poorer countries getting more income, because the whole structure relies on them being underpaid. It creates a perverse incentive where large, powerful countries are encouraged to apply pressure on poorer countries to keep their labor standards shitty and cheap.
Yeah.
And that also means that employers in your country don't have to do much better, because if their employees get too uppity, they can just move operations overseas where they're allowed to hire death squads to kill labor organizers.
Now you end with the one that's not like the others. Ready?
That's very literal,
Free
by
trade
the way.
stops wars.
What was
And
it?
that's
Coca-Cola hired like a death squad to assassinate a union organizer in Colombia?
Free trade stops
That's not-
wars. And we figure out a way to fix the rest. One world.
That's what they said. That there will never be a war between two countries that both have McDonald's in them, which is proven wrong by, I believe, the first Russian invasion of Georgia.
One piece. I'm sure I've seen that on a sign somewhere.
I mean, yeah, that's the free trade in Star Wars 1 is the best example of that, where it was like objectively awful. The destruction and breaking down of like European markets by 4 years of war was like disastrous for the system. But yet European nation states and the nationalism that they European style nation states, the nationalism they produce, transcend that or move
free trade,
the interests of the warmongering factions in particular contexts,
stops war,
goes beyond that,
which is why there haven't been
does it despite free trade. It's not
any wars since the rise of globalization. You'll notice complete world peace has been achieved. I couldn't find a clip of it, but the cop he's talking to goes on to say,
and then also like, you know, although I will say, like, large scale war between two like industrial nation states is the most violence and destruction that humanity has been capable of doing, not counting like literal nuclear, you know, a nuclear holocaust. But there still is pain and suffering that's a direct result of the entrenchment of the markets that is not related directly to I know I spell nuclear wrong, fuck off, or I say it wrong.
I wish someone would say that to them, and she points at the protesters, and then later Toby's in a real good mood and he tells his coworkers how he just demolished these dum-dums, and he had a big debate with them and they couldn't keep up because of his big smart brain.
Prometheus, think of it as 3 months.
He fucking owned them, and they just had to sit there and take it because their ideas lack substance. You know, so you don't even have to see how it happens. It all happens off screen. You don't need the details. There's no possible counter argument to what Toby's saying that anyone could articulate at all. Now, it's not usually that bad, but it's always like that. The wrong people come around and say wrong, dumb stuff, and then the big smart boys speak very quickly at them until they go away. Intelligence, which you have to understand completely exists and is observable by how well someone speaks, is rewarded. Ignorance, which is measurable by how unseriously a person takes norms and decorum, is punished, and then the person displaying it is banished. Within the world of the West Wing, in order to succeed politically, you have to commit to understanding and abiding the way things are done.
You gotta rationally debate Mitch McConnell.
Effect change according to the Byzantine Code of Honor that everyone has de facto agreed to. You must approach discussion in good faith, or you will be eviscerated by those who do. There is a fixation on the process. Things are done a certain way for important reasons. And anyone who doesn't understand that is a fool or a dangerous manipulator. But ultimately, don't worry, they're too simple-minded to be any kind of real threat. If they were big-brain smarties, they would follow the process. It's the only thing that works. The process goes like this. Firstly, all of the rules, laws, common wisdom, and norms of government are incontrovertible. You behave, speak, and look like someone in the political sphere, or you shouldn't be taken seriously and will not be taken seriously. Secondly, everyone is informed on any matter they discuss and will accept, without question or pushback, the weight of evidence, whether it benefits their argument or not. Thirdly, in the event that consensus can't be reached, both parties must compromise until they each feel satisfied. Refusing to compromise is essentially political suicide. The process is sacred. The process will inevitably lead to the best possible results. Therefore, anyone attempting to change or disregard the process is either too dumb to understand why it works the way it does, or is cheating. We are the inheritors of a self-correcting, perfect structure, and it is our duty to champion its use until it's had time to create a more perfect world. The actual results of the process are irrelevant. If the process arrived at these results, they must be the best results. If bad results are achieved, it's probably because the process was not correctly observed or respected. Critically, it is assumed that anyone with any real political power 100% believes this and is willing to lose any policy dispute if it means protecting the process. Now, nobody is naive enough to believe that people in the upper echelons...
I mean, this is fucking rich as hell, isn't it? The climber, like, we're gonna... I guess, did she delete this? We're gonna fight for their safety, health, and well-being, even when we know they wouldn't do the same for us. That's who we are. And then Georgia verifies 1K new COVID cases. Sips coffee. Absolutely owning the conservatives by celebrating black people dying from an infectious disease that those conservatives are ensuring that they will specifically die of. I mean, yeah, folks that take us bad, obviously.
Behave like this. But a truly frightening amount of people seem to believe that they, A, ought to, and therefore, B, can. The West Wing didn't invent this outlook. It is the nominal outlook of the entire liberal political class and all liberal pundits. I don't know if liberal politicians believe it, who can say what any politician believes. Politicians lie about everything, but they certainly act as though they believe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume they
believe that they do. Remember when Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high?
That's
that was a commitment to obeying the process. An affirmation that adhering to the process will lead to
some extent, it doesn't matter if she doesn't,
because
she acts like she does.
Respect their resolve. They don't need a knockdown, drag-out fight. They just need to follow the process. Recently, Nancy Pelosi talked about how Republicans would get their asses kicked at the polls if they tried to push through the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. And that seems
The Chinese president called it the White House virus. President Xi beating them at their own game, folks. There needs to be some, like, Sorkin equivalent in, like, Chinese politics. I would fucking love that. I would eat that shit up. Like President Xi debating like like Donald Trump in an argument and winning. Like that, if they translated it, if there was subtitles, I would watch the shit out of that. That would rock.
Contradictory to me, because why would Republicans be turned off by the appointment of a conservative judge to the Supreme Court? Because it violates the norm they established in the previous election? And I mean, if you assume that they're committed to a fair and equitable process, rather than getting the things that they want, that assumption makes sense, I guess. This is the fundamental flaw with the process. It requires that everyone play along. Anyone who violates the process, decides to lie or deny the weight of evidence, or refuses to compromise, will get an immediate advantage. All the respect paid to the process makes subverting it trivial, because people are trained to just accept that whatever being said must be true, or at least have some basis.
I mean, look at
or else the person saying it would never be able to get away with it. If they get caught out in a lie, watch out. That's it. It's curtains for you. Trump, you're done for. The Washington Post gave you...
I mean, look at them. You're telling me Dang isn't winning here? You're telling me... Look at this. Like, in the last... This is going up by, like, 1 a day. 10, 12. You're telling me Dang isn't staying winning right now. You're going to look me in my eyes on the stream and tell me that's not the case.
5 Pinocchios. Good luck.
I'm not a Dangist either.
That one,
but he's
objectively
winning.
I don't necessarily blame rank and file liberals for this. I blame the political class.
I do think there are far more liberals who are very like voter like non-politician liberals who are excited that Trump got COVID. Then there are like politicians who have an obligation to say that it's bad.
People who set the narrative, not the people who follow it. I think most non-mind poisoned liberals want their policies to be enacted more than they care about decorum or whatever. I don't place the blame on your quirky aunt who just wears an I'm with her shirt to Whole Foods and has a bumper sticker that says this pussy grabs back. That aunt might not agree with a lot of my views, but it sounds like she still kind of rules. Cool aunt. You got a slime certified cool aunt. The problem here is the ideology of the technocratic elite. People who think that they're so savvy and so intimately familiar with all the wonky bullshit you need to know to be a real serious political thinker that they can't possibly be outmaneuvered. The people that have convinced themselves that strict observance of these norms is just how serious people behave, and nobody will stand for anything less. And then they get really flustered when the other side openly flouts the rules, when they're stonewalled, and no matter how hard they compromise, the other side refuses to move an inch. That isn't how we do things.
That's not the
when they
rules.
can present facts for their case, and the other side either lies or just ignores them, or funds a policy think tank to manufacture more convenient alternative facts. Boy, it didn't used to be like this. Remember Ronald Reagan? He followed the process. This is why everyone was so unprepared for Donald Trump. That's the weakness he exploited.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the Rachel Maddow take is so fucking absurd. The comparison of contracting COVID to your friend getting lung cancer because they didn't quit smoking, knowing the risks. It's not, I mean, that technically makes sense considering like his mismanagement, him knowing the risks did cause him to get coronavirus. He's technically not wrong, except for the fact that when your friend smokes, this is just fucking obvious, when your friend smokes, they're not also smoking for like a million other people and, you know, giving a bunch of them lung cancer. Yeah, it's interesting. Rachel Maddow, when she was younger, used to be like a relatively radical like activist, like, you know, queer liberation activist, and she's just, her brain is broken because of like Russiagate stuff and like resistance lib shit. Her brain is just over. It's just, yeah, she's just
exploits. Trump does not recognize or value the process. He has no illusions about needing to be perceived as acting in the
Trump dying
good.
is bad for
the
her
idea
ratings.
Of losing
That's
a
true.
policy dispute to maintain
but
a healthy democracy is unthinkable.
Yeah, I guess that's probably
the
why she
goal
loses
isn't to compromise until
No, I think
everyone
it's
is
just respectability politics. She's overdosed on respectability politics.
satisfied to create a dialogue between right and left where
That's
the best
really what it
ideas
is.
from both emerge victorious. The goal for him is to win at all costs. His whole worldview is based around the idea of being this amazing deal guy, the guy who gets his opponent to agree
Well, it's not
to
even
terms
about
that
Trump.
benefit him more than them. In other words, not to compromise, but rather to dominate. See also Mitch McConnell, the guy in the stately and respectable position of Senate Majority Leader. He must use his power responsibly and with respect for the rules
Yeah, it's
of
more
the Constitution.
it's more about McConnell.
And if he doesn't, oh boy.
I mean, Trump is like just a moron who doesn't really know what's going. Trump is a moron that likes being famous and popular, and he sort of understands how to be like a celebrity, and he realized the logical conclusion of the most talked about individual you can be on the planet is just to become president. Trump isn't like a ruthless politician. He doesn't, a lot of the shit he does is on accident.
You're out of here, pal. You're going to block the appointment of a liberal Supreme Court justice, but fast-track the appointment of a conservative one? Okay. People won't stand for that. People hate winning for the wrong reasons. They'd rather lose for the right reasons. You're going to learn that lesson the hard way.
Existing socialism is always the funny, because that's like a Brezhnev era invention, which, you know, Brezhnev Soviet politics are so far from any like Leninist revolutionary outpost. From like any socialist project, that it's very funny that they invented that idea.
Hey, goodbye. Sing it with me, everybody. Everybody?
Because it's like, yes, as a revolutionary outpost, that's great. China is funding, like, specifically siding with like anti-Maoist like insurrection in the Philippines, for instance. There's a reason why other Maoists condemn China and do not like Deng and President Xi.
Did you watch Chris Wallace just chuckling along as Donald Trump flouted the rules of the debate with Joe Biden?
Like, I would sort of agree with you if like at least China was funding socialists internationally, which they're not really, unless someone can demonstrate they are.
That seems feckless to me. Like,
that is a misrepresentation of the. Then let me know why President Xi is allying with Duterte.
His whole job as moderator is to stop that.
Because the response is like, oh well, he has to be tactical, and it's like, yes, it's a capitalist nation state. Of course, he's being tactical.
from happening. But in Wallace's mind, he probably thought,
is a capitalist nation state pursuing its own interests? Of course, he's being tactical. That's how that works.
Wow, this guy's really shooting himself in the foot. People are going to hate how he refuses to play by the rules and just says his points. Okay, sir, you can use your little sound bites. Let's see where that gets you. They think that this is a position of strength. They see someone flout the rules and they think, well, he stepped in it this time. We got him. You see, if the process works, which it must, it just has to, because otherwise the whole world has been in a state of chaos for centuries, and the people who rule us actually aren't better than us. They're just whoever has money or power, and that just can't be true. So the process must work. Then if you obey the process while your opponents do not, you'll win. And sometimes they do win. That, of course they do sometimes. This was essentially Justin Trudeau's whole electoral strategy in both elections.
It works.
And it paid off.
And Canadians like it much more than Americans do. It's just a different demographic. We're like, the Canadian populace is far more like still attached to like respectability, lib politics.
For him, he was elected twice despite being a nothing person. Just because he's a very polite, empty suit.
Yeah, and he says sorry a lot.
Anyway, I think that valuing systems over the results those systems produce, even if those systems produce good results, leads you to become inflexible. I think that assuming that politics is some honorable back and forth, a game with established and inviolable rules, means committing yourself to a standard that your opponents,
because we were talking about fucking Dang before,
will not. And that gives...
Have you seen this exhibition boxing match? Yes, it's very funny. Communist Party members will now be ineligible to immigrate to the U.S. Okay. What does that have to say about... Oh, I thought that was the other person.
Them the advantage against
you. Both have a green
In reality,
name.
Politics is the application of power. If there's a method...
Is that seriously enforced again? Because it used to not be enforced. I guess it's not a surprise they're doing that now. With like China, like a pseudo like Red Scare Cold War 2.0 sort of thing. Because they still have the rule. If you guys didn't know, America still has the rule that if you are a member of a communist party, you are not allowed to immigrate to America legally. It's not how a dictatorship of the proletariat is so. It's so funny to think of like a capitalist nation state that has literally hundreds of billionaires in its parliament as a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's the funniest way of doing politics. Like the idea that you could genuinely read Marx and Marx's description of, and you know, Marx sort of isn't very specific about a lot of it because how the fuck could he be? Only reference he really had was like the Paris Commune later in his life, and he's a man. He's not a fucking god.
To get what you want.
But the idea that in any way the current Chinese capitalist nation state could in any way translate to what Marx thought the dictatorship of the proletariat is like a massive meme.
That method is forbidden. Some people will...
Like, I browsed Gen Zedong a lot, just because it's fun. And their example of why China is a dictatorship of the proletariat is because they tried a billionaire for fraud, which is a classic thing that a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie would absolutely never do.
Choose that method. Actually, especially if it's forbidden, because that way they know you won't use
it. Is a great sub. It's very funny.
It likewise against them. If you don't have a plan to stop them beyond simply...
But I guess your example is Soviet politics. Any Soviet politic past like to be like sure, because it's not even a defense of Stalin, but like past Stalin is objectively revisionist in the direct, even like Leninist sense of what the purpose of the Soviet state was.
Pointing out that isn't
like
done.
Khrushchev Beyond is very explicitly like not even a dictatorship of the proletariat. They stopped saying it was that. I believe it was Khrushchev.
Sir, wait till the electorate hears about this, and hoping everyone else agrees with you, you're going to be in trouble. Trump doesn't care that it's unconstitutional
is this about the
to refuse to
CPUSA?
abdicate power in the event that he loses the election, which he likely will. But if he doesn't, then
yeah, I thought this was already the case. I guess they're just officially enforcing it now. Any foreign state. I thought this was already a rule, wasn't it? They're just updating it. Oh, okay. I'd imagine they're just gonna start enforcing it now, because like yeah, a shit ton of like business people join the Communist Party of China because it's, you know, beneficial. And like usually just don't enforce this rule. Part of U.S. law since the Immigration Nationality Act. Recent document only updates the policy implementation of the exclusion. Oh, okay, that's because okay. Oh, well that's like there's no difference in enforcement then, isn't there? That's like pretty much how they already enforced it. Lindsey Graham is going to debate? Fuck you. No, you're baiting me. No way. Oh, okay, this is a debate with Harrison. Oh, okay. This is the dude who's challenging him. Sorry. I don't know why I thought you meant like he's going to debate for Trump. Is it live now? Oh, we can watch this shit.
Our next speaker is Jamie
Oh, we can watch this.
Harrison.
18 jug with your cootie and CPUC and she went white in the face. This is great. This is funny. If more like Leninists are mad about the thing I've been arguing about for the last hour, or less like 20 minutes, ask me what I think about anarchism and it'll piss off everyone else. Okay, let's watch this. Let's do this. The Thoughts Line video is good. I'll just like link it. You should subscribe to him on YouTube. We watch his content all the time.
67,000 businesses received a PPP loan.
Can I watch this?
Businesses 300
Is this on YouTube?
Who've lost 25% of the.
My favorite time I got canceled on Twitter has got to be when I tweeted out, "Anarchism is so childish, bro. Just get a state." And someone was like, screenshot it, and it was like, I think it's time that every anarchist on left Twitter stopped following Liv. Is it on YouTube? I don't want to watch it if it's not on YouTube. It's gonna like so it's a little sketchy. I could get like DMCA'd or whatever. The metric is there any, it's on C-SPAN? Oh, okay. Let me see. C-SPAN is fine usually. They're chill.
Cops are bad cops.
Jiggly Punks, thank you for 2-1. Are there any other left people watching it? That's my question. Let's see, what is... No. Maybe we won't watch this. I'll watch the fucking... There's gonna be some compilation of the interesting moments. President Trump's schedule, nothing. Well, yeah, he's sick with coronavirus. He has a fever. We can watch Philosophy Tube. Yeah, let's just do that. People were tweeting that Trump is calling a lid on politics today, which is like, and people were like, "Sir, that's too far," because Trump jokes about Biden doing that because he's like senile. Okay, let's watch Philosophy Tube. Again, it's reforming and opening up is absolutely a compromised position. It comes from the fact that China had its capital and labor exploited for the previous century. Moving forward, they could try to build a modern economy. That's a great point, but it doesn't make the mode of production any more socialist. It's still a capitalist nation state. I absolutely agree. I think that modernizing reforms, even when like probably breakneck industrialization is not the best, that like increasing in like but all the metrics you're going to use for why it's good are the same metrics that social democrats use for why their states are good, where it's like less poverty, more education, better workers' rights, less, this type of shit. And it's like, okay, that's all fine and dandy. I think that's great. I absolutely think that's great. It's not a dictatorship of the proletariat, though. It's like, yes,
I told all my friends.
I think that the position Mao is in, he couldn't have just like done something slightly different and have had a classless, stateless society in China right now. But that doesn't make China any closer to a classless, stateless society.
I was making a video to teach people about Confucius. They all
it's still
had
a capitalist
the exact
nation
same
state
response. They all said,
with hundreds of billionaires in its parliament.
Sounds interesting. I've heard of Confucius, but I don't know anything about him. And I was like, yeah, me neither. When I did my philosophy degree, nobody taught us about Confucius.
Yes,
but he's
it's only
part
Western
of the cultural
philosophy.
legacy of like a third of the world's people. So
Yeah.
I thought that alone is a good enough reason to take a look. But the more I researched and read, the more I realized that Confucius is actually incredibly relevant to everything that's going on in the world right now. He was born at the tail end of the Zhou dynasty in 551 BC, so absolutely ages ago. And they had a big problem back then, which was that society was slowly falling apart. China, as we know it, did not exist yet. It was a bunch of semi-independent states run by
Socialism
noble
is for
families.
idiots.
And officially,
Idiots in the chat, sound off.
they ruled on behalf of the king, but nah. They had a fully sophisticated government structure with different ministers and departments and officials, and they had a whole load of rules, but at the same time, if you were rich enough, you could kind of
Who did
just
I
do
come up
whatever,
with? I was
and
being an idiot.
Nobody could stop you.
Oh,
Like in
subtitles, sorry.
Confucius's home state of Lu,
That's where I came
the
up with
Zhang
it.
family were officially in charge, but everybody knew you don't cross the Ji family. The Ji family did all the important sacrifices. The chief minister was always mysteriously from the Ji. They threw all the biggest parties, and they hired their own security. And eventually, this massive corruption and open contempt for the rules of society by the people at the top started threatening the whole system. People got sick of it. They were like, well, why should we follow the rules if the bloody Ji family don't have to? But there wasn't anything they could do about it from within the system. So it looked like there was no solution that didn't involve violence. And into this mess is born Confucius. And he says, lads, I think I know how to fix this.
Yeah, greasy colors on my plate, and dirty dishes on my table. I gotta do something about it. Do something. 录进小口数几杯头，食物垃圾分类回收，洗碗也泡进水中。里朦胧飘散也有味。
The oldest source we have for Confucius's ideas is a book called The Analects, which is also my primary source for today. It's divided into short books and chapters.
Was the reason people were mentioning LGBT, the 4chan thing, is because they all think that he's like trans?
Each of which is a little saying. The master said, "The gentleman
I just
is
put that
easy of
together.
mind,
I mean, look,
while the
listen.
small man is always full of anxiety."
No, it is weird to tell people they're trans when they say they aren't.
The master said,
that is weird.
"The gentleman understands what is moral. The small man understands."
Anderson Cooper just openly questioned on air whether Trump video was pre-recorded. He knows the truth, folks. He knows the truth.
What is profitable. The master said, "A goo that is not a proper goo. Is it really a goo? Is it really a goo?"
I've been saying this.
The Analects was put together decades or possibly centuries after Confucius died, allegedly by his disciples. There are later books attributed to him or in which he appears as a character, but as far as we know, we don't have anything written by the man himself. At time of recording. I say at time of recording because one of the awesome things about ancient philosophy is we could find a Zhou dynasty tomb tomorrow with some scrolls in it that totally revolutionizes everything we think we know about Confucius.
That's
the
true.
whole field can and does change overnight. People have been writing commentaries on the Analects for thousands of years, and every commentator brings their own spin to it as a result of the context they're living in. That includes, by the way, me. So
Yes.
just bear in mind
There is
that
nothing
the
outside of the
true
text.
meaning of the text, if there is such a thing, is not as interesting as what we can do with it now. Even his name, Confucius, is a later interpretation. It's actually a Latinization of Kong Fuji, which means Grandmaster Kong.
That rocks. Wait, that rocks.
So before we get to anything else, obviously, this
Wait,
was written
Confucius is a Zerg player?
in Chinese. What the hell is a gu?
Pog?
Now, the Cambridge Chinese to English Dictionary defines gu as, "We have stolen your dictionary, nerd. Send us Bitcoin if you ever want to see it again." But even knowing that definition, it still feels like I'm missing some context. To be fair, Plato and Aristotle, or any of the other ancient philosophers that get studied a lot in the West, didn't write in modern English either. But Chinese can be especially tricky because it doesn't have
Right.
an alphabet the way English or ancient Greek do. Take the English word alphabet. We know that A.
I would also
means
say,
an
like, ancient Greek philosophy is very influential on, like, modern ideas. Still no copy mode. Fuck, I forgot. Sorry, I was doing schoolwork yesterday. I'll do that today. Very influential on, like, modern Western philosophy.
Sound.
Whereas you would make a much harder. He's doing a PogChamp, Ollie PogChamp face. It's not the case with
is a
Confucius.
less sound. PH is f. So you see the whole word and you go alphabet, right? Chinese characters, on the other hand, do not represent
Love the
sounds.
alphabet.
They represent syllables and occasionally entire words. The advantage of this system is you can write a lot of information in just a tiny amount of space. European monks are writing out the Bible one letter at a time on vellum. Meanwhile, in China, I've made 500 copies and written a novel before I've even had lunch. One scroll, bam, done. And, get this, spelling
Ancient
changes
Greek
a lot faster
philosophers
than
must be white.
characters
That's
do.
pretty accurate.
Ever tried to read the Canterbury?
I mean, I was gonna say that the actual thing is must have done a philosophy undergrad, but that's very
Fails.
close to must be white.
Fucking incomprehensible. And that was only written 600 years ago. Whereas if you
It's a very
know
white
traditional
field.
Chinese characters, you can find an ancient scroll in a tomb and read it. But the downside is this. This character means electricity, or thunderstorm, or lightning, or electric. And this means brain, which itself is a combination of characters including flesh, clever, and think. Put the two together and you have...
Clever thunderstorm flesh that thinks.
Or...
Smart fluid thinking electric meat.
Or...
Electric brain.
Or... computer. This is...
Oh, it's
just the
computer.
Chinese word for
Yeah,
computer.
yeah.
Can you guess the problem? Philosophy tends to use extremely technical and specific language, and occasionally invents entirely new concepts. And if you're translating, you want to capture the nuances without making it cumbersome, like clever thunderstorm flesh that thinks. So there's a lot of haggling over precise wording. Here's a controversial example. Analects 4:15 says, "The way of the master consists in zhong and shu." That is all. Okay, good to know. If we can figure out what zhong and shu mean, then we've cracked it. So, what do they mean? Well, zhong has been translated as loyalty, respect, reverence, doing your best, and devotion, among other things. And shu has been translated as reciprocity, altruism, forgiveness, consideration, and occasionally the entire phrase, "do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Okay.
It's not very precise.
The Cambridge Chinese to English Dictionary defines shu as, "Seriously, if you ever want to see your dictionary again, transfer Bitcoin by tomorrow," which again is a completely different meaning. For the last 2,500 years, different philosophers have had subtly different interpretations, to the point where if you pick up a copy of the Analects today, it might seem weird and even contradictory, because it could be a mishmash of different translations.
right.
Some people have even turned around and blamed Chinese philosophers for being vague and weird, when really the problem could be that the text has been distorted.
The Chinese never had a secular enlightenment, and that's why you can't understand a bloody word they're saying. Chinese philosophers simply never had the rigorous commitment to logic and truth.
If you read any fucking like early 20th century anthropology, it's just British people saying this about literally every culture that is not European.
Their counterparts did in the West.
And the fun doesn't stop there. Let's say we translate zhong as devotion. Okay, Confucius wants us to be devoted to what though? To other people? To the country? To tradition?
Even like the
You've
60s, they're saying
read
shit
the
like
rest to figure it out. And that only multiplies the problem. And shu, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You might recognize that phrase from the Bible, or the Torah, or the Hadith.
Yeah, you
It's
still
the
shit like that
so-called
today, yeah.
golden
It's more
rule
subtle,
of
though.
morality. And there's a lot of argument over how exactly you're supposed to translate it. Is it do unto others as you would have them do unto you? Or is
To be
it
fair, the Germans
do
did it
not-
first. I would say it's the Spanish. The Spanish were the first ones.
not do to others what you wouldn't want
They
them to
developed
do
like blood quantum.
because those are not the same thing. The first one is actually a lot more demanding. If I have to do unto
This
you
weird
what I would
pre-capitalist
want,
feudal
then
racial
I have to help you when you're in trouble.
relation.
But if it's just, hey, don't treat anybody how you wouldn't want to be treated, then, well, all I have to do is leave you alone. There's been a lot of argument about whether Confucius's golden rule is the easy version or the hard version. Some people have said it's definitely the easy one, and that's evidence for Chinese ethics somehow not being as good.
The Chinese never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they're all a bunch of heartless bastards.
This is all extremely
Unlike Great
accurate
Britain, the most ethical country the world
The
has
most
ever
ethical
known.
country in the
But there's
world.
also a pretty convincing case to be made that the man himself wouldn't have made that distinction in the first place.
Yeah.
And just to put
I mean,
the
that's a more Foucauldian concept, right? That like
cherry on the top, Analects 4:15 says the way of the master consists in
the
zhong and
the
shi.
idea that those two things could even be distinct in the first place is like a product of a particular episteme, as Foucault calls it, which is like a social political meaning that more relates to like a possibility.
That is all. It says that is all. So that's got to be
What is possibly understandable and what isn't is different based on particular cultures.
the most important bit, right? Of
social
course we're going to
context.
spend hundreds of years writing loads of papers on it and arguing about it. But what if Analects 4:15 isn't actually canon? Translator and philosopher Brian Van Norden thinks it was added later. And if we take that bit out, then suddenly zhong and shu aren't the key to unlocking Confucius, they're just another part of it. God damn it! Fetch me my Lara Croft costume. We're going to have to raid some serious tombs to get to the bottom of this one. Bottom line, Confucius is difficult. And there are literally millennia worth of commentary on it, to the point where I could make 10 videos on the guy and still not cover it all. So with that in mind, I want to focus down on one aspect of his work in particular. The Jordan Peterson shit. A concept that comes up a lot in Confucius is li, which is usually translated as rituals. Like I said at the top, ancient China had a lot of rules. Rules about when you're supposed to bow, what sorts of clothes you're supposed to wear on what days. There was a lot of ritual sacrifice. There were rules about what music could be played and when. Some elites at the top of society liked to play a little fast and loose with the rituals, like the bloody G family. And often in the Analects, Confucius stresses the importance of following them. The master said, "Do not look unless it is in accordance with the rituals. Do not listen unless it is in accordance with the rituals. Do not speak unless it is in accordance with the rituals. Do not move unless it is in accordance with the rituals." And when I first read that, I found it quite tough to imagine myself into that headspace, because I don't really think of our society as having a lot of rituals like that. And then I
They're
realized
just
that
ubiquitous.
we kind of do.
Yeah, we
We've got
absolutely
little
do.
ones like covering your mouth when you yawn or saying "excuse me" when you burp. Li doesn't just mean like religious services. There's a dimension to it that's like
So like a
etiquette and propriety as
structural
well.
account.
It's a motorbike. And then I realized that we sure do have some big rituals here
Oh.
at Parliament.
Like we saw this before. Canadian Parliament's so fucking weird.
British Parliament is an ingenious work of British geniuses, made up of two houses, both alike in dignity. The House of Commons and the House of Lords. The British, by their nature, loathe tyranny and embrace freedom, which is why the House of Lords is completely unelected. Whenever a new parliament begins, Her Majesty the Queen, God bless her, gives a speech from the House of Lords.
Another one saying
which has
God bless
itself
you to the
been
Queen.
written by the members of the House of Commons. The senior officer of the House of Lords, who is referred to by the title Black Rod, is sent from the Lords to the Commons to invite the members to hear what Her Majesty has to say. Even though they already know what she has to say because they wrote it. And when Black Rod arrives at the Commons, they slam the door in his face. And then they open the door again, and they all go and hear the speech anyway. This eminently sensible and really quite simple procedure is designed to illustrate that the Commons is independent from the monarchy. But not so independent that they'll get rid of her. It may appear to be an enormous waste of money and time.
It's for show. Crisis of legitimacy.
The state opening of Parliament is a ritual that doesn't really affect the system all that much. It's more of a symbol. But there are some parliamentary rituals that really do make a massive difference to what happens in there and, therefore, out here. For instance, if you're an MP, you have to use what they call parliamentary language.
Yeah, I think just thinking of like the way that we know that, you know, whatever, the simulation is glitching, politics, normal world, etc., is if before the election the Queen dies. If that happens, then like I will dissociate from reality and think that I'm in a dream.
You cannot call people liars or hypocrites or corrupt. In 2016, an MP named Dennis Skinner called then Prime Minister David Cameron Dodgy Dave, and he was suspended for it. In 2019, Ian
That's
Blackford
a classic
called Boris
Trump
Johnson a racist,
alliteration.
and it was only barely allowed. And even then, he had to warn Boris beforehand. And to my mind, there's two ways.
Jagmeet Singh called some sort of one of the Quebecois member of parliament was saying that like the police aren't racist and we don't have to do anything about them. And then he called her racist, and he was kicked out of parliament because he refused to apologize.
The first is to say,
like
well,
for
what
kicked
if
out for the
MP
day.
Is dodgy or is racist? Don't we need to be able to say it? If MPs are bound by all these
Never back down. I
rituals,
respect.
Then doesn't that mean that there are certain realities the government cannot face, certain perspectives the House just cannot accommodate, no matter how much the people might want them to be? Doesn't that guarantee that the government will always be a little bit out of touch or inflexible or even undemocratic?
I mean, we can never have
take
anything
it one
good.
step further and say all these rituals just protect the status quo and perpetuate the current unjust way of doing things. Isn't it a bit of a bad joke that members abide by all these civilized rules inside, whilst outside, people are really dying as a result of their decisions? Aren't the rituals just a hypocritical gloss over what is, in reality, quite a bloody business? The flower that hides the serpent under it. Doesn't it piss you off that they play nice with each other, but some of them are so rich and powerful, they can just flout the rules that the rest of us have to live by? I mean, who do they think they are? The bloody G family? And if that's you, then yeah, I'm not going to say that you're wrong, mate. But Confucius, at least, didn't think that was actually going to solve the problem. So he tried a different approach.
Confucius was a roux, which was a job, kind of like a civil servant. If you were a roux, you would travel round the various states doing government odd jobs, like maybe you become an advisor to the local duke. Maybe you get put in charge of a big ceremony. Maybe you control when the crops get planted now. To be a roux, you had to know all the rules of how everything's supposed to work. Not just the practical government rules, but also all of the li, the rituals. The roux were experts in the details of the conventions of funerals, of daily contexts such as eating and gift exchange, and of other significant ritual locations. proper ritual performance was seen as both a means to cultivate moral character and as a
Has all the
legitimator of
rules,
political
yeah.
authority. For these reasons,
I heard
Rue
Rube
was
for the
sought out
first
to
time as
serve
well,
in official
RUBE, and I
capacity
was like,
for
what?
the landed gentry of the central states of early China. Apparently, Rue also translates as moist.
Nice.
Skincare is important.
Sorry,
The Cambridge Chinese to English Dictionary defines Rue as, seriously, who quotes the dictionary in their video essays? Amateur move, lol, send Bitcoin. Confucius was apparently really good at being a Rue. He knew all the rituals, where everyone's supposed to stand, when the music is supposed to be played. He knew how things were done in the good old days, under the sage kings, when the Zhou dynasty was really something. And he was highly sought as a teacher for young men who wanted to
I had
be
to help him up
Rue.
the stairs.
Because of his emphasis on ritual and tradition, Confucius has a reputation for being a rigid conformist. The Chinese never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they're bound by obsolete traditions and an obsession with the past. Unlike Great Britain, where if you say anything bad about Churchill, I'll f***ing have you. But Confucius wasn't totally inflexible. He says it's fine to deviate and change things if it's in keeping with the spirit of the ritual. And that's the kicker. He's very critical of
Is
those
there a
who
blue
go
in
through
presidential
all the right
debate?
procedures, but they don't have the right spirit.
I mean, we sort of
Like
can't
the
watch
bloody
that,
G
can we?
family. You don't use the rituals to
'Cause
make
it's not
yourself
in
feel
English,
big and important, Mr.
right?
G. It's about having respect. He wanted people to
Is
follow the ritual.
Acer Akra, I don't know how to pronounce. Is he still winning? He's like the extension, the same party as
so they would
what's his
learn
face?
good character. And that's not
I
just
always
good for
forget
you.
people's names.
It's good
Fuck.
for everybody. Like the rituals at Parliament. Yeah, okay, maybe sometimes strong language is called
Acre?
for, and it's a drawback that MPs can't use it. But the purpose of that ritual is
Evo, more or less.
supposed to be that you respect the person you're speaking to. If not the person themselves, then at least the office they hold. Whatever personal grievances you have, whatever the
Keys
issue
up in
of
the
the
polls,
day
nice.
is, whether your side is winning or losing, there is supposed to be something more important, which is the role of the house itself, and ultimately, democracy. You gotta respect that higher order, because it is, in a word, sacred. Confucius is kind of on some Jordan Peterson in a way. He's like, you gotta respect all these values and these norms that are encoded in the rituals and the stories of our ancient forefathers. It's all part of a society, and it's the values that undergird everything, and you gotta respect that. You gotta master all these traditions. You gotta stand up and take some responsibility and put your shoulders back, and it's such a shame that we're losing these values that undergird society, and the Zhou dynasty's falling apart. It's up to you. You gotta stand up and defend the East against all this that's going on. Unlike Jordan Peterson, though, the sacred higher order Confucius is gesturing towards isn't necessarily a religious one. The Analects uses this character, Tian, a lot, which is usually translated as heaven, and that has made some
guess
Western
religion-
commentators very excited, because they were like, oh,
Religion and like a different, because when we think of religion, I think typically like a layman account of religion is like a very Judeo-Christian
wow,
specific.
Confucius believes in heaven. That means that we can convert the Chinese to Christianity. The Chinese never had a secular enlightenment, which is why we have to teach them about the greatest Englishman of all time, Jesus. But from the context, it seems like he's using Tian more to mean fate or destiny or the universe, not so much a personal god. The Cambridge Chinese to English Dictionary defines Tian as, I'm sorry I stole your dictionary. I'm going through some stuff right now, but it wasn't okay to take it out on you. I did lose the book down a storm drain, but now that I've actually watched your videos, I decided to subscribe, hit the bell, and sign up to your Patreon.
Well, that's nice.
Confucius is certainly less mystical than the Buddhists and the Taoists, who were also kicking around at this time. He's not saying you have to follow the rituals because God says so. He thought that if kings and dukes and officials could be inspired to follow the rituals, cultivate good character, and do their jobs with respect, it would inspire everyone else. And that's how we fix a broken society.
Everyone just gotta
desire the good yourself, and the common people will be good. The virtue of the gentleman is like wind. The virtue of the small man is like grass. Let the wind blow over the grass, and it is sure to bend.
Okay.
To govern is to correct. If you set an example by being correct, who would dare to remain incorrect?
Suspicious package
Also-
at Walter Reed entrance. Can you send? Oh fuck, really? Uh-oh. I mean, it's probably nothing and they're being like really fucking careful, obviously.
Unlike Jordan Peterson, Confucius didn't think that following the rituals
Come on,
and cultivating
Cass.
good character would necessarily benefit you. A lot of the advice he gives seems to me to be aimed at young men, and they were men, starting out in their careers as Rue. There's stuff in here about not comparing yourself to others and taking on responsibility. You know, the sort of thing that you'd want to hear if you were just beginning a new job and you weren't really sure of yourself.
Where's the suspicious
And he also
package?
says, hey, I know that you'll worry about whether you're advancing in your career or falling behind.
Clearing everybody out of
Krog,
here.
thank you for the 2-1.
Supposedly, they had to bring in a bomb squad because of that bag.
Which was probably like a Trump supporter trying to give him like a gift or something. Mr. Trump, I ordered you McDonald's. I put it in this bag. I heard you love the Filet-O-Fish. Because I'm sure they're being incredibly, you know, suspicious about shit.
But you gotta understand, it's not about you.
It was a box of hydrochloric.
Heaven
Yeah, probably.
has given you a gift.
Yeah,
It's
something
this
like
thing
that.
And this thing. And those are not for you. They're not so you can profit. They're for everybody. If you really want to hone your gift and maximize your potential, you gotta use it to serve other people. The whole idea of individual benefit as opposed to the common good
President
doesn't
Trump,
really fit
Cactus
with
Jack
Confucius'
sent me.
whole system. That's why his ethics and his politics are the same thing. When he talks about the glue that holds society
funny.
together, it's not laws and individual rights, the way we might think of it now. It's
tradition.
playing well with others.
Okay.
And the way you practice that is with the rituals. So Confucius wanted to remind everybody why these traditions mattered. And crucially, if he could remind the guys in government why they mattered, maybe things would get better.
They did.
And that's pretty understandable, right? Faced with a society
Right,
that was
didn't
slowly
they-
falling apart, with elites who openly broke the rules for their own profit and got away with it, you can see why he was like, well, we gotta remind everybody why all this stuff is important. Too bad it didn't work.
Oh, this is hilarious. Jamie Harrison brought his own plexiglass divider because all the Republicans are fucking getting COVID.
Fast forward a couple of hundred years to another philosopher called Sun Tzu. He was a Confucian. He picked up all that stuff about following the rituals and cultivating virtue, but he was even less spiritual. He actually says, yeah, forget about the spirits and astrology and comets and omens. Let's think about crops, yeah? Let's think about food, real stuff. Follow the rituals, yeah, absolutely, but just don't have your head in the clouds about it. The point is to change yourself, to correct yourself. And here we start seeing a bit of a shift in how the concept of Li
Plexiglass is
rituals
weak?
is used.
Does the COVID cells, they travel through the plexiglass?
When Confucius talks about Li,
plexiglass?
he emphasizes self-control and cultivating the virtues and setting a good example. When Sun Tzu talks about Li, he's talking about it being enforced. Crooked wood must be heated and bent before it becomes straight.
That's
Blunt
more
metal
my
must be
fucking
ground
language.
and wetted before it becomes sharp.
Yeah.
The nature of man is evil. It must depend on teachers
Oh.
and laws to become
I guess that
correct
makes sense
and
that he would
achieve
say that.
Li, and then it becomes disciplined. Without teachers and laws,
I wonder the difference in like meaning between his social context saying the nature of man is evil.
he is unbalanced.
Because the mode in which we understand the phrase human nature is through like Hobbesian shit.
the track and incorrect.
And
Without
beyond.
Li, there will be rebellion, disorder, and chaos. The sage kings of antiquity, knowing that the nature of man is evil and that it is unbalanced, off the track, incorrect, rebellious, disorderly, and undisciplined, created Li and instituted laws and systems in order to correct man's feelings, transform them, and direct them so that they may all become disciplined.
I mean, again, it's very difficult.
The idea that human nature is evil isn't in the Analects. Confucius is kind of ambiguous on that question. It's a later idea, and it caught on. Junzi had an apprentice, Han
Mankind is dead.
Fei, and he wasn't a Confucian. He was a legalist.
Oh.
The legalists were a group of thinkers who didn't have time for all this virtue and wisdom shit. That's not how you run a country. You run a country by running it with laws and agriculture and crossbows.
Yeah.
What is called wisdom?
And those like cool like proto artillery that they packed the rockets into, and then they fucking like this is like rocket artillery.
Of subtle and unfathomable doctrines.
Those
subtle
two.
and unfathomable doctrines are difficult even for men of the highest intelligence to understand. If what men of the highest intelligence find to be difficult to understand is used to make laws for the people will find them impossible to understand. The legalists said, forget about setting a good example. A ruler rules a country with two things, reward and punishment. Mainly punishment. They wanted an end to this endless bickering between states. We need one strong central authority to keep everyone in line and make everything nice and simple. Now, we, in the freedom-loving, milk-drinking, individualistic 21st century, might look back and say, how on earth could they ever have thought that was a good idea?
That sounds like an accurate
The Chinese never had a secular enlightenment, which is why they had an iron-fisted empire instead of the friendly kind of nice empire.
Yeah.
But, of course,
Han Fei
the
was a techie.
legalists didn't see it that way. They thought of it in terms of accuracy and practicality and efficiency. We want to actually win battles by attacking when we're ready instead of waiting for our opponent. We
Sounds
want
like how you run a
laws
state.
that actually apply to
My understanding of how states work, that sounds like how you run a state.
We want standardized weights and measurements and a standardized alphabet so everybody knows where they stand. We've seen what happens when rulers try to do the virtuous Confucian, they go low, we go high thing. All it takes is a handful of clowns like the bloody G family to decide they're going to obstruct everything until they get their way, and the whole system collapses. So no more basing your ideas on ancient rituals or sage kings. Let's get some goddamn results. And they did. The state of
Legalism
Qin
was very
really took
influential.
this stuff on board. And when society eventually collapsed enough to enter what historians call the Warring States period, the king of Qin kicked everyone's ass and united the states into a single new country, which he called Qin.
Qin, right.
Nice and simple, easy to pronounce. I bet no one's ever going to get that wrong. And then, now officially the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, he said, folks, we're going to build a wall, a beautiful great wall on our northern border, and I am going to make Mongolia pay for that wall. And then he died. And F. Bia Xi Jinping. The Qin dictatorship only lasted 15 years. They were very unpopular, and they pretty swiftly got booted out and roundly vilified by history. But not before. They killed a lot of Confucian scholars
What did
and
rating
burned a
on
lot
Trump
of books.
impression? I think it's hard to tell because he's using the effects.
What happened? What happened to inspiration and virtue and setting a good example? Why didn't it work? I mean, to be fair, Confucius did have a massive impact on the rest of Chinese history, to the point where even into the 20th century, Chinese philosophers were writing their ideas as commentaries on Confucius.
Oh, they're
But
repeating
at the same
crossbow
time,
rocks. Yes,
the
right.
Zhou dynasty did not survive. Modern Chinese philosophers, especially since the Cultural Revolution, have asked, is Confucius still relevant? And hey, I'm not a historian, but one thing that does stand out to me is that Confucius' system is very moralistic. He's like, hey, things will get better if we can just
raise awareness and get people to behave more morally. And the way we do that is with the rituals. So it's worth asking if everybody...
I mean, maybe this is just my like bullshit postmodern, constructivist account, but I feel uncomfortable even like integrating, especially my very vague understanding of Confucius, into like modern contemporary politics. Because I feel like it just like it's from a different period. It has no place even like being compared to.
It was like 50% more moral. Whatever that means, right? Like more compassionate,
I don't know.
Less quick to anger, more concerned with the welfare of others. However you want to cash it out. Tomorrow morning, everybody wakes up like 50%.
It's even different than the ancient Greeks, because again, at least in like Western society, the ancient Greeks are quite influential. I mean, like, Socrates' post was quite influential. That there's some capacity to reintegrate.
Would that actually solve the problems? Would that solve global warming? Would it solve homelessness or police brutality and the rise of fascism? I mean, don't get me wrong, it might make people more inclined to do the things that would help.
I don't think Confucius had the capacity to understand what global warming is, or the rise of fascism, or the Proud Boys, because it's just such a different context.
We just focus on doing those things. I mean, to be fair to the Grandmaster, that is a very modern criticism. It's informed by hundreds of years worth of theory and evidence that he didn't have access to, so it's kind of cheating, but it is something that just stood out.
Is there a new...
Presumably,
if there's a renewal of Confucius, I mean, yeah. And I guess what I'm saying here is also like from a Western perspective, in which I'm like, yes, I will integrate the Greeks into my worldview. So I'd be hypocritical to think that
in Confucius's time,
like Chinese scholars couldn't do the same for Confucius.
Sick of the state of things, the way that a lot of us are sick of it now. Politicians being openly corrupt and hypocritical, rich people not doing their fair share, elites looking the other way when someone breaks the rules, but it's one of their friends who does it. We go through the rituals, but it doesn't seem to work anymore.
I wonder the legacy of Neo-Confucianism after like the Cultural Revolution. Because I'm sure that had a very significant, like, detrimental impact to this. It's a neoconservative movement. I guess that's not a surprise. Focal point of discussion between... Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it's a wiki page, so...
Or there don't seem to be any consequences for those that don't. And Confucius'
How much do we integrate the Greeks? You integrate the Greeks more than you think.
Try and breathe life back into the rituals to get people to reinvest in them, give them a story about their lives.
And if you read any philosophy, you'll see Plato and Aristotle in it.
Lives and a place in the world that they could connect to.
Any Western philosophy.
And it maybe didn't work out the way that he wanted it to, but philosophy doesn't have to work for it to be illuminating or for it to be responding to a genuine emotional need.
Yeah, if Marx were alive today, he'd be my best friend, and I'd be like, hey Carl, how's it going, my good friend?
I feel like if nothing else,
every day I'm integrating the Greeks. I love doing it. I've been doing it constantly.
That you are not the first person to live through times like these.
Yeah, that's true. That was a good video. I don't know. I literally know like so little about like Confucius that you shouldn't listen to me when I say anything about it. What's this? Serial with the Nixon White House. Full room of journalists and photo reporters. Tito lighted a Cuban cigar. The movement was provocative for two reasons. Smoking in the White House was forbidden. Oh, this is the Croatian boy. Meeting took place at the peak of the intolerance of America and Cuba, and Tito, as you would imagine, receiving his cigars directly by his personal friend and Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Nixon had to react. Mr. President, we do not smoke here in the White House. Tito looked at him, continued to smoke. Lucky you. He rocks. Tito rocks. That's awesome. Tito continues to rock. Yeah, that's great. Alpha male Joseph Tito. Alright, let's look at this.
playing Monopoly with my son. You change the rules. He changes the rules every time he gets. You know, Senator, you said, use my words against me. And you said it after the Kavanaugh meetings, not before the Kavanaugh hearings, after the Kavanaugh hearings. And your words, your promise was that no judicial nominee should be considered.
I wonder what he's even going to say.
What have you in the last year of an election. And you even named President Trump when you said it. And so this is my thing. You know, my grandfather always taught me, he said, Jamie, a man is only as good as his word. Well, Senator, how good is your word when you made a promise to the American people? And even more, you made a promise to the folks in South Carolina that you wouldn't be doing what you're doing right now. It reminds me of
what does he say?
My son.
I want to know what he says, because this is an obvious point, right? We brought this up before where it's like, of course they're going to fucking... But like, how does... I want to know how he specifically wriggles, like... Yeah, like whatever. Like I'm very curious. Like how does he wriggle his way out of it? Because like Trudeau has a particular way of doing that with his like, you know, not living up to like campaign promises and stuff, in which he's like, you know, I'm sorry. He pivoted to Dems wanting socialized medicine. Oh, okay. I'm really sorry for doing a colonialism, and I'll try my best, and I did bad, and I'd like to formally apologize. That's usually what fucking Trudeau does in those situations. Ben Shapiro confirmed chaser. This is big news. Oh, it's a meme. Okay. I wanted him to actually be a chaser. Oh, let's watch this. This is related. This is about the COVID stuff, I believe.
On the video feed.
I obviously
Brandon
follow
Sutton,
Majority Report.
host of
Guess
the
I'll link
Discourse,
it or subscribe
co-host.
to them.
Is that right, Brandon?
I mean, I don't know the difference between being the host and the co-host.
Oh, Proletaire.
I lead the show with my three
Hello.
other, you know, pundits, thought
Hello,
partners,
Prol.
whatever you want to call it.
How was your
Richard,
stream?
Darren, John. So yeah, I'm the co-host. I'm ready to take a back seat in my own show. I'm ready to, you know, basically just cash a check. I don't even need to show up.
Yeah, no, that's the dream, right? That's living the dream.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, will you just do me a favor? Put your microphone just a little bit closer. We're getting a little bit of your room tone.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's great.
I'll hold it like this.
Yeah, that's great. So, Brandon, you know, 24 hours ago, maybe 12 hours ago, I thought, okay, well, we're going to talk about Amy Coney Barrett. And
Watch this next. Oh yeah, okay, we'll watch this next. People kept blinking me this.
We'll get into this.
So we'll watch it.
This ad
Clearly, it's good.
that she
If they're going
signed
to-
years ago, but basically very explicitly calling for that she signed, calling for the repeal of Roe v. Wade. And that is a question that you are asked when you go in front of the Judiciary Committee.
Janine
and
Agnes
you
right
write
now
up-
talking about democratizing the economy. It's interesting how democratizing the economy is code for like, you know, giving a shit ton of the land to American corporations and ensuring that indigenous people have no say over
about
their
the
lands.
questionnaire. Have you ever signed
It's
anything
interesting how that's the same as democracy, I guess.
you know, directly implicates
Proletaire is getting reverse
potential case
rated.
that you may be hearing.
Doesn't that
in
just
the
mean that
future.
he's rating?
And she declined to mention
What
that
is a
she had
reverse
signed that
rate?
very public ad. Maybe thinking it was 20 years ago. Maybe she forgot. But that seemed to put a little bit of scare in somebody within the Republican caucus, because Mitch McConnell sort of backed off his idea of having the hearings pre-election.
Oh,
we'll
really?
return to that, because these are all the things that are going to be implicated. We have the race as it is, polls around the country. We have Melania
Hey, Mike,
Trump
how's it going?
being investigated.
There's a
or
Cheeto
not, her
in the
necessarily,
hospital.
but the financing around the inauguration being investigated, which in part led to the release.
Oh,
of the
everyone
tape
spams French
that
at him.
shows
Yeah,
that
yeah.
she really doesn't like the idea of doing.
Barrett's
Christmas
still probably going to get
decorations, which,
confirmed.
I know, it's shocking.
I'm
It is
so
shocking.
sad. I'm actually so sad that like the very specific time in which the Melania tape in which she said she hates Christmas decorations or whatever got leaked like right before the COVID stuff of him getting COVID and them getting COVID. Cause like that's its own news cycle.
That's so good though.
We have almost a half a dozen Republican senators who must be really afraid of losing their seats over the issue of health care, because they have reversed essentially their previous positions by supporting Democrats in an attempt to stop the DOJ from destroying the ACA in a lawsuit. We have the passage of another stimulus bill as reports of the economy are, flagging from even its like sort of anemic
Painting
recovery
Christmas
that was
decorations is the ultimate Slav move. Yeah.
happening. And then we have, of course,
doing Christianity, but with our weird like pseudo pagan like holidays.
Daily,
they're called Slavas.
Dispatch of Republicans attempting to keep people from voting, all of which is overshadowed by the fact that the president has the coronavirus, as does the
we have
First
like
Lady,
patron saints.
as
It's
does
weird.
Senator
It's
Mike
this sort of like pseudo polytheistic worship.
And we don't know
what
who
is my
else at
family's
this
fucking
point.
patron
I mean,
saint.
I imagine there's a lot of people
I forgot
in our government who are getting tested right now.
I mean, look, I just think back to the debate. I think back to that one moment at the debate where he literally reaches into his sort of suit jacket pocket and he goes, I love masks. I wear masks
Saint
everywhere.
Nicholas.
But,
That's
today everyone's been tested.
Oh,
it's
no.
fine.
Yes.
We're following
Yeah,
social
Saint
distance
Nicholas.
guidelines. And I'm just like, yeah.
Which is basically just Christmas.
Are you? I mean, I think ultimately we're going to see, we know that a lot of first of all, we know that the
Melania's
coronavirus,
Christmas traditions. Yeah. Oh, is this the onion? Oh, okay.
Initial ideas
Slavs don't
surrounding who was
understand how to
spreading it
do
were these
Christmas
ultra-rich people who
properly.
were, traveling
It's still
for
pagan.
conventions, traveling for vacations, traveling around, for any number of reasons, right? And I think that the level of access to rapid response testing that, some people enjoy, it insulates them from the worst effects of coronavirus for sure. But there is still that grace period of 4 or 5 days where, people are contagious and they'll test negative, right? So I think that we're seeing a lot of that kind
4
of
or 5
play here.
days. So if Trump was confirmed to have it on Wednesday, and let's assume that on the 30th, my thing of him saying of me saying we just watched Donald Trump get coronavirus was 9 days ago. 9 days ago, which is what? The 24th, the 23rd, something like that. Third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like slightly off. It's slightly off.
Where it's like, this is not the
the timeline fits.
You can.
I think I was right. I'm gonna believe that I was right.
Entirely insulate yourself from simply by having access to all the best things. You're gonna have to actually sort of weigh it out, right?
I bookmarked it.
At least to some degree.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a really fascinating point because
I'm gonna go back to this. Hold on. Who they just don't have masks on. So this is us watching. They forced them because not that many people have masks. I don't know, dude. It's a miracle he hasn't gotten it yet. We might have just witnessed him get it. The odds. I don't know, dude. When was this? What day was this? 9 days ago. 9 days ago. What day is that? I called it. I fucking called it, man. This is my unironic belief now, as I called it. What day is this? Specifically. Let me go to the VOD. Hold on. They lock your Twitter account for doing what? For doing some spicy takes? I'm gonna tweet the clip. Someone clip right here where I said the cheater in the White House might not step down was September 24th. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would mean that he had 6 days of incubation without having symptoms, assuming that he did have symptoms of following destiny. Of course, we have all of the same opinions about everything. 5 days isn't that crazy, assuming he starts getting symptoms on Wednesday. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's not the most of a stretch. Listen, it's very funny for me to believe that I predicted that perfectly.
I think that at the beginning of this, and I'm talking in early March, late February.
You probably get tested. A lot of the times when are asymptomatic, the tests do not show positive. You can have false negatives. And who knows how much he's getting tested? I mean, fuck.
Starts to spread in this country.
They literally lied about getting tested at the fucking debate.
It is a function of people who have traveled either for conferences or whatnot, or coming from Europe and coming back and forth. And then, of course,
your phone.
The brunt of it is
they'll do that. If you don't link your phone, they'll like close your account.
Low income
until you can link it,
and are expected to work through this and need to work through this, and don't have their own cars or using public transport or are living in denser areas or have less access to high quality medical care, and then we move into sort of the era where it's just
was it
sort of
Mike
like,
Crispin? No, that was a
like,
joke.
As we get to more rural areas into the Midwest, it's really more of a function of like just people.
I might be. I don't
believing
fucking
that
know.
it's real.
The point of it was there was a thing of like all of the fans in the back. When Trump goes up to talk to them, they remove their mask and they scream in his fucking face. Like, I love you, Mr. President. And it's so easy to get COVID. He doesn't have a mask on either.
And then you have people who are, like you say, the elite.
And even if I'm wrong, and let's say he like did get coronavirus from Hope, Trump literally said the reason why Hope got it was because troops were like going up to them and removing their mask and like yelling, I love you in their faces.
Who are using these rapid tests.
So he, like 100%, I believe that Trump absolutely got coronavirus from a fan.
And
he doesn't have supporters; he has fans.
Assume that they're safe.
He's like
and
famous.
Then turn out not to be. It is. I mean, look.
I mean, he has fans and he has supporters. They're different.
I think you'd be hard pressed to find a public health policy expert who, if they were being totally honest, wouldn't say, regardless of what happens to the president, this is a positive for the country because maybe people will take it more seriously now. Right? Like, I mean, the idea that the president, who was probably the chief proponent of the idea that you are fine, you don't have to worry too much about this, as long as you're not really old or you're not, have some type of comorbidity or something like that, has been telling people that. And people think like, I can't get it. It's overblown, whatnot. And now he's got it. And it may have the opportunity to re-educate people to some extent.
I don't think so.
Maybe. Or he might just be another Bolsonaro who has had COVID-19,
like
17 times right now by this point and has not died.
None of Trump's supporters will literally learn. We saw that video of like solidarity protest with Trump. It wasn't called that, but that's what it was. And all of the people in the fucking crowd are close together and they don't have masks on.
And the danger of that, I think, is that, when you're talking about somebody who's prone to reactionary thinking, kind of like Trump is, if he gets COVID and he's fine, maybe he's asymptomatic, maybe he is just like a freak of nature who just doesn't have any, like he has it and it's like a small, flu, small cold, he gets the sniffles. He seems kind of like a baby, so he's going to be very like about it no matter what, that is going to influence how he thinks about it. It just might reaffirm their beliefs, right? That, okay, well, you know what? Trump got it. He was fine. He's 70 plus years old. Then I'll be fine too, right? Of course, that also erases just like the chances of just like being fine randomly or just the access to the level of healthcare he has.
If you have COVID more than once, how the fuck are you going to make a vaccine? That's a genuinely good question. I believe the worst case scenario is basically that like the earliest vaccines won't make you totally immune, but they will make you like guaranteed asymptomatic. Meaning the virus still processes in your body, essentially guaranteed. But you already have a relative capacity to fight it from some antibodies, and it's harder for you to spread it.
Danger on both sides, right? If this is the
just like antibiotics, wrong person to ask about
that lets Trump take it seriously. Great, I suppose, but I doubt that's going to be the case.
No, I don't think
another
so.
point to broadly,
because it's antibodies still,
rapid testing
and it still helps fight. But it's just
more broadly speaking, you're talking about like COVID generally people thinking
Dr.
the
Liv Vod
solution
saying,
lies
"No,
in
no,
just
like
like
antibiotics, okay."
a technological response. Like the only way we're going to solve COVID, rapid testing and like a vaccine. That's the solution to COVID. And of course, that's part of the solution. Obviously, that's like the end goal. But a lot of this is just behavioral changes. It's social changes. It's like having to reorient society in a way that people don't necessarily like to hear about because it sounds different.
Stop. It's embarrassing watching good liberals spout. I am a very bad liberal.
Difficult and it might be
Jill
costly.
Stein liberals, I have to respect them.
And,
that's a rare breed.
Whatever.
Of someone who loves
So
Jill Stein
the idea
in
that there's just
2020.
going to one day be a magical vaccine that is 100% effective is just like the only thing that might be, it's like it's the goal in people's minds when a lot of this is just always going to be like.
I literally said this before that like this take is like QAnon level conspiracizing, whatever the fuck it's called. 100%. It's the exact same shit. It has no real consequences, but it's fun. It's fun to do it, so I'm doing it.
Like changing your behavior.
It's interesting. I wonder. It'll be fascinating to see.
Is there? I believe there is a correlation between viral load and mortality. That one of the ways in which they think that like there's a spike in Canada recently, and there have been less deaths than the previous spike, and one of the reasons why that's the case is because when people are getting it, they're getting less of it because a shit ton of people have masks on. I think so. I remember hearing something about that.
Seeing numbers tick up.
Trump must have taken a massive fucking load then.
Couple weeks, largely.
I mean, unless he's doing well, which it doesn't seem like he is.
But there's no way to contain it in any area. Every area has, it seems to me, part of the country has like their, sort of their problem areas.
This is really bad for Trump.
It was bike,
like what's the biggest fuck up you could possibly have in terms of like ensuring people that you really are doing this correctly is like you getting the virus.
In New York, it's like the
that does
Hasidic
not
community.
look good.
And then obviously it spreads
like
outward from there.
Rational statistics about how bad the virus is being handled doesn't work, something that might get to someone is him getting the virus. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's hard. Nobody is really completely walled off in any fashion. I wonder, and one of the things that epidemiologists have said to me on this program is that, peak to peak, 6 months.
Massive
and the second
load.
peak is generally bigger than the first.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
New York, that would mean
we can watch
October.
this. This looks
it
good.
would mean around now. And it's
Ferris
starting to
Triangle.
creep
Thank you for
a
the 4
little
months.
bit up, but who knows? I wonder if an event like this, where the president gets it, and like you say, we don't know how, 40% of the people who get it, they may not even know it that they have it. The president apparently, though, was showing some symptoms, mild symptoms, but it's early on. You don't know where it can go. We will know in the next 5 or 6 days as to like how bad it gets. But
vaccines are inert viral loads. Yeah.
But I wonder if it's going to like even maybe possibly
true.
prevent a second spike in some
Is that
areas.
bad?
Because I'm not convinced that part of the reason why you get a second spike is not necessarily a change in the virus, but rather a change in, like you say, the behavior that people adopt. Because we've been outside for the past 6 months, at least, or not 6 months, past 2 or 3 months in the Northeast, 4 or 5 months, I guess. And people get used to like, it's very hard to transmit it outside, and people are wearing masks. But at one point it's like, wait, we got to go inside because it's getting too cold. And inside is very, very tricky. And it's very easy to just take the mask off and think like, oh, we're fine. Like the Trump folks. And then find that, no, you're not fine. And I wonder if this in some ways will sort of like remind people that anybody
vaccines
can
are
get
not
it at any
dangerous.
time.
The worst case scenario of like a shitty vaccine is that it just doesn't work.
I mean, I think that is
For the most
one
part.
again
I
one version of
wouldn't-
events, the optimistic view. I think also when you're talking about behavioral changes over time in this kind of situation, we have to
I
look
mean,
at the
not
idea, the
technically,
fact
but
that
like
we're still struggling with
probably.
getting basic aid for most people from the government. Like we're still struggling for getting rent relief. We're still struggling for getting unemployment
So this
insurance. Another round of stimulus checks would be great, but look how long we had to wait for those stimulus checks, right? So part of that equation is going to always be like, well, in many places the government has just abandoned people. And you can do, I guess I would say, what does it really mean to take COVID-19 seriously as an individual in the absence of like any kind of structural support, right? Because I think that we can pick out problematic communities all over the place. We can pick out ones that are racially or religiously motivated. We can pick out ones that are just like college students, like they're going to go to party at college, right?
It's all
But like it's just
individualistic.
not
There needs to be policy
reasonable or practical thing to do, I think, in epidemiology even,
Yeah,
to try
absolutely.
to control the behavior of individuals without some kind of structural incentive to behave that way, right? Because people have to go to work. You said, right? People have to go to work. People have to, people have to exercise. They have to buy groceries. They have to, and they have to commute too, right? Especially in New York City, where they have to drive the train. Most people do public transportation.
Worst case,
So I
do you
think,
have a reaction
part
to an
of
inert
the thing that
ingredient
we've been
that causes
grappling with, I
separate
think, as a
immune
country, like,
response?
is the blame game part of this. Like, now that
Thank you, get
we
you very sick,
rather
right,
in the
okay.
absence of structural support from the
Although,
government.
if they've gone through phase 3 trials, the odds of that happening to anyone is like
In the absence of a real ability
not
to demand
something
it
you
from
should
them,
worry about
the only thing we
if
feel
there's
like
a
we can do, I
vaccine
think,
available
sometimes is
to
like
you.
point out who's not following the rules properly and try to self-police, right? But then you talk about restaurant in-person restaurant dining. It's like, but then
Those
basically
are
we've
very
just
low.
deputized customer service employees to be the new mask police, right? We've deputized people who make sub-minimum wage,
Yeah,
serving
that's a good point.
serving drinks to drunk guys to make sure that they're also public health officials, right? So I mean, at a certain point, we have to talk about as the COVID continues to ravage the country, and people still lack support. Eventually, they're just going to be inclined to do what they just do what they do, right?
Right.
Well, the odds
it's a very
they
good
roll
point.
Trump
And I think
out
to a certain extent, it
Shevchenko or
is,
Brezhnev. Well, we're sort of in the Brezhnev late Soviet era of politics, where every leader is incredibly old because the political establishment is incredibly old, and they a very old person subsumes power, takes over power from another incredibly old person, and slowly the presidents just get older until in 4 elections from now, the president's going to be a 96-year-old man.
it is, it's about sequencing, right? Donald Trump has all the support in the world, literally,
Gentocracy.
all the support in the world. And so you could
Yeah,
hold
that's what
him
it's called,
to
right?
a higher standard, or at least to maybe hold
Ruled
him to
by
the
old
same
people.
standard that you would other people.
Which is sort of,
but the sequence has to be, you need a
American
context in
Gorbachev. I would say that Trump is American Brezhnev, because of how much he fucking loves, the idea of having tanks at rallies, military rallies.
Which it is not all.
There's this sort of, some sort of capacity by some institutions to not let Trump really properly embrace an old Soviet Brezhnev aesthetic, although he totally should. I'm very disappointed they didn't let him.
In some ways. I mean, I think they, what do they call that? Kludge or something like that? I can't, not kludge, but, nudge.
Tanky Trump.
Or whatever it is. I mean, you need to provide a context where it makes it much easier for people to make a decision. I'm not going to work. And they're going to go to work if they don't have the ability to support themselves.
I want Trump to show up in a military uniform with a bunch of fake medals.
Themselves. They're not going to go to the
and claim that he's a soldier and he fought in Vietnam, and all of the military supporters just go along with it. They let Trump steal valor because he's the commander in chief.
Possible if they don't have health insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a really good point. All right, let's just turn to I mean, there's so many different stories that are going on right now that
Gorbachev broke the chain of progressive world leaders.
There's
He's
two
the guy who ended
major
the
ones, it
Soviet-
seems
That's true.
to me. One is,
although Gorbachev was pretty
obviously the
fucking old,
election, and who knows? I mean, who knows? There may not be any more debates, right? I mean, Donald Trump the protocol is he's quarantined for 14 days, but that presumes that he doesn't even have symptoms, right? I mean, if he has symptoms and
Which
he's
he does.
sick,
He had 103
he needs to quarantine
fever.
for even longer because he may be infectious for even longer. We don't.
This tweet section, this made me really sad just to see. I just don't like it. I don't like seeing that.
No. And so, and there are calls that Joe Biden shouldn't campaign. Is it just absurd at this point?
When did he start?
What?
When did he start? Sorry.
I mean, the irony is they were just announced that they're going to launch in-person campaigning. Bernie Sanders has announced like yesterday that they're going out to campaign in person. The Biden campaign is just now starting to send people out to canvass.
That's
that's the irony.
I mean,
of this,
finally.
is that you're right.
I guess
when did he start?
Not smart that it's so
almost
old.
the plan was to start this week, and so who knows?
That's good. I
what's
guess
going to happen in that regard?
Because the Trump admin is fucked right now.
There's the Amy Coney
and if opinion polls in swing states start to shift even more to Biden, then he's golden. Lazy Beard, you think he really gives sub?
Thing, and right now Mike Lee,
who fucking knows? I don't know. American politics are unpredictable.
Positive. He's got to quarantine for 14 days. They still have plenty of Republicans
There's no
to sit on that
graph
committee
you can
to
make that explains
in the
what's going
Judiciary
on right
Committee.
now.
But that includes
no rational person
Graham,
can make the graph that is
Tillis,
explaining what's going on right
Ernst.
now.
These are senators who are in big trouble right now.
It's like how Bill Mitchell was right about the polls in 2016, and all of the liberal like technocratic pundits were wrong. Like Bill fucking Mitchell was the one who got it. Like if you understand what's going on, then you are like not thinking in an intelligent way.
And
that's a necessity
Grassley,
of understanding politics.
Cornyn's got to be in Texas.
Rest in
maybe.
peace, Bill
He doesn't
Mitchell's
seem to be
Twitter
too
account.
threatened there, but
taken from us too
so
soon.
He may be able to come back
for, I believe, Holocaust denial.
But if I'm these guys,
was that it? He denied the Holocaust, or he like was doing Holocaust revisionism.
I'm a little hesitant to come back,
which I guess is something you would expect from Bill Mitchell, but maybe even like
Chuck Grassley.
I mean, he's a fucking moron. So
these are older gentlemen.
Borderline Nazi.
Ted
I mean,
Cruz
he's a very
can be
bad
around.
guy, to be
Ben
sincere.
Sass can be around. Josh Hawley might be able to, but Tillis needs to go back to North Carolina because he's in a very tight race. Ernst needs to be in Iowa because she's in a tight race.
Yeah, Time Cube is
we've
right.
got,
except for the
Blackburn
Holocaust
and
stuff, because
Kennedy,
I think the Time Cube guy is also a Holocaust revisionist.
Jesse Crapo.
I would like to formally state that Holocaust revisionism is bad.
And supposedly McConnell is pushing to have the hearings in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we were sad. We learned that, and we were very
sad. Give me your sense of how this is going to play out. I mean, do you think McConnell's going to try and?
Because I can't even ironically.
I mean,
like
at this point, or let me ask you this: something more specific.
You can't say that. I don't think
Democrats
I don't
should
think
show
that's
up at these hearings because I'm of two
pretty
minds.
cool
One
take,
is,
I think
this whole process is illegitimate. It doesn't matter who you
it's not a
nominate.
hot
You could have
take to
nominated
say.
Merrick Garland. This should not be happening now. Or now with this new stuff.
Oh, is this? Holy shit. Listen, Mac. Come on, man. This Stalin guy. I'm making him look. He's looking like an anarchist because of me. Come on, man. Biden says he told some governors, don't endorse me because you'll... Oh, don't endorse me. What? I thought he said, if you won't endorse me. Wait, no. I can't read. Oh my fucking God. No, never mind. No, Jesus Christ.
Stuff about
they just hate winning. They fucking hate winning,
about
dude.
Roe v. Wade being so explicit that it endangers.
Biden is worried that he's actually going to win.
Who are a little bit afraid to vote in this way. Maybe in places like
I've
know,
caught
in
the
Arizona,
scene. Yes, I have.
Maybe even in Iowa.
Biden has given it to me.
What is your sense of this?
Well, I guess it really depends, in my sense, on like.
And I guess considering that literally every Biden flub was also a result of his stutter, that because it's me now, it's problematic for you guys to critique me.
How hard the Democrats are willing to push.
If I got
Amy,
his stutter,
right?
Because that's the only thing that's
are
happened
they
with
willing
Biden.
to
It's not
actually,
senility. It's just a stutter.
pin this on Trump's nominee for the Supreme Court? Because I think that in the absence of a few of these Republican senators, they should just turn into a referendum on Roe v. Wade. They should turn into a referendum on her history of lying. They should turn it on a referendum on basically the Republicans, right?
Rationale
However,
isn't
I
the
think
worst. I mean, yeah, I guess. You would think that they'd make the calculus of like, we want to make sure we win so that, you know, Trump has no control whatsoever.
That the choice of this particular candidate was not one that was made just haphazardly. You know, it's made to, I think, you know, basically box the Democrats into a little bit of a corner, right? We know that, we have Ruth Bader Ginsburg unfortunately passed away. You know, we have a vacancy. I'm nominating a woman judge who's been on the courts for decades. What's the problem, right?
Well, she's been on for 3 years, to be clear.
Sorry.
She was on for three years. She's in the I think
at this
Seventh
bullshit.
Circuit. She was a law professor.
Oh no.
Everybody knows you're right. Everybody sing along.
My hair gets
Makes you sad, makes you cry again. Without a doubt, sorry about fucking all your friends. What? Everybody knows you're right. Everybody sing along.
Oh, it's the wrong video. Oh, that was just a Coomer. You accidentally sent me the video of the person you were cooming over.
Professor at Notre Dame for over a decade.
I'm sorry, got my dates mixed up there. But my larger point is not necessarily.
I'm gonna let you cook there. I'm not gonna click on it.
But that she's qualified, right? She is a qualified candidate in the most abstract sense of the word, and she sort of ticks these little symbolic, boxes that Democrats like, right? You know, it's going to be hard for them, I think, in some situations, especially given the kind of way they discuss gender rights and women's rights and even racial rights, to, I think, pin her down on the Roe v. Wade thing and not.
What your favorite whatever says about you.
Or the Kennedy
You're going with the safe choice, maybe a bit basic, but you're not wrong. Is this one really your favorite, or were you just told it should be? You're either really awesome or you really suck. No middle ground.
You really suck.
You are the middle ground. You are a very neutral person.
Oh, absolutely.
You like the classics.
The
Hey,
classics.
that's my dad's favorite. Hey, that's my mom's favorite.
Why?
You pretentious fucker.
All right.
You piece of shit hipster.
Okay.
You're cool. Like, actually cool. You are what the hipsters think they are.
You are the worst
You
of
are
all
a
of them.
child. And I mean that literally. Like, you're not yet a teenager.
I think I might hate Warren supporters, particularly the ones who were with Warren until like the end, and were like, she shouldn't drop out. More than I hate,
I mean that as an insult. You are a contrarian. You
More
do
than
not
I hate
exist.
Yang, absolutely.
This is no one's favorite. This one shouldn't even count. What your favorite?
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
Not have it come across as like, attacking a woman for her position on. Like,
Oh my
choice,
god,
right?
they got the hex code for like remember the Warren profile pic where it was like it was like Liberty Green as a background. They got Warren to like write out the hex code for that, and they tattooed it on their like arm, and it really sort of looked like a Holocaust tattoo. Like it really did.
Trying to make
It was
more
really
of
unfortunate.
an abstract thing.
I know they didn't mean to do that. Oh, this happened. It really looked like it. It was really bad.
Versus just like, an abstract identity.
Can
thing
someone
that's hard
link
to
me
pin
a
on
photo?
somebody who's, also within the realm of like making choices for
yeah,
their own
it's-
body, as opposed to like keeping it in the realm of this is like a political issue, and like you were lying, you were caught lying. How do you kind of keep, how do you justify that? And also, how do you justify being so partisan on this court? Now, whether or not that can work and whether or not it's meaningful in preventing her nomination is debatable.
Jeez. I mean, it's first campaign, first tattoo. Yeah, it's rough.
But I think if they're going to have...
It's the wrong hex code, by the way. It's not even Liberty Green.
If they choose to have...
Not even Liberty Green.
To show up, rather, they need to actually be willing to sort of make a legitimate, or rather...
It was a
break
different
themselves
green.
out of this like corner they put themselves in, where like if Trump just, if he nominates Diamond and Silk to the Supreme Court, they just can't do anything because they are like, this is representation. This is the kind of, inclusivity that we've talked about as being inherently radical and inherently sort of like progressive, like just the inclusion of more people with these like sort of these boxes ticked is enough. And getting too into the details is just, it's not fair, right? It's not fair to judge people based on their past. It's not fair to judge people based on personal opinions. So, I mean, they have, like they do, pin themselves a little bit, but there's a way out of it, I'd imagine, if you're going to actually do it.
I mean, my concern is that Dianne Feinstein showed in Coney Barrett's hearing to the appellate court that she doesn't have the ability to nuance this argument in terms of Catholics. Coney Barrett had written in a law review article in the late 90s, basically saying that if you were a Catholic, like she is, who has a deep, abiding, really fundamentalist belief in Catholic teaching, that so that you would be fundamentally biased, and she was writing specifically about the death penalty, against the death penalty, then you should recuse yourself.
Liz had the correct take on that, didn't she?
In those cases,
I was saying she was gonna like be a closet ACB supporter, but I guess I was wrong.
Because of your attachment to the Catholic canon, as it were. And
what is Blood and Teeth from? Because I saw that. It's very close to the Nazi blood and soil thing, and it's the same font as too. It's just like Jesus. What is that like a Warren thing?
Conveniently, she's pro death penalty. So
why was I timed out? I don't know.
Recuse himself in that situation.
Maybe did I accidentally time you out?
The same thing when it comes to abortion,
so.
But it's a harder argument for her to make now because there is unequivocal proof. Literally a signed document.
Yeah, you didn't say anything. Well, if you didn't say anything, I don't know.
Roe v. Wade should be overturned. Now, the game that these justices play is that, like, I'm not going to comment on a case that I may hear because it would be prejudicial.
Astrology TikTok is saying it's a wrap for Trump.
I have been saying for years, based on his astrology, that Trump's health is in dire question.
Oh yeah, no, it's his. I looked at the sun, and then the moon. And then I said, eating a Filet-O-Fish from McDonald's every night is not good for you when you're a 74-year-old.
He has COVID. I see truth coming out this October, November. He has had incredibly difficult transits in his sixth house of illness for the past 3 years. Specifically, this week, Saturn stationed direct exactly by degree.
I was reading more of that book by Adorno about astrology.
To his Venus. Venus is literally his Time Lord of this.
And all of this is so close to these weird new age anti-rational
transits
shit.
Are a huge reaping what you sow in the area of life around health. And we know he's obese, he's older, he can't possibly be in the best health. I don't believe that he has no underlying conditions. I just don't think they're publicized. Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Capricorn pileup, all opposite to his stellium in the 12th house of self-undoing.
I don't want to watch it. It's so fucking weird.
Well, that's
not how the world works.
The bag now. There's an ad, literally a full-page newspaper ad. Like it's almost
like, and I mean, I'm a hypocrite because I was doing the QAnon stuff, which is like on the same level, but like anti-rational new age shit, especially like when it's taken really seriously, is like a really bad sign for someone's politics. It's like the way Adorno articulates it is like you are closer to like an authoritarian personality, which is someone who has the capacity to support like a authoritarian. It's
almost like a joke.
Government.
It's like, I'm not going to broadcast this to everybody. You did. It's there. And so I still don't know if Dianne Feinstein, I mean, certainly there are people who have deep concerns that she is just not adept enough at this point in her career.
Don't like it.
To deal with this. And I guess we'll see. But I think this is really more a political question for.
Well, there's some like pre-capitalist stuff, but what I'm talking about is like a integration into like in the modern age, particularly by white people, around this like again the new age mysticism shit that has no actual connection to like any pre-capitalist culture. It's like a particularly in the context in which Adorno is writing about it, and the context in which it's like worrying politically. It's like generally practiced by like settlers, like white settlers, who are like, like it's different than like some sort of indigenous equivalent of astrology.
Republicans
or like
who are in jeopardy of losing
ancient
their
Chinese.
Seat. Can they afford?
It's a very different
vote
phenomenon
for a to confirm a nominee who at this point, like, it's one thing for you and I to say,
That's
like,
what. So one of my friends, I can't remember what is there at. Had basically the same take, but alongside Adorno, and people's responses would like, this is very like anti-indigenous to say that it's fascist, and it's like what Adorno is saying, and what like that analysis of how all the New Age shit is really fucking weird and bad, and you shouldn't get into it. The reason why it's bad is not it all connected to like any indigenous practices.
of course she's going to vote against Roe v. Wade. It's another for a Republican woman in the suburbs, let's say, or frankly anywhere else.
Yeah, the ancient
to
Greeks
say,
weren't fascist because
well, we don't know
the
how she's going
biography
to
of
vote. Versus
Proclus included his
my
astrological chart.
opponent, Joni Ernst, my opponent, Tom Tillis.
New Age modern
my
astrology
opponent,
has nothing to do with indigenous
Cory
traditions.
Gardner, my
and
opponent,
it's really fucking,
you know,
it's really fucking weird and bad. Like I don't want to make this take on Twitter, but it's something I'm very
pick one.
Like casual astrology, who gives a shit, whatever. But like that level
in Arizona,
New Age stuff weaves this sort of late capitalist anti-rationalism that is really unhealthy for discourse and for society. The Adorno book is called Among the Stars, fucking Stars Down to Earth. Sorry, Stars Down to Earth. It deals with the idea of like New Age concept of like faith or fate and astrology and like karma, but karma not in the like white bastardized version.
They voted,
and how people who really integrally tarot cards, people who really integrally relate that to their politics and understanding of the world, is a very bad sign
for a judge who will
it's a part of an anti-rationalism that is fascist.
Explicit in overturning Roe v. Wade. When they cast this vote, it's as if they cast the vote to curb your ability to get an abortion. That's a much harder thing to do, I think. And that's why I think McConnell's been a little bit wavering. But now I wonder, with the president, and maybe with the president, with having had COVID, and it sort of shaking up the dynamic here. And now I wonder if McConnell doesn't go full steam ahead. It is, we're just in such an unprecedented.
Can you explain? In short, it leads to, or is indicative of, what he like refers to as the authoritarian personality, which is you're much more easily susceptible to like authoritarian governments and state propaganda, and like it's one of the reasons why a lot of New Age people got into QAnon, because QAnon is very New Agey and it's very fascist. You have no rational connection to the world with this New Age shit, and it's much easier to get integrated into those. And then there's all this stuff about Adorno's politics and like anti-rationalism being a product of fascism being present in a society.
Time, and there's so many moving pieces. It's so difficult to get an assessment as to what's going to happen.
You know,
and just, you know, we got a couple minutes here. Same dynamic.
I mean, it is anti-communism. It was really funny. Some people's response to like a lot of New Age shit, or a lot of like the astrology is bad stuff, is to say like, well, it is materialism. The material thing that's affecting you are the stars. They're material.
The president testing positive for COVID, I wonder how much it
astrology is incredibly anti-materialist. Though,
what's
obviously.
going on with the House? Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats passed a $3.2 trillion.
And honestly, sorry, we're not even listening to this. Does Adorno make this argument? It's also like the New Age ethos is also like because it's anti-rational, it's very anti-material, and therefore its presence in society actually makes something like class consciousness much like more difficult. Those who are immersed in that type of shit. I mean, the best example of this, if you want to make it like real, for our very specific context, is like the Wayfair scandal. Remember that? A bunch of people thought because there were screenshots of like furniture that were $10,000 and they were a name, and you looked at like, missing child's name, and there was someone with that name, and they were like, oh, well, Wayfair is doing child trafficking under our noses. And all of that shit was bullshit, of course, obviously, and actually very connected to the QAnon shit. It was a gateway into QAnon. And it was a way of framing the QAnon perspective, or an introduction into it, in an activist, here's what was happening on Wayfair, here's what you can do about it, Twitter thread. And New Age shit and that sort of anti-rationalism is, and the people whose personalities gravitate towards that have a much easier account of gravitating to shit like the Wayfair stuff, and then getting into QAnon. You would be surprised how many like young people are QAnon believers. We think of, people contextualize QAnon as like old white guys and even like old white women, but there's a lot of young people and there's a lot of people of color who are like linked into QAnon shit, and it's a big problem. And one of the core causes of that connection is like an anti-rationalism. It's not just like insane, mega, like diehard white Trump supporters that are QAnon. QAnon is really big. Anyways, that's like a way to translate that articulation of why like New Age shit is really bad. Let's watch this. Speaking of Trump supporters.
What are your thoughts right now?
My thoughts right now is that Trump is in his 70s, He is at risk, but he's taking it like a champ, compared to what a lot of other people would say. So that's my take on the whole issue.
And
He's
I have
taking
to
it
ask
like
the
a champ.
question, why aren't you wearing a mask?
Well, I'm young, and I'm not at risk for COVID. So with the survival rates that we've seen...
It's insane. I watched all this. Like, the idea that, like, this is, like, such an, like, incredibly American individualist thing, which is, like, not even being able to understand anything or care about anyone except yourself. It's like, well, I'm fine. I don't give a shit.
Frankly, hysteria
It's a wash.
we're seeing with COVID, so...
Are you ever concerned you could possibly be asymptomatic and pass it to someone else?
Yes, I do have those concerns, but I don't buy into the fear-mongering, because where I'm at, I'm around other young people, we can power through this, but the fear-mongering about COVID needs to stop. So last night...
that logically follows. Yeah, absolutely. It's fear-mongering. The idea of, like, me saving the life of an 80-year-old by just fucking putting on a mask, just a cloth. It's nothing. The only pain in the ass it is that is wearing a mask is like some of the masks will, like, if you have glasses on, it'll fog up your glasses. That's it. And you might not kill someone.
That's positive, and I saw this land. I just felt drawn to come, to support our president.
Does this situation make you want to wear a mask now?
Oh yeah, I didn't pick up on that. He's got a fucking suit on. He's one of those guys that like wear a suit into class.
Want to wear a mask now?
I am of two minds with that. If I'm in real close proximity indoors, then I think, yeah, I do. I do. But out when we have a lot of air moving around and whatnot, I find it very... I just don't do it.
Oh, wait, really? If the Democrats can't control the Senate, you're looking at the chairman of the subcommittee on health? That's significant, isn't it? That's like a pretty big spot for them to put Bernie on, right? Confirm. Can someone confirm? Like, yes, that's good, right? That's actually really cool. All right, you should probably vote for Biden if you're in a swing state. If you're in like a battleground state, you should probably vote for Biden. You should probably vote for Biden. Sure. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Biden, baby. I mean, it's not that important because your individual vote doesn't have much of an effect. This is genuinely how you get the left, by the way, is you put Bernie in a position of power. Like, that's literally the condition. Yeah, that's great. If Brady can actually pull some fucking weight. Yeah. Sure, do it. I mean, I sort of said that before, but like, yeah.
Bill, the Heroes Act.
That was my condition. Was like, yeah, if they give Bernie some like an actual autonomous position that he can fucking do shit, then like
back in over the summer, nearly 4 months ago now, I guess. And it was what they called
can't
at the
be
time
Senate
the messaging
majority.
bill. Some of the message was we are so desperate to
You
not
turn into
have,
Biden if you endorse him.
we are
I'm
so
literally
desperate-
already turned into Biden. We've been over this. I've been over that. We've been over this. I've all of his mannerisms I've developed. I'm going senile. I can't complete sentences.
to not upset the insurance industry that we're going to promote the idea of subsidizing COBRA as a solution to people's health care. Other things in there that were better for folks, and Pelosi got a lot of pressure from some of those
someone was saying that doesn't mean anything.
frontline Democrats. They passed
And I know the specifics of like American electoral politics or American government.
new bill, $2.2 trillion.
Do
Last
you have hairy
this time,
legs? I don't.
Trying to get closer to maybe what Republicans will sign off on. In many ways, it's structured as the
I guess
same
I'm
bill,
not
just
Biden.
with shorter timelines,
Anyways.
so that the money expended was less.
We're sort of not paying attention to this. Let's watch this. People were sending me this. Libertarian. Oh, more Sam Cedar libertarian debates. Did not. I'm like. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm Canadian.
All right, we'll do one
I have
more,
no effect on politics.
One more caller. I'll do
That rule simply prevents backslide.
two more.
Yeah,
Here's
okay.
626. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Yeah, because ideally he would be like, Secretary of Labor or some shit.
Hi, my name is Aaron from California.
Am I gonna vote for Biden?
California.
Yes. I'm gonna vote for him 5 times from
What's on your
Vancouver.
mind?
Oh, I just want to say that I'm a libertarian.
I mean, yeah,
And I
preventing
know
backslide is
your,
cool, but like,
I guess
it's not
your
that big.
podcast
How does this happen
is,
all the time?
huh?
Sorry, no. That was just ignore the peanut gallery. Go ahead. Your name is Aaron.
Okay.
You're from California.
Yeah.
You're a libertarian.
Yeah. And I just noticed that your podcast is anti-libertarian, and I was just
I
wondering.
don't like to think of myself as anti anything, but
Okay.
But I mean, if it's easier for a shorthand,
Just go over the board and grab one of those mail-ins. What do you mean? I've been sent 5 ballots from my home in Vancouver. I don't know why they sent them to me. They're all marked for Florida too. It's like a family of 5 from Florida. But I'm gonna send them in.
Actually, my question though, what are you?
What am I? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Old?
Like, are you progressive? Are you?
I am of the left. I
I'm
don't
a-
really. To be honest with you, I've never been somebody who's been very.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Too concerned with picking a name for my set of beliefs.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, I guess the position in which it's like probably a good idea to throw your support, or just like fucking vote, because it's not. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Voting doesn't affect that much. But like especially your individual vote is if Bernie gets some fucking like significant position. If there's any opportunity for Bernie to fucking do shit,
Okay, I know what you mean. I kind of feel the same way.
which they haven't indicated until I guess now, and it's Bernie doing it quietly.
I've been like telling myself.
So maybe
Sorry.
that's a lie.
I'm
I
libertarian
don't know.
because I feel like each individual, has a unique perspective.
And of
That makes
course,
sense.
telling yourself you're a libertarian is not a very nice thing to do to yourself.
I'm actually okay with it. It's better than being progressive.
Okay. So, Aaron, what does a libertarian mean?
Oh, ping me on Discord with the clip. Thank you.
Well, I guess for me, it's kind of like I'm limited government. Pretty much the individual.
This concept of
The
limited
individual
government.
sovereignty.
What is
Yeah.
it? What does that mean? Limited government. I'm not sure I understand. Do you mean in terms of dollars, or do you mean in terms of like functioning?
This is always a
What
funny
do
thing
you-
about
what-
libertarians. They have such
So
a
pretty
weird
much,
view of what
I
state
guess
is.
I'm more of like the John Lockean kind of limited government. Pretty
We want to go back to when the state had so little power in the medieval times that a state could literally run out of money, and they would have to stop going to war, because like the markets, or like, you know, the trade of goods had far more of an influence than literally like the Kingdom of England.
Much
But also somehow sustain capitalism without any managerial like state.
Only role is to do nothing but
It's weird how like when capitalism started to develop and industrialization happened, the state and its influence and capacity to like you know, administer things, and the amount of, you know, just material stuff that it owned increased very dramatically in every context in which industrialization happened. It's interesting how that was like a required condition. You can look at it in like the Japanese context, which was a far more like state organized form of capitalism and industrialization, or even in the American context, where the state far more functioned as like an administrative capacity to provide certain goods and services and allow for the capitalist class, its burgeoning capitalist class interest to be defended and to have access to the resources they needed for like investments for like railroads and shit. But regardless of the context, the state got way fucking bigger. Way bigger. And there's no downsizing it without downsizing the existence of the market.
Right to
John Locke's just war was the very specific language of Anglo imperialism, and was used explicitly to justify it, even if that justification is like subtext in a lot of his work. That's the meaning of his text and how it was used in its context, which is to justify Anglo imperialism. But also, Locke was like essentially a pre-capitalist context. When Locke was writing about the state, when Locke was writing about labor, he was writing about it from a context in which most people did not sell their labor to capital, or were not forced to do so. It's an entirely different context than the contemporary one. And the idea that you could build a private system of private property off of the writing of Locke is absurd. Contemporary one.
Kind of like a minarchist. I mean, I guess one of the roles of government that I wouldn't be like advocating, but I'd be complicit, would be taxes and roads and
you got to do
military
roads.
And police.
You got to do.
But I think that's as far as I can go.
Taxes,
like a night watchman
military,
state.
police, fire department.
Not really.
Yes.
Not fire department. Okay.
Private fire departments, ancient Rome
fire,
time.
You pay for it yourself.
That's my favorite shit. Is who's the ancient Roman senator that had a fire department? He made his own fire department, and there would be a big fire that was burning on a house, and they would go up to it with all the equipment and say like, "You want me to put out this fire? $1,000." And it's like he couldn't. The person whose house is burning down was like, "Well, I can't say no. My house is on fire." Was it Crassus? Okay, yeah, it was Crassus. Yeah.
My friend.
Okay. Let's do it. Fuck it.
So
Let's
the
go back.
police
Why
is
not?
just to protect mainly property. That's why the government needs to step in there.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a medium to honoring and respecting property rights.
Okay. And
to an extent, though.
Yeah, to an extent. To what extent? I mean, so at what point can I go and take your stuff?
Well, I guess the extent of property, like, I think an example would be in California. There is this huge plot of land that's pretty much owned by one guy. And obviously that I don't necessarily agree with it, because it's just empty land. And his purpose is just to, go for the highest bidder. And that's something I don't agree with. It's something that I prefer there be a little bit more reform to it, like a limit to that stake.
So you would have government limit how much property you could own?
Depending on the use of it, not just the plot of land. That's pretty much.
Okay, so you would have government, but government would have the ability to limit how much property you could own.
Depending on the use of it.
I understand that you have a certain criteria that you would develop. As
I think fire departments first and foremost protect people.
Your accumulation.
But they would probably protect property first and foremost.
Okay with that.
I mean, they still sort of protect. They would probably emphasize property far more if it were
the fire
private.
department. You think that should be privatized? So if you don't have
It's
money,
funny to see how libertarians tick.
you burn.
Okay.
You burn.
There we go. Let's. This is what ANCAP World's fire brigades are privatized. Where is it? First ever fire brigade. Fires are almost a daily occurrence. Took advantage of the fact that Rome had no fire departments by creating his own brigade. Rushed to burning buildings at the first cry of alarm. Upon arriving, however, the firefighters did nothing while Crassus offered to buy the burning building from the distressed property owner at a miserable price. Fuck, it's even better than I remembered it. They bought it under him. Oh, you want your burning home that's about to turn into rubble? I'll buy it for $1,000. Oh, you want? Oh no. Well, you're about to lose it and you'll have nothing. I fucking love. What is it? Ancapistan? Is that the Dreg meme? What a beautiful world.
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but that's sort of if I said to you,
The
like,
free
hey,
market at
I'm gonna
work,
light your house on
baby.
fire. The fire department might not necessarily show up. Would you be?
Well, no. I mean,
comfortable with
if you
that?
intentionally try to burn someone's property, of course.
Oh no.
there's
Okay.
gotta
Well,
be-
let me do this scenario.
Like you're talking about some kind of natural disaster, I'm assuming, right?
No. Let's say this. Do you believe in rental properties?
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll go back on my you probably shouldn't vote for Biden position and go back to my position before, which is like that I don't think that an individual vote is that important, and if you think that the benefit is better, then you should vote, but if not, I don't really care. Doesn't do anything since Biden will veto M4A. It just means Bernie gets to tell pharma CEOs and execs how corrupt they are to their face. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So you're renting a property from me.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what was it? Will Manica was mentioning this. Like, it would be really, like, if he was like Secretary of Labor or something,
and you don't believe
some actual fucking
in
position
government having any type of like
that would really
restrictions
sway the
on-
left.
on, like, I mean,
But
do
I
you
don't-
believe in codes, like building codes?
No, not
Yeah.
really.
No
I think-
building
Fair enough, fair
codes.
enough. Now, are you an electrician?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Not really. I do electronics, but no, I've not.
Okay,
I haven't
electronics.
fitted a
Okay.
house.
All right.
Okay.
So I've got the house there, and guess what I did? Now you don't know this because you don't have one of those machines that you don't have one of those laparoscopic video cameras that can go into the walls. But you know what I did? Save some cash. I wired it pretty cheaply in your house.
I love the way that libertarians tick.
That fuse box.
Like, my understanding of libertarians debating is just, and this comes from us watching the 2016 libertarian debate, is just talking to each other like, police departments, privatized, nationalized. And they're like, privatized, okay. Building regulations, no. Roads, privatized or nationalized? I guess maybe half nationalized. And that's like the only discussions they have. That's so funny.
Doesn't measure up to your load and this and that. And
oh yeah, Biden does not support Medicare for all. There is no way Bernie would get Medicare for all, regardless of what position he has. Biden would veto it.
Did that?
Yes,
because I got a decent amount of insurance. And
that's true. That is
I'm not going to spend the money on you because you're a
He literally
renter.
said he wouldn't. Why
And,
would he lie about that?
This
Why
thing
would Biden
starts
lie
to
about that?
burn. And of course, I haven't paid for a fire department because I got fire insurance, man. I don't care. And you burn and die. You're okay with everything that just took place in that scenario, correct?
No, I mean, I think that's kind of horrible that someone was negligent in constructing a home. And
What are you gonna do about it?
Well,
amounted in
negligent.
someone's
What do you
death.
mean negligent? What is the definition of negligence in your world? There, who sets up that definition of negligence? I did what was in my most economic interests. You did what was in yours. Why do you think you're living there?
Okay. Then maybe to counteract that problem is the solution is to know what you're living in. I mean, if that's becoming a problem, then I think the
so you
knowledge
go
of knowing.
if you don't have an if you don't have your electrician's degree, that's not my problem.
you don't need you don't need electrician's degree. You can actually get advice from other people from their guidelines that would know. I mean, it's called education, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. And so you're going to be good at how are you on HVAC? Because I also cut some corners. Yeah, I cut some corners on the whole furnace thing. And there may be some carbon
Sam
monoxide
is so
in
good
your
at this.
apartment. But now it's you can't smell it. But there's no governments that's going to tell me I can't put carbon monoxide in there if it's going to cost me money.
Well, you can. I mean, you're a consumer. You can tell them, oh, make sure there's no carbon monoxide. There's nothing like that.
Okay.
It's safe and it's
There's
not
no.
Okay, I'm gonna do it anyways.
I don't. You know what? To be honest with you, I don't know. Do you want to move in or not?
You don't know? Well, then find out.
Well, I don't
If
want to.
that's your
Do you want to
concern.
move in or not to my house? You want to move into my
All right,
apartment?
I
or not?
mean, sure. I mean, I'll be like, nah, I'm good. I think I wanna
Okay,
know
go
more
somewhere
about
else.
across
this
the street
property.
to my friend Bill's place.
Who's
'Cause
also
guess
doing
what?
that?
He's going to tell you the same thing.
You never know. I
think
might
we know
actually know
pretty-
more. Like maybe that person will actually know. Maybe it's not Bill. Maybe it's Steve will tell me.
Yeah.
And
Something
then
that's also very interesting about libertarians is they can only understand whether a thing is bad for society if it affects them specifically. Like, even if you could potentially find a place that didn't have that carbon monoxide risk, there was a guarantee that a lot of people in society will categorically, this is a great Sam face, categorically live in those types of houses and they will die. But it's like, well, I'm smart and I would make sure that I wouldn't live in one of those houses, so it's fine.
It's the same thing with cars. It's like that.
Actually, no, it's not the same thing with cars because where do you live? California? You got a lemon law there, right? It's illegal for someone to sell you a car that has like the odometer's been turned back or there's problems. In fact, if you buy a used car, you can return it within a certain period of time because of that lemon law. But in your world, government doesn't have the ability to do that because that expands government, right? Because there have to be some agency to do this.
You're making a lot of assumptions. I'm not saying like if I get a lemon, like I'm not gonna like do something about it. Like
does he know what regulations
beware.
are?
Like I said, I mean, I do believe in government when it comes to contracts, property rights, and I like the list. I do believe in contracts. So if I have a contract and I tell that person, oh, are you sure the odometer hasn't been spun? Yes, if you haven't done that, you didn't do any of that. All right, let's sign a contract. Make sure everything is
buddy,
perfect.
I got
If
news
that's
for
the
you.
case.
I got news for you.
Yeah. What is it?
And this is why we have lemon laws, because you know what happens in the world that you're talking about? All the car dealers say, like, can we just all agree here? We're not going to give contracts. We're not going to give you an assurance on the car. No.
Okay, then you're a consumer. Don't buy it.
Right. And
There's
guess where
every
you'll buy
single
your car?
place.
Nowhere. Because why do you
Well,
think?
that's your imagination.
No, that's not my imagination.
That's the
why
world's.
do you think there is a lemon law? Why do you think a lemon law existed? Because there was no reason for one?
Of course.
Or do you
Of
think
course.
that
I don't believe.
Do you think that lemon laws preceded the actual manufacturing of cars?
You know what you should do, Mr. Cedar? You should, if that's a huge concern, let's just say there is no lemon law. If you're really concerned about it, then make an organization to ensure that vehicles are good. They actually have organizations for
it's called a
electronics.
government.
Hold on, wait a second.
not even-
Make a government?
I'm still in my course learning about electricity so that I don't burn up in my house.
I mean,
'cause there's no code.
But you seem you seem really concerned about it, so maybe you should.
Maybe I should.
That's why he's enrolled in electricians and HVAC lessons.
Very cool
That
understanding of
politician who introduced
politics.
the lemon law was like, nobody
This is,
needs
I
this.
mean, libertarians are such memes, right?
But I'm going
They
to
don't.
pass it anyways because I am why did the government do this? Why did they pass the lemon law? In your mind, what is the theory behind why?
I'm pretty sure there's a reason because there are actually.
Wait,
I get it.
the phone doesn't work now. How perfect is that? Libertarians always have a problem with their phones because they're using an off-grid phone system.
Yeah.
Can we ask?
Solve public easements for phone lines. Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Can we ask the caller, what do you think about voting? Do people vote in your system, and what can voting and legislation do, and what is it stopped from doing by your minarchist constitution?
I mean, I mean, I guess.
Yes,
I mean,
to
that's
say
one
voting
thing,
is a
though. I
thing.
mean, we live in a democracy. I wouldn't try to, like, I guess, override
you
it with
can't
my
say-
libertarian
say
ideas. I mean,
so
if
if
people want to
so,
live
for
in a
instance, if people vote for Medicare for all, for instance, like that's
then I would
just
have
democracy.
to accept it.
So you
But I think that's
support
what-
full democratic rights for you, one person, one vote?
It doesn't really matter to me.
I haven't
either
thought
electoral
about it.
or popular. It really doesn't matter to me.
I haven't
I
thought
would just
about
suggest
it.
to you that the only way libertarian
Green.
ideas win is
Thank you
by
for 2 months.
disenfranchising people. But as long as we,
Of course.
I'm sorry?
Of course. I mean, you'd have to do it with like, only people who own property could vote. Or, I mean, like even property rights itself. Like, how would you establish property rights in your system where the government only deals with roads and police department?
Well, I mean, roads, I'm just complicit. I don't necessarily believe in roads, but I don't want to argue on that point.
Well, I'm not asking
Because he
you
knows
about
he's
roads.
got.
I'm just saying, how do you
it's
delineate
impossible.
property in your vision?
He knows he can't.
Well, it is a little complicated. I do believe that if you're using the land,
He
in
knows
a
he
purpose,
cannot
which
argue that roads should be
in
privatized.
Yeah. What if
Because the road meme has gotten so obvious to them that they have to say, I guess the government should build roads.
Kind of like if you're using it with the means of producing something of value, I'd say like, all right, let's just say like, I put a stake for like a mile over there and mile over here, and someone asks me, what do you want to do with it?
It's a
Like,
meme.
I want to sell it to someone, and I'm gonna get like the city council to, give me that permit. I would be like, no, that's dumb. But if that person's going like a staking a mile away, and he's producing some company with parking space, with means of producing something of value to society, then that makes sense.
And who adjudicates that?
I guess the community. I mean, I do believe in some central authority.
But okay, I'm trying to figure out. I mean, you're the one who's just said that the government should only deal with creating roads, the police, not even the fire department in your mind.
Only complicit on that. I'm actually kind of close to capital anarchy.
Only complicit?
Yeah, like I'm not going to like go against it. Like I'm not going to be for it. So it's like, for instance, like the responsibility of roads is not towards the state. I'm not going to cry over it. I'm going to still live my life.
No, I understand. Well, I mean, you're living your life right now. I mean, so I think you can handle it. I'm not.
I'm not going to like go on a political.
I mean, I think what libertarianism is, and this is not a new analysis, I guess, is like the logical conclusion of American individualism. Just like the position that is furthest away from any capacity for like a class conscious being. Even from like a perspective of a rich person, because like, the bourgeoisie are class conscious too. America has probably the most class conscious ruling class in like any capitalist state, or at least, pretty high. They're pretty up there. But just totally
Rampage.
No understanding of politics outside of literally like how my life would be. That's it. That is my politics. How my specific life would be. That's all I give a shit about. If you cannot convert it to literally my specific situation and why it would make it worse, then I don't give a shit. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know, I understand. I'm just trying to. All I'm doing here is I'm not going to exclude you from the island here. I don't have the ability to do that. I'm just trying to figure out like what is your vision of a world, because frankly, none of what you're talking about hopefully is going to come about, and everything that could happen on the way to there would, I think, be detrimental to people in society.
No, I'm the next.
And I think the same about you.
Right? No, I understand. But I'm asking, like, what is your? I'm just trying to get a sense of what society would look like if you. Obviously not in charge, because you don't want to have that monopolization of force, right? But if it was just to evolve in this way in some fashion, how would you delineate property? Would you even have courts?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean,
I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
To decide it, and I think preferably would be an authority within the community, as opposed to somewhere in Washington or in Sacramento. Like I live in a city called Glendora.
Right.
And I would assume, obviously, you know how it works.
So
city,
could you only
city councils
buy
don't-
property in Glendora?
Oh, this is such a great tweet. Oh, this popped off. During my research, I interviewed a guy who said he was a libertarian until he did MDMA and he realized that other people have feelings. Yeah, I mean, that's what like hyper individualist American capitalism attempts to do to you. Is like, I am the only person. It's this weird political economic solipsism.
I'm sorry?
Well, I'm just curious, like in
The
terms
flag
of jurisdiction.
discourse. Oh, is that the thing about people saying that the American flag is like a neutrally presented thing?
Like, how would this work out? So you don't want any type of you're too,
I guess
why would
the
you?
foundation? Okay, all right. Well, I guess the foundation of a property would be not based on necessarily in the beginning of the city permitting or some kind of central authority permitting someone using land, but in a way to where if someone, let's just say there's a vacant spot of land and somebody wants to use it and they use it in a way that's valuable, then I think a central authority within like its own community should respect that.
Okay, so Aaron, you said
Either the Trump video is edited or he almost puked on camera. Ever see the part where it looks like he's gonna puke? Someone who's saying this looks like he was gonna cough.
Happened. If you look at the therapeutics, which I'm.
Yeah, that's not a. That is like. That's. Think it's a cough? It's something. I mean, I don't know. I guess again, we're just turning into QAnon at this point. It's something. That's a weird.
Look at the therapeutics, which I'm taking.
Is that a cut? I don't think so.
Which I'm taking.
Is like a hiccup? Feels like a hiccup.
Therapeutics, which. Therapeutics, which.
Is that a cut? Wait, is that a cut? How do I slow this down?
Therapeutics.
Oh, fuck. I went full screen and it... I hate this. I don't know why it does this. Can you see my...
Which I'm taking right next. Which...
I don't know, man. They edited out the cough, maybe? I'm gonna look at the fucking original video. Is that like 105? Someone enhance computer.
So thankful for all of these. You don't know over the end, and it's happened to millions of people all over the world.
It's
Things
at
have
105.
happened. If you look at the therapeutics, which
I don't think that's a cut.
the therapeutics, which
No, I don't think that's a cut. Why do you think it was taped in the first place? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think that's like a... I think it's either he's like sort of vomiting, he's holding in a cough, or he's like hiccuping. I think that's the thesis. That's my... Did it again. You can see how many subs I have.
A piece of property, you start to farm it a little bit, okay? It's
Okay.
a 1 acre plot of land, and you farm it, and you're growing some lettuce.
Okay.
It can be a
And,
weird
I
expression.
can-
I've never seen Trump do that before, and I've watched a lot of videos of Donnie.
Over, and or let's say you're just planning to. You just like you haven't actually put the seeds in the ground, but you've started to till the ground a little bit. And I come over and I go, oh, wait a second. I've got an oil.
The
rig.
camera
I'm
does not
putting it right
move
there.
when it cuts, does it? Fuck. We're looking at it. Where is it?
I want to begin by thanking all of the incredible that are looking like, and we're going to beat it soundly. So many things have happened. If you look at the therapeutics, which
No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not move. No. It's bullshit. You lied.
if you look at the therapeutics, which
No, it's the same. It's the same. No. I think it's just like a belch or something.
There. And I start digging it. Okay. Whose property is this? Because I'm getting more
obviously the
value.
precedent-
I'm
You have to
getting more
download the
value out of it.
original. That was the Trump. The one that people are sharing are edited? Well, that's the one that Trump had. Is there one that's unedited? I was watching the Trump one. I clicked on the Trump one. We were watching the Trump video. I pulled up the specific. Yeah, we were watching that.
Well, no.
It's on his YouTube, the original. So there's an unedited one on his YouTube. No, you're fucking with me. No, this is at the same level of QAnon. Absolutely. It's as like irrational. Where's his YouTube? We need the raw footage. President Trump is recovering well.
I want to begin by thanking all of the incredible medical professionals, the doctors, the nurses, everybody at Walter Reed Medical Therapeutics, which I'm taking.
That's the same video.
So many things have happened. If you look at the therapeutics, which I'm taking right now.
No, it's the same. That's the same.
And if you look at the therapeutics.
Oh, we can play it slower. We can play it slower. Okay. No.
Get the therapeutics.
No, it's just a belch. It's a belch. No. Yeah, this is the content you guys subscribe for. I mean, some of you don't. What's happened to my brain? Have you been paying attention to the stream for the last half a year?
Well, then there's also precedent because the person who's farming and tilling the land.
I mean, what else do we have to do? These things are called morph cuts. Shrimp fried Dizzy. Thank you for the 100 bits. I mean, I don't know.
Over the person who wants to.
It doesn't look like a cut. If it's a very well edited cut, then we'll never know.
How do you
Dig oil.
How do you establish that?
Tell him no, you can't use it because this guy's using it for farmland.
Who's them?
Just tell him no.
Who's telling you this? The city?
That's how politics works. Politics is just different people telling other people no, and that they can't do things, and then the other people are like, okay. That's what the Americans just came to the land on Turtle Island, and they were like, we're gonna use this now, and indigenous people were like, okay. This is what libertarians actually believe.
Central authority, yeah.
Some central authority.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you determine how central it is? Is it going to be somebody? Are you just doing it by block? Are you doing it by town or city?
I keep on
Look,
telling
I don't
you
have
based
the.
on-
Sorry, I'm pausing it again. This is the last time I'll pause it. I do not have the capacity to inspect the raw data of the video. If anyone has a link to someone who is doing it, please let me know. Because great content, but otherwise we gotta let it go.
The land.
Who uses
keep on telling you, huh?
Listen,
anybody.
Here
like
it is.
You just
I have an
mentioned
oil
an
company.
example of
I have an oil company.
Yeah.
You find a piece of land that's vacant, okay? You go and you start to dig around in there. You're about to plant seeds. I come over and you have my machine and I start to dig. Okay, you and I have a disagreement.
Okay.
What happens next?
Like I said, the person
Central Authority.
You mentioned who's still in the farm would take precedence over. So
you get
it
precedence?
would be in favor. Huh?
You get precedence.
The person, yeah, I get. If I were to be the farmer who was there first, then yes, I would respect that.
I was there first. I say I was there first. Prove it.
Okay. I'm pretty sure there would be proof for it.
What?
I mean, you wouldn't establish property rights without some kind of written assessment.
Okay, who wrote it?
About.
Who wrote it?
This is so good. This is so good.
Authority that whatever it can
the
be
government.
From the community.
You need a state to enforce property rights.
City council.
Okay, but what if the community is a state? Like, how many people are allowed to be a community in your situation?
It's not a state. It's a mutual.
Whatever is.
Collective of authority that is deemed to the apparatus.
For instance, like if there's like a community of like 1,000 people, and then there's some kind of an agreement
what defines
that
a community in your mind?
a cooperation.
Maybe
of people.
maybe ANCAPs are anarchists. And this is, I was saying shit that was gonna piss off Leninists before, and I'm gonna piss off anarchists now, because they're like, it's not a state. It's not a state. It's a mutual collective group, a municipal federation of people within a community that are all
a good amount of people. It can be 1,000. It could be 10,000.
But I'm just saying, you're saying that Sacramento is wrong. So you don't believe in the concept of states. You don't believe in the concepts of a country in terms of, because you had a problem with Washington. I mean, I presume that's what you meant by that. So I'm just curious. I'm just trying to say, like, how do we...
No. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like, that's honestly what I pretty much advocate. I do think that the country, I mean, even our founding fathers had agreed that more power should go to the states more than the central government, although that was like an argument.
You just said not even to Sacramento.
Hamilton.
So
more power should go to the state than central government, as like those are two things that aren't the same?
Country, I mean, even our founding fathers had agreed that more power should go to the states more than the central government, although that was like an argument.
You just said,
the states.
Not even
sorry.
to Sacramento.
Hamilton.
So you don't want states.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But it's the idea.
States are still big government. California is fucking big as. California has like the same amount of people and a bigger economy than Canada does.
My perspective. So it's not just states' rights, but I do believe in more community rights. And the community, what defined is based on what can be collaborated and organized within the area. Like for instance, it can be even a community of residents. Like I live in a residential area of like 20 homes, and that could be a community, and that could be of its own.
What did I say? I said that China is into dictatorship.
I'm not from your community of 20 homes. I come in.
Okay.
I guess Maoist,
I've got
but
an oil rig,
Dangus.
And I got a bunch of guys.
And that Brezhnev wasn't.
What are you gonna do about it?
Brezhnev Soviet Union was not.
I mean,
socialist or whatever.
Yes. Well, what are you gonna do about it? I'm actually kind of curious. What is that? Are you gonna like shoot them?
Are my guys going to shoot you? No, they're just going to pick you up.
I mean, yeah, a lot of Leninists and Maoists.
Place you over there.
Yeah.
I pointed that out, that like a lot of Maoists actually hate Dang.
Here. Okay, bye.
How are they going to do that?
They're going to pick you up, and they're going to walk you over there.
How are they going to pick me up? I weigh a lot.
With force.
They're going to roll you off the property.
I don't know. I don't think they
because
can.
Politics is
just
fundamentally violent.
Individually or the rest of the community?
They're going to say, you are leaving.
Just me. They're going to pick
me.
Why would they just pick me up?
I weigh a lot. It's so good.
All right. I got 50 guys. They got guns.
Okay.
They got guns.
Okay.
Big guns. What are you going to do about it?
Okay. I guess it would be a battle.
We're from the other community.
Yeah. Okay.
We want
so
this.
It would be gang on gang. It would just be all right.
Feudalism almost, right?
No. I mean, like I said, I do believe in a military.
Whoa.
I do believe. I mean, like, I'm not saying the U.S. won't exist. I'm not saying like. I just believe when it comes to things, responsibilities such as property rights, it should go to the individual. And if it ever exacerbated to the point where people are shooting each other, then sure. Bring in the National Guard and settle it that way.
Oh, okay. So you need a state.
But you don't think that they have a mechanism in which to determine whose property it is? That there's no laws? That there's no government that has done this? Like, I just don't get like how your system is supposed to operate.
Yes. Libertarians don't actually have any interest.
Can I jump in here?
There's
for
no
a minute?
group that wants to do libertarianism that is a material tangible interest.
It's always a little bit frustrating for me to listen to libertarians because sometimes they sound like they're close to understanding things and other times not so much. And by understanding things, of course, I mean agreeing with me because I am right. What you're talking about here.
Good argument.
With thank you.
Not an argument.
What you're talking about here with somebody having rights to the land and then someone else comes in and takes it.
Sounds
that
like
is
colonialism.
literally how private property came about in the first place.
Historically speaking,
so you don't believe in private property. You don't believe in private property.
No, of course not. But you want to go back to the enclosure.
I can go into your home. I can go into your home.
This is difference between personal and
private property.
Everything.
Where do you think that this right comes from? Can I ask you? Does it come from God?
Based on the community agreement. Oh no, it doesn't have to be from God. I mean, if you believe it's from God, but it's just based on what was an agreement. And sure, you can have a larger army and tell you fuck off. That can happen.
A lot of it is Locke,
Obviously,
yes.
it's not right, but that's the
Which
thing.
is anachronistic,
Do we want to live in a
'cause
society
Locke was
like that?
essentially
No.
a feudal.
So you're not talking about
Late
the
feudal
abstract concept of the right, which is a liberal concept. It's an ideal, right? Something that exists, this abstract right that exists regardless of whatever is going on in the world. No, you're saying that the right exists because people take it for themselves. It's not a moral
essentially
justification.
what it is.
He's saying, so you don't believe, hold on for a second. You don't believe that property,
it's like right of conquest.
you don't believe that property is a natural right. It should be determined by, rights should be given by
No
a
one says
community.
it's a natural
That's what you're
right.
suggesting.
I mean, sure.
Oh, no,
I
Locke
mean, there's
does, I guess.
no,
Okay,
there's,
and
in
so-
essence,
sort
there's
of.
no foundation for
Sort
like
of
some
ish.
kind of like.
There's a natural law which is like you labor on things and then you get them for Locke. Which is this sort of but without some sort of state apparatus, some sort of popular government, whatever the liberal democracy is, like the translation of Locke's politics. To enforce that, then you can't be
natural.
I will say,
like the state of nature does not have that, so to speak.
Most libertarians believe that there is a natural pre-existing right to property. Now, the fact that you don't, great. It's just why this arbitrary decision that a community, I don't know if there's a maximum number of people that you have when you define.
You're the one being meticulous about those numbers. I don't know why. It's just a general consensus that the community should, however they.
Well, then what's wrong with
manage that.
wrong with a country having a general consensus?
What's wrong with a smaller country having a general consensus?
I got no problem with a smaller country. So you're talking, how many countries do you anticipate being in the landmass that we now know as the United States?
I'm sorry?
How many different countries do you anticipate there being in the landmass of the United States if we were to follow your prescription?
A billion?
I mean, I would
one for every
assume it would
person
just be
after
one country, but the autonomy level
really
would be
thought of
different.
it.
So,
Okay,
for instance,
give me a
like
sense
right
of
now,
what the autonomy level
and
would be.
actually, so like for instance, right now, I mean, it's pretty much we have a centralized government, but we also have 50 states, and in states they usually deal with murder. They usually deal with things within their own state, as opposed to the federal government. They deal with
crimes.
Well, let's just say
There are state crimes, there are federal crimes, correct? Right?
Federal crimes, counterfeiting, all that. That's their responsibility. I guess what I would do when it comes to instead of like Sacramento
DC an
dealing
awful
with,
place to live?
I mean, we even have that here right now, like to where Sacramento, they don't create police forces. I mean, each city, each community, in a way, they create their own,
correct,
and the state just fund them. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much the same concept. But I guess what I would prefer would be the community would have more say and more strength. For instance, I remember one time I had
they're close.
golf balls.
This is actually, and this is the thing Jamie said before, but like libertarians being really close sometimes. And I think what's really preventing them is just not having the capacity to feel empathy or think about the world and other people except for themselves.
I used to live near a golf course, and golf balls sometimes
Origin
would walk
story.
over the fence. And one time, actually 3 times, it hit my window. 3 times.
Origin
and it
story.
broke them 3 times. I went up to them. I told them, "You got to fix this." They didn't. They didn't fix it at all. They wouldn't because they didn't want to be responsible. So I called the police. They couldn't do anything because it's not a crime. I actually ended up winning. I went to talking to the city manager and the mayor of my community, and they said they couldn't do
not of your
anything about it.
community. Your community doesn't have a city manager and a mayor. Your city does.
A community can be a city. I mean, the way you're thinking,
but there is no
how you describe
city
the community.
manager is a position that is a function of
In
a
a
charter.
government.
So that, I mean, you want to call it a community, you can call them communities. But I'm just trying to get a notion of like how structured these things are in your world, but continue.
All right. So pretty much I spoke to the mayor and the city and I told them my grievances, and they said they couldn't do anything about it. I would have to talk to a state representative or a state senator on this issue. I mean, I don't have that much time. I don't want to keep on going up the echelon just because someone broke my window. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like that, I think there should be more.
Actually, this is a really good I was bringing this up before with a while ago with McCarthyism. Oh, Chelsea, thank you for the raid. Everyone follow friend of the stream, Chelsea Manning. If you're not already, she streams on Twitch. I hope your stream went well. Were you playing video games? Shout out. Did that work? Yeah. I think I brought up before about what's it called? About McCarthy's support and how the main people that McCarthy supported, and it's the same with Trump supporters, are these like kind of rural small business tyrants that hate everything big. They don't like the idea of the coastal elites and like the billionaires. They don't like really big states. They don't like etc. They like being the top individual in their small town. So they're like upper class, but they're not like, international capital. Nixon silent majority, sort of the same thing. It's like, is it agoraphobia? Are they canceled? And that's exactly what's being articulated in this social perspective, or this social position. Is like, I have experienced big government, and I've seen how absurd it is, and how dumb it is, but I am still very influenced. I'm still very influenced and or let's say entrenched within capitalist power structure, and I'm unable to advocate for it not existing. I just don't want really big states. You interact with them and you're alienated by them, and you want to go back to your rural town.
Authority on this matter in the city level than on the state level. I guess that's that's.
Oh yeah, so Trump was absolutely positive during this, and he's just throwing fucking hats. I mean, that would be Minnesota, a day before announcing he tested positive. This was 3 days ago? Wait, was this the rally we were watching? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. This was not the 25th one, was it? Yeah, it's amazing. Just like, I mean, for a Trump supporter, I'm sure they would love it if, like, the way they got COVID was with their God Emperor giving it to them. They would love that.
Why?
Did you find anybody on a state level who could handle the golf balls breaking your windows?
No. I mean, yeah, I did, but I don't feel like I have to. I actually spoke to a representative, a state senator, about the issue, and he took my, he heard me out, and the mayor encouraged me to do petitions on the matter, and that was pretty much it. Like,
we need to back up a few hundred years here. All right.
Wait a second.
This guy.
I'm still not clear. Wait a second.
It's a golf ball.
Just stay in this moment for a second.
I know. I don't think this is a lie. I think this is true. This is such a ridiculous example of why you think big government is bad that it has to be correct.
So the issue
it's such a perfectly libertarian thing. It's based on their individual encounter, and an absurd one that, like, people experience like police violence, and there's this like they lose a friend or a relative, or they're traumatized, and that affects their politics. But for these libertarians, it's like, well, my window got broken and no one did anything about it, and so now that's what my politics are.
That this golf course was knocking balls into your house, breaking windows.
Yeah,
I don't want that.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? Why didn't you just take them to civil court?
Oh, actually, that's pretty much what happened.
Okay. Well, that's the state.
That's pretty much what happened. I ended up taking the small claims court, and I won my money. But the point was that
that's with the state.
In a situation like that,
you deal with the government.
I talked to the city, they seem to have no power. I mean, I didn't bring it.
What do you think judges are?
Aren't you the one who said that you want these entities to have less power? This does not jibe with what you're talking about. Yeah. I got news for you. There's nobody on the federal level.
I think you're just misunderstanding what I'm saying.
There's nobody on the federal level.
You aren't.
Who could have dealt with this. We have a civil set of laws, incidentally, that small claims court. Who
Yeah.
funds that court? Where are the laws from that?
I'm
Where are tort
fine with
law?
that.
Where are tort laws come from?
Sure.
Sam knows 'cause
Okay.
he's
Where? Tell
Sure.
everybody.
He's
Tell
our
everybody.
response.
Authority.
Sacramento.
From the state, yeah,
Sacramento.
from the-
Sacramento. So you
Uh-oh.
got your resolution from the existence
Okay.
of the state. And
Okay. I mean, okay, it came from Sacramento, but why can't it be in Azusa or Glendora?
because do you want to pay taxes for people to be developing these different sets of laws in each town? Is that what you want? You want to pay more taxes so that you can hire people to develop the exact same laws in each little county, constable, town, village, that type of thing?
The local courts would be owned by the people who own the golf course.
Also, follow me on Discord.
Okay.
It'll ping you when I
Okay.
go live, just because a lot of people. I've spelled
So
Discord wrong again. Fuck.
you're thinking that if each
Why
city
not?
had their,
Discord.
I guess, judicial court, their sovereignty, no, I
Their
guess,
laws, their
greater
own laws.
sovereignty, it
They'd
would
have to
just be
write all
feudal.
Don't
their
look at
own
that.
laws.
Ignore that.
They'd have to come up and debate and write all their own laws, and they'd be influenced. That golf course is probably one of the biggest taxpayers in the town. Hey, Jerry, I understand you're writing a law about golf balls hitting the windows. I have a suggestion for that. As the biggest taxpayer in our community, I think that should be perfectly legal for golf balls to hit windows. In fact, I think if somebody's golf ball, if somebody's window gets in the way of my golf ball, I think probably they should pay me. What do you say about that, Jerry? Well, I got to tell you, Bob, I think that's a good idea.
Well,
Don't worry,
I mean,
I'm in charge of writing the laws in this town.
I guess, but then they would have to deal with the community that they harmed, and
It's just you, bud.
No, definitely not me. I got a good amount of signatures that actually agreed with my cause.
Okay.
I mean, I had a lot of support, so it's not just me, bud.
Vote them out. They'll write new laws.
That's pretty much.
You know what your taxes would be like?
Sure, I'm not saying, I don't know, maybe cheaper than federal taxes.
No.
It'd be way more shit.
They have
I
to
don't
do
know.
everything the federal and the state government's doing.
Oh yeah, like going to Iraq and Afghanistan.
No. You're the one who said you had no problem with the military. Don't talk to me about that.
Yeah.
You're the one.
No, I don't. But that doesn't mean I want them in Afghanistan
No,
or in Iraq.
I understand, but you're changing the topic. The
Your
point is you
system
need
isn't
a
gonna
whole new
fix
set
that.
of laws and a lot fewer people who
Yeah.
are paying for the same product.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I actually have a question for you.
Yeah, okay. And then I
What's
get
the
around
living
to-
wage?
What's a living wage?
It's
Yes,
a wage
what is a
you can
living
get,
wage?
and you can.
How would you
live a
calculate
good
it?
life.
I think
Yeah.
it's sort of arbitrary, frankly, but I think the way I would calculate it is
25?
that
Yeah,
you need
probably.
to be able to pay for 3 square meals a day. You need to be able to pay the median cost of housing. You need to be able
Electricity,
to
maybe internet, a
ensure
phone
that
bill.
you can clothe if you have children yourselves or your
Yeah.
children.
Clothing.
That's
Okay.
and that's how I.
Well, what's housing though?
What's
What's the median housing? What is it like? 5 rooms, 10 rooms, 1 room, 3 rooms?
What?
Well,
Do I
think
get
you
a
could
large
say-
screen TV?
Well, I think you could say, a bedroom for, you could say 100 square feet per
What is
person.
housing? That's a good question.
100 square feet.
When
per
we think
person,
of a
okay.
house, what are the necessary conditions required to describe a house? Now you may say, at minimum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 walls. But then think of some structures, maybe they have 4 walls. I love this discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could say 120, you could say 150. I mean,
150. Okay.
Maybe there's some structure which there are 6 walls. Is that necessarily a house? Or is it at least 4 walls? And then if we think about
Dude, so food and shelter.
a roof is a wall in this sense.
3 square meals.
What defines a roof if we think about it? Before we can answer the question of what is a living wage, we're going to have to talk about this.
A day and 150
Is a
feet.
door a wall?
And-
Surely a house requires a door. Would that not make it 6 walls necessary?
150 square feet per person. Okay. And that's it.
I'm
Nothing
just
else. Not,
that's the question he's asking.
not a dog or
It's like
green
it's
lawn or a car.
totally
What about
fucking
a car?
redundant. totally redundant to the question of like, how much money do you need to live a decent life? It gives a shit about what housing is.
You could argue that there has to be an opportunity for transportation if you want people to be able to, get to work and whatnot, and healthcare.
So the living wage, that would require you to have some type of transportation, like a Toyota Corolla, or like I don't know, like a Mercedes Benz.
No, a Corolla is fine.
Or we could fund a public transit system.
Or I mean,
which would be way less.
Look, there's
way more efficient.
You can come up with some type of formula where it's like, if you're, if you're in a community
what is the
that
difference
has,
between a house and a home?
A certain capacity for public transit.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell stalling the discussion, like in Congress about, and this isn't technically possible, just go with it, about like how they should implement like a minimum wage that is like a livable wage, by trying to debate whether a floor counts as a wall, and whether we should in terms of the definition of housing, whether we should consider a door
relative, on a per capita basis
as an extra part of a wall or a subset of one of the walls.
We have figures out there.
And I can do that all on $15 an hour.
I can't hear you.
And I can do that all on $15 an hour.
On 15?
I think in some areas it should be higher.
Okay, so in LA, in the inner city of LA, how much should minimum wage be?
I don't know, but I'm sure someone has done the calculation.
So you talk about a living wage, and you're criticizing me because you think that my ideas are half baked, but you always
hold on for 1 second. Let me use Google. All right, living wage in
oh my God,
in Los Angeles.
You're just figuring this out right now. That's rich.
Yes.
What's your point?
Do you expect him to know every living wage based on cities in America?
Actually, no.
Not all the time.
With 0 children, it is considered $14.83. This is from MIT. That's a university.
And the inner city.
It says living wage calculation for Los Angeles County, California. Los Angeles County. Now, it may be higher for the actual city, but it's $14.83 an hour. This is according to MIT. They have a living wage calculator. The living wage is the hourly rate that an individual in a household must earn to support his or herself and their family. The assumption is the sole provider is working full-time, 2,080 hours per year. Tool provides information. The state minimum wage is the same for all individuals. For further reference, the technical documentation is here. I mean, there are social scientists who have calculated. If you want to argue with me,
I think it's because it's in the county and not the city.
I don't think you need 1,800 calories a day. I think you need 1,600 calories a day. I mean, I suppose you could have that argument. But there is...
I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to
it's not.
Further.
This whole discussion isn't like
I just want to focus
redundant and bullshit, and not about the greater point.
What a living wage means: having 3 square meals a day and 150 square feet per person.
I mean,
what's your point,
it's arbitrary, but I'm just.
It's arbitrary.
There are people who work.
And you think $14.92 in California is good enough for that?
Los Angeles.
And I live in California.
Los Angeles County.
And it's kind of funny because didn't you get the reward for being a journalist?
No.
Are you an actual journalist?
What's your point? Are you for the minimum wage or against the minimum wage?
Is he okay?
Libertarians would be against it.
This is like the guy. Have you guys seen that video where this guy is in like a computer room and he's like being like bullied, this kid, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna say it. And they're like, say it. He's like, I don't care that you broke your elbow, and they all just like laugh at him.
Imposed by the government.
Of course, I'm not for the minimum wage, but I'm not for people, But the situation is you're thinking that a living wage, such as like what you just popped up because somebody told you, some soothsayer told you that.
Well, I don't think he's a soothsayer. It's not a soothsayer. It is.
They might as well be because that average.
It is not a soothsayer. It is a 2020 update living wage calculator. It is from the Department of Urban Studies and Planning at MIT. which is a university.
And that's not an argument, but okay.
What's your point, dude? What's your point
As opposed to mentioning that someone used to be a journalist officially?
about the minimum wage?
Well, it is an argument, excuse me, it is an argument that it's not done by a soothsayer. It's done by experts who study
I'm saying it might as well be a soothsayer because those numbers are bullshit. I'm sorry. I live in California. I honestly know how much I make, more than $15 an hour, and it's still hard to find a room like
sure.
Okay.
Your own
so we should
studio
increase
for
it.
$20 an hour.
It sounds like
My
you think the minimum
girlfriend-
wage should be higher.
I am. If
No,
you,
I'm not
listen,
saying the minimum.
If you have
no.
data that suggests the minimum wage should be higher,
No, I
am totally on board with that.
experience. I have experience knowing that is bullshit.
Okay.
I'm telling you, and I'm not advocating
Then
for
let's
minimum
raise
wage.
it.
I'm just
Let's
telling you the
raise it.
fact.
Let's raise it.
What?
Okay, I accept
right.
it.
Understand
I will stipulate that
the
you're-
argument that
Well,
you're trying
no.
to make here. But can I ask you a question? All right.
Go ahead.
It sounds like you work a job, right? You work for a wage.
Kinda. I flip cars.
Oh.
Okay,
Well, you don't have
so
a
do
wage
you work for
then.
yourself then.
Now we know we have such a problem with lemon laws.
Lemon laws.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the lemon
Oh no. no. I make sure that these cars are good. I don't. If there's something wrong
that's
with the engine or
awesome.
transmission, I wouldn't sell.
That reveals so much about the libertarian psyche. That's so awesome.
I wouldn't sell my vehicles. I'm very
No, I it's not that I would personally benefit from those laws being removed so I could do whatever the fuck I wanted. I'm just thinking about society, man. It's just what if we could just have a society in which the government doesn't interfere in selling cars, man?
transparent.
Is
I
that
wouldn't-
a contract or is that just your work?
Contract?
Just my philosophical belief.
You don't sign a contract to that effect? Well, we don't have.
I mean, if they want to sign a contract, making sure that everything it doesn't go to plan, then I guess. I'll
Yeah, no,
honor
this
it.
is a platonic
My point
ideal
is-
of
Maybe I'll be
a
like-
libertarian.
Have you ever worked for a wage? How much freedom do you have at work? Because libertarians are all about freedom, right?
Yeah, the most freedom.
All right, yeah.
Listen, here's the deal.
Think about that.
This has
That's
been,
all I'm going to say.
It's been one of the best days of my life. And I appreciate your calling in, Aaron, in a way that I can't really
right.
express to you in the words I
Yeah, he rocks.
I'm
This
sorry.
is great.
No. I'm not being facetious. I really did this.
Oh, okay.
This was
No, it's like chicken soup for the cedar soul.
this is honestly.
He really does
I
like it
needed
so
this.
much.
Do you think we can do this again?
I
Oh, please do.
desperately hope so. I don't think I've ever been more sincere about anything in my entire life. But Aaron,
All right.
I appreciate you calling in, and I will. We will post that link.
Oh, this is so funny. Mike Huckabee, Jeff Stein unfollowed me, and I wanna think he's like he initiated a mutual and then he unfollowed me at some point, and I wanna think it's because I said Cumtown was funny at some point on the timeline. I don't know when I said that, but I wanna believe so badly that's why he unfollowed me. Unrelated to what we're talking about. Mike Huckabee discussing the Trump COVID situation. We are part of the Emancipation Proclamation, not the Emasculation Proclamation. Huckabee doesn't miss. He's arguing that Trump literally makes no fucking sense. Arguing Trump is tougher than people give him credit for. Bars. Huckabee spitting. Mike Huckabee's Twitter account is the funniest thing ever. It's a guy who has never been told that he isn't actually funny. And so he just keeps going. Because all the jokes he tells are to people his aides and the people who work under him who aren't allowed to say that he's wrong because they depend on him for their job.
Living wage. You can go to livingwage.mit.edu. And I suggest that you contact the people who develop that and tell them they've got to raise it.
More generous.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to advocate for that.
Oh, okay. But I appreciate the phone call, and please call in again.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we can continue this conversation because
Yeah, no, he rocks. Anyways, I'll probably end it here. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I have schoolwork I have to do that I have to do today. So I'm going to use the rest of the energy I have to do that. We're streaming tomorrow again. So watch me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time. Follow me on Discord. It'll ping you when I go live, so it's easier. Thank you all. Follow me on here. All that shit, you know. All that cool stuff. Who's live? Thank you to Chelsea again for the raid. I'll raid Bad Bunny again. Because, yeah. Host Chapo? Oh, they are. Oh, you're right. I guess I already said I'd fucking do Bad Bunny. Fuck. I rated Bad Bunny yesterday. We'll do Chapo. It's Tom who's playing, I believe. Who rocks? I mean, they all rock. The Chapo Fam guys are cool. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, the copper emote. Yes, and Bless. Thank you. Okay, goodbye.